future is electric, so what? Soul will remain forever.
To Estoril in Portugal, this famous track for the final round of the Peter Auto Endurance Historic Series this year. So we've got championships to be decided. We've got an absolutely terrific lineup of Cosworth-powered Formula One cars coming later. Yeah, welcome everyone. I'm Andrew Marriott. Alongside me is Peter Snowdon, and Peter's raced this track in the past and knows these cars well. So Peter, we've got a lot to look forward to. 8 hours of action today, and then again more action tomorrow.
It's a perfect pairing, isn't it? Good driver pairing in a commentary booth.
Indeed, yes. So this track is interesting because it is predominantly right-handers. There's only one left-hander on the whole track. But what we're seeing on screen now is the warm-up lap for the Gentleman's Series, which is mainly for 1950s sports cars, the oldest cars we're going to see racing this weekend. And they've got two races. They've got this opening race now, and then coming up after that, we are going to see a wonderful demonstration of Formula One cars for over 75 years. We look forward to that. And we're going to move on to a couple of qualifying sessions, which will only be on the Race Ready site. And then we'll move on in the afternoon to classic touring cars and so on. As I said, quite a lot of championships to be decided, and this is one of them now. At the front of the grid, we see two Lotus 15s, the larger engine version of the Colin Chapman designed Lotus 11 sports racing car, if you will. And it was Kyle Tilley from Bath who put it on the pole, the man who heads up the ERA Racing organisation, races all sorts of cars, and he will be against the Danish driver, Jakob Holstein.
Well, you talk about variety, Andrew. Kyle Tilley was out in a 296 Ferrari only last weekend at the Barcelona 24 Hour.
Yes.
So from one extreme to the other, different circuits.
Now, the man that usually wins these races, the surgeon, cosmetic surgeon from Germany, Dr. Afshin Fatemi, has parked his Pajero that he normally wins these races in, and he is there in 7th place. He's driving a Porsche 9046 Carrera. And also, a guy we haven't seen in this series before, need to watch out for, is Ross Curnow, better known for racing Metros in the past, so he's suddenly sprung in there. But I think Kyle Tilley will be the man to beat here. I haven't seen him racing this Lotus 15 recently. He's got a fine collection of cars at ERA now. And we got the Volker Hickert in the Bizzarini we've seen all through the year, and they're about ready to go, so I think. There they go. And there's the Bizzarini with the asymmetric colour scheme on the front of it, the gold. And it's Tilley, I think he'll probably get into that first corner. It's a long run, isn't it, down into this first corner?
Yeah, Holstein.
He locked up as well.
Yeah, that was Holstein, ran down the outside, trying to go around the outside in the 185 next to Kyle Tilley. Not quite managed to pulled off there. Left-hand lock-up, as you said, Andrew, which cost him a bit of a moment going into there, but managed to miss the back of Kyle Tilley, so they're all through safely and cleanly. Almost wasn't. Bizzarini's down for them. Now, it's got a brake issue, I think, that Holstein's car that's locking up again, as indeed is the Porsche.
Yeah, 45 minutes this race, and they got another 45 minutes tomorrow. And as I said, a championship being raced for. And I'm just looking for John Spears, who I expected to see in this, in the Lister, and he does not appear to have started. And John Spears is going for the championship, so that's a bit of a shame. He certainly did run the car in the private testing, so maybe they've had a problem with the Lister. That's a real shame, that. And another guy, English guy to watch for is Robin Ellis in the Lotus Elan, and Lotus Elite, I should say. He's had some good runs in this series. But the man who actually, strangely enough, leads the championship is right near the back. He's called Mark Julie. If we spot his number 40 Porsche, and he's done every race. And the championship, Stowe, is quite unusual here because as well as points for where you finish, you also got points for turning up. And that number of points depends on how many people started in your class. So it's quite difficult to work it out. But at the moment, Mark Julie is leading the championship from Spears and Greensall by 7 points, and they haven't started. So we'll try and work it all out. It is really complicated. So Tillier's already pulled out a 1.2 second lead over Holstein, and then we've got Vercois in the he's in a Lister, and we'll see that in a moment. That Lister did win one of these races last year and has been a regular. I think, remember, he won at the start of the season in that car as well at Spa. So Luc-Pierre Vercois is a man to watch for. As look at that E-Type, it's certainly got the pace there, hasn't it? And there's a very good Healy, that red Healy you see, who's a very competitive, put my teeth back in, competitive guy called Paul Arcelin in that Healy 3000 Mark II. So not sure what happened to Dr. Fatami's great Tagiro Curiacos car built for a Curiacos, because he normally is in the front of these races. But anyway, he's dropped back to the Porsche. I think they're probably having it refettled.
Yeah, interesting battle between the Healy and the E-Type. They're both iconic British sports cars of the 60s, well 50s as well for the Healy.
2904s together, look there. They tend to be replicas, most of these, built by the Beck organisation in America, but not sure exactly those two.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make between the Healy and the E-Type is that the E-Type will have the power, but the Healy will be a bit more nimble on the handling, as we just saw down the main straight there into Curve 1. Great name for the corner, turn 1. Turn 2 is the same. Turn 3, it actually gets a name, Lamy, after Pedro Lamy. But that's where we get into that part of the circuit, the more technical bit, where the Healy will come into it, play to its strengths, and have a chance to have a fight against the E-Type just ahead. If it doesn't get it done by the last corner on the circuit, which is at the parabolical Ayrton Senna, then he hasn't got the job done. And the E-Type will just power pass on the straight.
I think what we've got to watch for here is Kyle Tilley is a silver. Remember, he's had Daytona 24 class wins and stuff like that. He is a silver, and Holstein is an amateur driver, so Tilley will certainly have to spend longer in the pits, probably 20 seconds longer. So he's got to build his upper up, so he's really got to go for it in the early stages. We will see on the screen when the actual pit window opens. Some beautiful cars in this, aren't there? I mean, it's a mixture of sports racing cars and GT cars, and so it's Tilley from Holstein. So Tilley is lapping just tad over 2 minutes, while as Holstein's doing 2:02s, and Vercois in the Lister, the Nobly version of the Lister, is doing 2:03s.
A little Alpha, is it the Alpha TZ2?
Oh, yeah.
155 of Christian Oldendorf there, now exerting its superiority, power and handling over that 31 Healy. That's the one
I was talking about.
Paul Ancelin. Is now got ahead of the Healy. Oh, nice bit of understeer moment there for the TZ2, and now all over the back of the E-Type before in no time at all. Very quick progression. So suddenly in a lap there, suddenly made a fight, gets on the inside of the E-Type and takes 2 positions in about 3 corners, Andrew.
He really does go well in that car. He does. There's different classes in this. There's a pre-66 F period, they call it, category, and Paul Ancelin is leading that, and so we'll see how he gets on, but he's certainly going well early on. As I said, the intrigue here is how quickly, how much gap Tilley can pull out over Holstein. Nice to see. A long way from Denmark down to Estoril here. Next. Oh, and the 18 car has stopped, and that is Ross Curnow. So I think that is the car that is normally driven by Robin Ellis, or he's going to share with Robin Ellis.
Yeah.
But Curnow It's a while since I've seen Ross Curnow racing, but he definitely raced at Metro, didn't he?
Oh, he did, most certainly. I'll look at him. That's not on my injury list, that number 18. That's a Lotus Elite, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I just wonder if it's Ellis's car.
No, just back for a minute there, Andrew. This E-Type Alpha and Healy battle has not stopped yet. It's number 13, the E-Type. Is it number? No, sorry, my apologies. 73 is the light that's caught me out there. Number 73.
Laurent Jaspers.
Correct.
Sounds Belgian.
Standard coupe, not a lightweight. It's still managed to hold off the TZ2 Alfa Romeo, but now onto the pit straight. That's where the TZ2 got the run on the Healy on the previous lap. It's now tucking behind for a drag off the E-Type. One of the listers, number 88, just absolutely sails past the pair of them.
Sorry, I made a big mistake. Because John Spears normally runs at the front of these races, sharing with Nigel Greensall.
Yeah.
I thought he hadn't started, but he has started, but he's down in 9th place. It's most unusual for him. So let's see what sort of lap times John is doing. 2:06s. So maybe they've got some car issue, because I'd expect that car to be right at the front. And John, obviously Nigel, who drives the car with him usually, is the quicker of the two. He's a professional driver and very, very quick in that car. But John's not that much slower normally, so I'm not sure what's happened there. So anyway, Spears is in it, and as I say, Spears is battling for the championship. So see if he makes some progress. So Kyle Tilley leading. Kyle, who started his racing in Castle Combe. I think he might have even been a Formula Ford champion at Castle Combe. Went to America to find fame and fortune as a driver, coach, and so on. Came to coach a man called Dwight Merriman, who was very big in the computer business, and Mr. Merriman fell in love with racing and had got the bank balance to really set Kyle up in business, both in modern racing, because you see the era car racing in the Creventic series, but they also they'll be racing at the Petit Le Mans and so on, and they've had a lot of success both sides of the Atlantic. But the Bath operation is mainly for historic cars, whereas in America, I'm not sure quite where they're based in America, maybe it's Atlanta, they're running basically the latest LMP2 cars in the IMSA series.
Well, exactly that. So I was saying about Kyle Tilley being in that current GT3 spec 296 Ferrari last weekend. Dwight Merriman was with him as well, as was Ollie Bryant, who's in this and Jake Hill, current touring car champion.
And big news for Jake Hill, of course. He has announced this week that he will no longer continue in BTCC and has got a new deal. Any details of that?
No, that's what he announced it last week, and it was mentioned at Barcelona 24 Hour. But he's basically said I'm Simon, his dad's a good mate of mine. We had a bit of a chat about it, and he just said, look, he's 31, he's won the title. What do you continue doing? He's not going to make any money out of being a touring car driver. So he's now going to pursue an international racing career.
And I'm presuming he's doing it with Kyle Tilley because they love him.
And
Jake is super quick.
Well, Jake's quick in anything. He'd be quick in a wheelbarrow or a shopping trolley, wouldn't he?
Well, I once saw him win a race at Silverstone, very quick in a Lotus Cortina, but when he crossed the line, had only 3 wheels on it.
That's all right.
So, Kyle Tilley now 8 seconds ahead. Hickard is third in the lovely Bizzarini, and then we got Vercois, and then Kricknoff, who's a regular in this series, that always goes well. He's in another Lotus 15. I think he usually is anyway. Kricknoff, yes, so we got the 3 Lotus 15s here. And there's the back of the 49 Porsche, which is we got the 7 one. The 49 noticed had the Portuguese stripes down the centre and the Portuguese flag stripes. So that's the 7, and that's Claudio Rodaro in the 9046. And getting some great pictures here, Snow, as well, aren't we? But here is Kyle Tilley, the man from Bath, who's made that great career, and but finds time now to race all kinds of stuff, Lotus Cortinas, all sorts of stuff he races, and has a lot of success in. You just see the speed there of the second place Lotus 15. quite a lot of these cars race. I mean, people like Graham Hill race these Imperial. I mean, we said it many times before, but so you remember that Grand Prix drivers used to race in the support events, and Lotus 15 would be something they did. I don't actually know the history of this particular car. It's interesting that it's in orange, and it was obviously the Dutch racing colours.
I was going to say, it's not a McLaren orange, is it? It's not papaya.
No.
You say it's Dutch. Dutch orange.
There's a funny thing with papaya, you know,
yes,
because Tyler Alexander was there right at the beginning. Says the original orange wasn't papaya.
Yeah,
McLaren.
I've heard that, but
yeah,
nobody's told Zach Brown.
No. Well, I do a regular series on racing liveries, the big team for the BRDC Bulletin. It's very interesting to look at the histories of all these different colour schemes. These, you know, Carl's really ringing the neck of that car. He's sliding it around on the little narrow tyres, of course, and going extremely well.
I'm slightly fearful of his tyre wear at the rate he's throwing it around. It's fabulous to watch and very entertaining, but I'm not sure how long the tyres will last.
What about
at that
this?
rate.
What about this, Snowy? Because, you know, it is there's a lot of right-hand corner. I think there's only two main, and they're both very slow. They're both hairpins, effectively, the left-handers.
So, you've got turn 9, Gancho, and then coming back is Parabolica Interior, as in inside the corner, which is turn 6.
Yeah.
That's a fairly slow, lugubrious climbing.
Yeah.
Sort of, it seems to be forever.
Yeah.
And of course, that's where you want your car to handle, because the technical bits, or where you spend more time in the technical bits, or having power, which is why we see this yin and yang between you know, things like Healey's and E-types that appear relatively similar, but they're not. Bizzarini having a huge moment there on number 46 and almost out of control. There's quite a few cars that have issues down that first corner. I wonder if there's any kind of debris or something on the track.
They've had also, of course, had cars out there practicing and qualifying this morning before this race. So there is that Bizzarini. Great looking car. I told my Bizzarini story a couple of weeks ago at the previous race, so I won't go through it now, but I have driven one a long time ago.
I can't imagine there's much you haven't driven, Andrew.
Well, there is actually.
Well, not much, I think.
Things like look at the
list of Bizzarini side by side.
But both with the same Chevy engine in.
Yeah.
Strangely enough. So that's Hickett pushing Vercois, Jean-Pierre Vercois. And I noticed track might be getting a bit faster. Carl's just done his fastest lap thus far, which is 2:00.2, so I rounded up a little bit, and so he's not quite beat the 2-minute mark yet. And Holstein's keeping him honest actually, because he's 6 seconds behind. They say that Carl has got to build up a gap because of the effective elite status handicap that he'll get. So I noticed the list has just gone by, the Bizzarini. Look, there's the black lister of Vercois. Being a winner here last year in the Sunday Gentleman's Race.
So that puts Luke Vercois into third place overall, doesn't it now?
Yeah, and it was Spires won the first race last year. So that's why I'm a bit wondering why he's lapping to 2:04. He's speeded up. Maybe there is a little issue. You know, John's got two listers. The one he's racing here is an original, and the other one is the Nobly is one of the continuity or recreation cars. And sometimes with Greensill they race both of them, and halfway through the race they swap over.
It's a way to do it if you can.
Yeah. John started a company years and years ago called Best Investor, which worked really well for him. And you know, he's in his 70s and he still drives really well. Well, that Bizzarini is sliding the tail out. It's already fishtailing out of the corner there. So we were right on the coast here, Snowy. You remember going there? And you said he raced here some years ago. Yeah.
It was years ago as well, yes.
Yeah. So just see until he can break that 2-minute mark. And pulling away from Holster. Two Lotus 15s, the Lister Nobly of Vercois, Hickett, then the third of the Lotus 15s, Kirknoff, then John Spears, and then there's 3 Porsche 904s all in a row now, and then the beautiful Alpha Just Paul Ancelar in the Austin Healey. He is in 13th place. He's not leading his class, actually. The Porsches are leading that class. The Claudio Ordaro is in the 7 car. He heads that category. Well, so we've got 3 different categories here. In fact, the Bizzarini is obviously a GT car that's in a different category to the 3 sports races in front of him. Lotus 15s and the Listers did race against each other in period. Now here's his nice attempt at going down the inside there. The Portuguese driver just hanging on. There's the colours of the Portuguese flag, of course, down the middle of this beautiful car. There's a little that's a little shortcut, isn't it? There, I think they call that gancho, don't they? That little section. They added a bit to the circuit a long time ago.
Yeah.
And of course, this track has seen many Portuguese Grand Prix in the past, and famous for the fact that Ayrton Senna won his first Grand Prix here.
Oh no! That's number 1.
Yeah, that's Vercois.
Our 3rd place man.
Yeah,
deep in the gravel. Now
he's not coming out of there.
Exactly, that's going to cause some effect.
Full course yellow, I'm sure for that.
Yeah, straight away, exactly as you say, Andrew. 27 minutes, just under 28 minutes remaining on the clock.
There's a pit window open. No.
Safety car has been deployed straight away.
Yeah. So
it's not a virtual safety car here, is it?
No,
so
I don't think so.
So all the gaps will now be closed in concertina, which is always galling as a driver because you've worked hard to build a gap on, and somebody throws it into the gravel, which can't be helped. It's not their fault necessarily, but you then bunch up again, and all that hard work's undone. So they picked up Kyle Tilley, our leader, in the bright orange Lotus.
Yeah, and that's a big problem for Kyle, I think. Well, the problem in as much that all that hard work has gone to naught. There's Austin Healey in the middle of there that's been lapped, isn't there? I think that's Jose de Rocha. That's a Healey 100 as well. Oh, we got a change of driver here.
So this is the 199 Jaguar 120, I think it is. Well, look at it.
Yep. Beautiful looking car.
Some serious investigations going on the rear wheels, looking through the tightening spokes. Well, it must have. Would it have drum brakes or disc brakes on the back on a 120? Probably a drum still, won't it?
I would think probably a drum. It might just the cameraman just. He's gone onto the driver.
So there's some concern on the rear brakes, some adjustment going in, literally reaching through. It is a drum still, yes.
Did he hear us?
Not looking.
The cameraman, I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Not looking in the best condition, those drum. My cameraman very kindly just got right down through the spokes and had a look at that drum on the rear offside, and it's not looking in the better conditions there. And the problem with drum brakes is they go out of shape.
Yes,
that's it. When they go out of shape and they go oval, and that's when you get a juddering, and that can obviously just fire you off. And I mean, it takes poor brakes, makes them even worse.
Yeah, I think it was actually Dunlop rather than the brake manufacturer came up with the disc brake idea.
So Kyle Tilley's gesticulating, he's pulling.
Yeah, go fast.
He's getting the safety car. He's actually pulling alongside, not pulling past him, but he's now right behind, saying, "Get a move on, get a move
slowly,
on."
Mate,
Too slowly, exactly.
Yeah, could be the car's overheating a little bit or something like that. Interesting, it's got number 15 on it as well, look. So it's a Lotus 15, number 15.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I like. I like a lot of things about the Peter Auto series, but I like the fact they allow people to do that. It makes sense.
It makes it easier for us simple commentators as well.
Well, yes, and just reminds people what the actual car is. So, going around slowly. It'll take a couple of minutes, I guess, to drag that car out of there. I'm just going to try to...
So a busy few weeks for our current race leader sitting behind the safety car here, Kyle Tilley. He's had outings at Goodwood, Revival, then on to Barcelona 24-hour into a modern car, the Ferrari I mentioned a little bit earlier, and now back into a Lotus 15 this weekend. And I'm sure this isn't the only car he'll be racing here this weekend.
Absolutely not.
I'll be amazed if it's any less than 3. Probably more.
And then is Petit Le Mans next weekend? I don't remember. So, I believe we can go down to the pits and find out what's happening. So just wait and we'll see somebody momentarily.
And for the first time in the pit lane of Estoril here, pour la première fois dans la pit lane d'Estoril, avec ce live streaming qui s'annonce absolument prometteur. Et puis, histoire de planter le décor, puisqu'on est au Portugal et on va parler français. There will be a mix of French commentaries and English commentary, of course. First interview, it will be in French, ce sera en français. Roi Miragomesh. Alors, Roi Miragomesh, en fait, il habite ici à Estoril. C'est la course à la maison pour vous?
Oui, c'est la course à la maison. Ça me prend 5 minutes d'arriver depuis chez moi au circuit. Et en plus, c'est un circuit un petit peu mythique pour nous parce que c'était le premier grand circuit qu'on a construit au Portugal. On a des grands mémoires. C'était la première victoire d'Ayrton Senna ici. D'ailleurs, il est très populaire au Portugal. Et en plus, on est vraiment ravis d'accueillir déjà pendant plusieurs années les courses de Peter Otto.
On vient de voir cette voiture à l'écran, une Jaguar XK 140. C'est l'une des plus anciennes du plateau ici. Ça se pilote comment sur ce circuit?
Bon, ça se pilote avec beaucoup de foi. Vous savez que nous sommes très fidèles à Notre-Dame de Fatima. Et donc, à la fin de la ligne droite, quand on freine, on pense à Notre-Dame de Fatima pour arrêter la voiture.
Merci, Roi Miragomesh. He's the driver of this Jag XK 140. And he said, when you come at the end of the straight here, you think at Notre-Dame de Fatima. And you hope that the car will break, of course, because this XK 140 is quite an old car. And he explained how important Estoril is for the motorsport in this country, of course. That's the circuit of the first victory of Ayrton Senna, for example, and the most important circuit, the first most important circuit in Portugal, of course, Roi Miragomesh.
Oh, Vincent, thank you very much for that. I wasn't sure that Vincent was going to be in the pit lane this weekend, so it's great to have him there. And he always gets in amongst the people, both interesting people like that, always people that are running at the front, and Breakdown is right there with a microphone, so that would really add to our coverage. So it is still Tilly and Holstein going round Hickert in the Pizzerini, and then John Spears, has moved up to 4th place, so that's interesting, and that will put him into a situation in the championship which could see him win the title. But is he driving with Nigel Greensall? In qualifying, Nigel didn't drive the car, but he's entered in it, so it'll be interesting to see.
Now, it depends what the organisers decide. It is at their discretion. So Kyle Tilley trying to get absolutely alongside.
He is, absolutely.
Now he's going to the pit lane, that's why. So he is able to do that. So technically he cannot pass the safety car, which is quite correct, obviously with his many 24-hour experience, etc. He's just sat to one side, almost exactly alongside it, leaving maybe a foot clear. But until he's over the pit lane, and then technically he's allowed to overtake the safety car because he's coming into the pit. So a good bit of discipline from our race leader, Kyle Tilley there.
It's going to be a very busy place, isn't it? And let's see how long. Usually Tilley will be kept 20 seconds longer than his nearest rivals.
No, virtually everybody's sat into the shop.
Yeah, somebody in the TVR Grand Tour is going for a bit of glory, aren't they? And staying out. But you know what? That's Mark Hales. Mark Hales, huge history of racing, journalist, driven many different cars, used to drive all Nick Mason's cars.
1010. So I was just what I'm about to say about that car is, Andrew, that it's have you noticed the colour scheme of it? It's Herbie the Beetle.
Oh, Herbie the Beetle.
Number 53, white with the red and blue stripes.
There's Wolf.
So 92 list at Chevrolet into the pits.
It's a beautiful car that we talked to him at the previous race meeting at Paul Rickard. Wolf Zweifler. He's got quite a lot of very nice cars, and over the years he's had the best part of close on 100 different racing cars, believe it or not, Wolf. And he says, I'm not that quick, but I enjoy myself. And at Rickard, he did a very good job in his Lister too. Beautiful Lister Chevy that wasn't raced by anybody particularly famous, but has not been messed about, and it's a beautiful original car. Because quite a lot of these listed, a lot of continuity cars being built to those listers.
Well, they have, so they haven't got fatigued metals. But the car that's now at the head of the field is the car that I was mentioning about the brakes. Actually, a 140 Jaguar we learned from our pit lane, not a 120.
And we can go down to the pit lane now. Valsar, what have you got for us?
Retour dans cette pit lane d'Estoril ici avec une situation de course pour cette première course du week-end. En fait, on a une procédure safety car et on ouvre la fenêtre de pit stop en même temps. Et bien, c'est bien simple dans ce cas-là. Vous pouvez le voir derrière moi, c'est l'embouteillage. Ce sont toutes les voitures de tête qui rentrent en même temps. Donc, ce qui veut dire qu'il y a une grosse affluence ici. That's the first race of the weekend, and there is a safety car procedure. It means that all the drivers in the leads are coming at the same time in the pit lane. So it's quite busy here.
Well, you don't say. So I thought Volta might have an interview. A bit difficult to dive into people when they're doing their pit stops. It's all right if the driver's changing, but if not, obviously they have to get their helmets off really to be heard clearly. So we've got the amazing sight here of the XK140 actually in the lead because he hasn't gone in and made the stop. And hopefully they'll have that car removed, the Verclin Lister removed from the gravel. So 18 minutes remaining. Quite a few cars with driver changes, but the TVR still going around nicely. And Mark has driven all sorts of wonderful cars in the past, and I think so Greensill has gone into the Lister. There is Nigel. Races every week, of course, does Nigel Greensill with his crash helmet, which is a mixture of Ronnie Peterson and Hans Stuck, two of his heroes. And just recently, he went to Sweden and had lunch with Ronnie Peterson's brother Tommy, and had a marvellous time. So Nigel, great racing driver in his 60s, wins almost every week, drives over in America in an LMP3 car. Drives lots of John Spears cars. The other day he did as old as 24 hours in a BMW in some private team. He's got a helmet for hire, really, is Nigel, but he's always right on it and so fast. And it'll be very interesting to see where everybody comes out after this pit. So Nigel also is an elite driver, so he will get the extra penalty. So the overall order, really I wouldn't worry about that too much. We'll have to see what happens. I see Tilly has dropped to 5th place, Holstein to 6th at the moment, but it will all shake itself out. But I do hope they get this going pretty quickly because we want to see people right on it again. And there'll be quite a lot of overtaking. There's that beautiful Alpha. Look at that, the red car in the middle of your picture. The Bizzarini just behind it. And just trying to look out for the guy who leads the championship, Mark Julie, who's handed over to I believe it's his wife actually, Agatha. So there they are. Pace car still got the lights firmly flashing, so it might be a few minutes more. And we've had a little bit of technical expertise going on here. We do now have 2 timing screens. Well, that's funny. Nigel's got out of the car. He was sitting in it. Now he's got out of it. The CKL boys from Sussex have obviously found something. So they're doing something there. They've got time to do it.
There's no sense of urgency to get that car back into the races.
So,
the body language told us everything of Nigel and the mechanics.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I think in historic racing, Andrew, there should be mechanics, not technicians.
Yes, I think they are definitely mechanics.
It seems age appropriate.
Those 2 mechanics come from Keith Lucas's organisation down in Sussex, and they have built some. They've built some of the continuity listers in the past. Well, this is an original, but they look after this particular car and lots of others. And Chris is a great guy and runs a superb outfit down there.
A tight ship, I think, is the phrase. It's a good operation, CKL.
Yeah.
Cars are always well prepared, immaculately turned out, and competitive. And the two don't always go together.
No. I think we can go down to Volta. Maybe he's got Nigel Greensill down there. Let's hope so. Let's find out what's happening with Volta.
Yeah,
It
back
has.
in the pits with this wonderful Lister Costin and Nigel Greenstall. But unfortunately, Nigel, it's the end before the start for you. What's happening?
Oh, it's so unfortunate. John had driven a fabulous stint from the start. We had to start for the pit lanes. We had a little technical problem before the start, and John's come through the field and got us into a great position. I've jumped into it, but we've lost drive. So you can feel it go into gear and release the clutch. The clutch feels fine, but there's no drive. So we don't know. We don't know why. Well, the boys, the CKL team, are absolutely brilliant. So they're trying to fix it at the moment. So maybe we'll get out before the end of the race. So we'll certainly be trying.
That's what you can hope. Thank you very much, Nigel Greenstall, qui nous expliquait que malheureusement, ça s'est effectivement terminé avant que ça commence pour lui. La voiture est rentrée au stand. En fait, ils avaient un petit problème avant le début de la course. Il dit le plus important, c'est que John Spears, son équipier, propriétaire de la voiture, ait pu finalement effectuer ce premier relais. Mais il dit dès qu'on est rentré, j'ai jumpé à l'intérieur de la voiture, dans l'habitacle pour démarrer. Et là, il y a un problème de transmission. L'embrayage fonctionne, la boîte fonctionne, mais il n'y a rien qui passe finalement. Ils essayent de réparer, mais c'est compromis.
Told you Vincent gets his man. He was right there on cue, wasn't he? With Nigel Greenstall. Problems with the transmission on that Lister, which I think would have gone right to the front of the field, actually, with Nigel in it. But now we've only got 13 minutes left, Snowy. And
just thinking that it's been a long safety car for getting a car out of the gravel.
It has.
Whether it's another issue or whether there's debris on the track that's brought gravel back onto the track. We've also lost our Jaguar XK140 that was behind the safety car.
It's not in the pits.
But that had done the pit stop.
Yeah.
When the safety car, that's why it became behind the safety car, and effectively it wasn't race leader, but it was the first car behind the safety car. So I'm surprised where that's gone, unless they've just shuffled the order, and it's a race director's order to say back where you belong. I can't see the Jaguar at the moment at all. We do have obviously Kyle Tilley at the front of the field, effectively. Jakob Holstein in second place. Serge Kriknoff is in third. All Lotus, the front, all 15s. No, one's 11, sorry, isn't it? The Lotus 11, it's in the pit, sorry. So that's going to put Volker Hickert in the Bitzerini 5300 up to effectively third place on the road. John Spears would be fifth, but of course we've just had a report from the pit lane that car is in there with a gear issue from Nigel Greenstall. We are back to racing, I believe.
Yeah, we are.
Yes,
It
we
goes
are.
green. And listen, passed me by, but Carl Tilley has raced this car very recently at Castle Combe in what was the Autumn Classic.
Classic, right? Okay.
Yeah, and it was a 2 pit stop, 90-minute race.
Well, here he is on the right-hand side of the pits, Andrew, coming past everybody, come past the Alpha TZ1, the Healy, the Bitstream, they're all trying to find their way through. The Healy keeps out of the way, so we've got Kyle Tilley, and the TZ1, TZ2 up 155 has a rotation. Another car to have an issue at turn one there, got going again, just a 180 round, it went straight in front of 185 Lotus, just rejoining. So that's Christian Oldendorf in the Alpha TZ2 that just rejoined.
Well, Kriknoff has obviously played it well because he's got a 9-second lead over Tilley, who's in the pits longer. So let's see what sort of lap times they do now. And actually, Kriknoff, Serge, in his Lotus 15 is doing, well, he's 3 seconds a lap slower than Kyle Tilley. Has Kyle got enough time to catch him up? We need to do a bit of a mental arithmetic here. We've got, just looking on this. Well, we got 5 laps left, effectively. So 5 laps, 3 seconds, that's 15 seconds. Yeah, Kyle should be able to reel him in, I think. There's that lovely Onslaught Healy. The famous Works Healy colours, of course, BMT competition department, and must pay tribute, of course, to a man who just died the other day, Stuart Turner, who was the brains behind all BMC successes. Well, not all, but many of the successes. And then was at Castrol, and then went to Ford and had a huge career there. And also was a great after-dinner speaker. So sorry that
I think a raconteur, wasn't it?
Yeah, great raconteur. He won an award actually from some cognac company. He had an award best after dinner speaker of the year, and he did win it once. And anyway, so he was very much one of the masterminds of the great mini rally cars and so on. The thing about the Healy, it's off screen now, but it was a great race car, but it was also a great rally car. In fact, it's probably in a way a better rally car than a race car, driven by the likes of the famous Timo Mäkinen and people like that.
Which is slightly ridiculous given how low to the ground it was, and they always tore the exhaust off on
Well,
the road cars.
yeah.
How did it ever make a rally car? But it did
Well,
very successfully.
I think they rerouted it, I think.
So that gap from 8 seconds from Serge Kriknoff in the Lotus 15 in the lead. Kyle Tilley in second place. It was 8 seconds on the last lap. It's now 4.7. Kind of reinforces what you said about it. Really meant, literally really meant the space of 1 lap there. It's half the gap. So
and let's not forget the man who was second, Holstein from Denmark, because he is now 5th, and he was second, and he's a bit quicker than Kriknoff normally. So I would think he might get onto the podium from that position. 8 minutes still to go in this interrupted gentleman's race. They race again tomorrow. The CKL boys will have that Lister working properly tomorrow with a transmission problem they had.
Laurent Jaspers and Paul Ancelon in the Jaguar E-Type, and Austin Healy's, that's 73 and 31 respectively. Still hammer and nails at this. 0.4 of a second between those two, and this is the battle we were talking about very early in the race, Andrew, of these two just knocking it out every corner, along with these two lovely Porsches, 158 and 60.
Yeah, racing really well together, those two, for 8th place overall. And
Andy Newell and Peter Bergel.
Yeah, Andy Newell is the guy that built a lot of GT40 replicas, Gets Go, and he's retired from that now.
Gels Go.
Gels Go, I should say.
That's right.
And he's just concentrating on his racing now. Had a very good run making GT40s. A good driver too.
I remember racing one with Greg and Fiskin.
Yeah.
Very, very good cars. And obviously did a lot in McLaren Can-Am cars.
Yeah.
Quite famous in those.
Yeah.
And successful. Very slow Healy there. I'm not sure whether that's just because it's a back mark and a bit further down the field, but just coming into our camera shot there, just looked a little bit slow there. New fastest lap of the race for our 4th place man, Diogo Tavares, in the Porsche 904.
He's going well in that. Who else? Didier Maris, give him a bit of a shout out. In 7th place in a much older than most of them Porsche 356. It is a continuity car. It's one of the Beck-built ones, but he's going terrifically well in that.
Kyle Tilley, that's got the fastest lap of the race, 2 minute dead, well, 2.00,
yeah, just
199, compared to Serge Kriknoff at the front, who's 203. That's not going to last much longer. I think Kyle Tilley's going to dive down the inside, Andrew. Indeed, he gets the job done.
Yeah, he gets the job done, puts the orange car in front. Castle Combe winning 1 week, and here he is at Estoril and in front with this car. And I thought he'd make the front, but I didn't think he'd make it that soon, to be honest. He's really on it. So,
well, just over 6 minutes of the race remaining, Andrew.
Kyle, of course, will be racing. We'll see him racing a bit later today with Ollie Bryant in the Porsche.
The 2 litre?
The Porsche 2 litre Cup, yeah. Ollie has won that championship already, and Kyle, when he was racing at Creventic 1 week, didn't do one of the races, so I think he's got the chance to finish 2nd or 3rd in the championship, but obviously he didn't score points in one of them. Look at this, E-Type versus Healy, side by side. And just now, 5 minutes to run, which we're talking about maybe 3 laps, maybe 2. Got 15 laps in the book. But so disappointing that the Greenshaw Spears car stopped in the pits, or didn't restart in the pits. And the other Lister, the Verquin one, of course, finished up in the gravel. We had Ross Kernow also pull out with the Lotus Elite. And another person did the start. It's the former Prime Minister of France. Ancelin still about 11th. Oh, and he's just in front of Mark Ashworth, the 87 car, and that is that's the other TVR. There's 2 TVRs in this, I think. There's the 73. Of course, they built special competition versions of those E-types, so we may see some of those later. But that's a more standard car. That Pizzeria is still locking up And I think that was the right front there, but surely earlier on
It was
the left front.
You're
so,
absolutely right.
Yeah. But they're having a terrific battle. Look at these two.
So the Bitsurino have it on sheer power and grunt,
Yeah.
but of course then it can't stop, and it has an issue with that front
Yeah.
brakes locking by the look of it.
So you're having a great battle with Diogo Tavares, obviously a local driver. And he got the inside lane. That was a nice bit of driving there, as he has managed to stay ahead of the Bitsurini. And the Lotus 15, they hit each other. The Bitsurini go spinning, and that was all a bit too audacious, wasn't it? Hopefully we might see that in replay. Doesn't seem to be much damage, but fierce level of competition there. Saw the two tangle. Bitsurini's got going again.
Yeah, and the Porsche hasn't. But I think it was a touch, just enough to rotate both cars, wasn't it? It wasn't an audacious dive down the inside. They just both wanted the same piece of track at the same time.
They did,
which usually doesn't work, we know.
So the Bitsurini looks up to full speed, and it passed the pits on that very long pit straight. So as I predicted, Holstein has moved up to third place. So now we got Lotus 15's first, second and third. And then we got the Bitsurini, despite its problem and spin we just saw. And then Andy Newell has come up into fifth spot, has Andy, driving that beautiful Alfa Romeo, which he prepares. Car with cycle wings, you might wonder what that is, the 44. And that is an Allard J2, the great Sidney Allard built those in South London, if I remember right. They're good American engines, and but cycle wings. Yeah, we're doing an Allard, Snowy?
No, I haven't. No, not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, the former editor of Autosport, Simon Taylor's got something called a Stowbolt Special, which I think is based on an Allard. And we see they're pretty effective pieces of kit. You look at it and think, oh, what's that doing in amongst all these more streamlined cars? But they go very well indeed. So, Tilly, 17 laps in the book, pulled away some 7 seconds from Kricknoff. Holstein is another 5 seconds back. He won't be able to catch Kricknoff now. And then the Bitsurini still leads his class, actually, from Newell and Fatemi, Maris, Vogelet, there's 3 generations of Vogelet has raced Porsches, and I think this is one of the 3rd generation, if I'm correct.
So just over a minute remaining, so this should be the final lap.
Yeah.
Andrew, with
it should be
2 minutes of the best lap, 2 minutes is the best time. So Carl Tilley should be imperious in the number 15.
Well, he certainly is, isn't he?
Lotus 15.
He'll find it more difficult in the 2.0 race, the Porsche race, because there they have the elite penalty really comes into play, because both him and Ollie Bryant get 20 seconds. So there's some very quick gentleman drivers in there, so they've got to make 40 seconds up on them, and we'll see all that later. But Tilly it is that leads from Kricknoff and Holstein, and it's bugging me a bit. I don't know the history of this particular Lotus 15. We've seen Bolomy Grimes racing one of these, successfully won at the good members meeting and one earlier in the season. And that car we knew it was one that was actually raced by Graham Hill. So I do wonder if he's got a Dutch heritage in it, or I think Kyle likes orange. I think he's got orange on his helmet, hasn't he? So anyway, he's just reeling in the final lap now, coming home. That great feeling of taking the checkered flag. There's not much that beats that, is there? And here he is round this former Grand Prix circuit. So he's owned by the government, I believe.
I think it is.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, I think he got into trouble quite early on, and they took it over. Lotus Coventry Climax engine, of course, in this car, 1500cc. They did race with other engines. Here he is. Where's that checkered flag? And there it goes. and win number 1 this weekend at the Peter Auto historic meeting here in Estoril, Portugal. It is Kyle Tilley, and he is almost actually Kricknoff just made it from Holstein. In the end, there were just, well, you saw the two crossing almost nose to tail there. So Lotus 15s, first, second and third. Hickart in the very different looking Bizzarini is in 4th place. Then Andy Newell in that Alfa Romeo. Dr. Fatemi in his Porsche 9046 rather than his Tajiro comes home 6th. And then we got Didier Maris in that Porsche 356 continuity car. Great drive from him, actually, something with very little power. Then Peter Vergelet from Switzerland, Laurent Jaspers, Paul Ancelin in the Healy. And sometimes with these classes, I get a little bit confused, Snowy. You know, we got 3 Lotus 15s there, and one of them is in a different class to the other 2. There will be a reason, but I have no idea what it is.
Is that Serge Kricknoff in 2nd place? That's a Lotus 11, not a 15.
Ah, it's 11. That's older. It's a very similar chassis, actually. You're absolutely right. Well corrected. And they look pretty well the same, but the 15 was obviously a progression of the 11. And most of the 11s actually ran with 1220cc Climax engines in.
So a slightly interrupted race that I was expecting there with that safety car requirement in the middle that I'm absolutely not doubting the marshals or officials for 1 minute, but just took a bit longer to get that Lister out of the gravel or the safety car was out for longer than I expected. Let's put it that way. It's a bit more accurate way of putting it. Kyle Tilley, it is in the Lotus 15 from 1960 that wins outright, 18 laps. 2nd place, Serge Kricknoff in the 4-year-older, as Andrew has just said, Lotus 11. And rounding out the podium is yet another Lotus. So is it Lotus, Lotai? I don't know. It's 3 of them. We always have this argument, don't we? Jakob Holstein in his Lotus 15 from 1959. So 3 Lotuses on the podium. Bizzarini that it is in 4th place, Volker Hickert, and Andy Newell, who we were talking about a little bit in the number 155 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2, wasn't it? It's a TZ2 that one, isn't it? He drove?
Yeah,
not a TZ1, a TZ2.
So here they are just coming. The wind's blowing pretty swiftly here, isn't it? Look at those flags, Snowy.
Yeah, I mean, nice 22 degrees ambient temperature, which is lovely. Just nice, almost perfect conditions for racing some of these older historic cars. That doesn't make that's a double. Is that a double negative? Older and historic in the same sentence?
It's an oxymoron.
It's one or both, but it's the same at the same time, isn't it? But the wind, of course, and it will affect these cars, not so much as a modern car under aero, but if you've got a slightly less powered car down the straight and you've got a headwind, it'll make a difference.
Well, here's Kyle bailing out. Well, indeed, he's got orange on his crash helmet, on his race suit, so it all matches beautifully. And there, the Lotus 99 car, the actual Lotus 11 of Kricknoff, which has got those sort of jaws on the front of it. I wonder if we're going to go in the interview. Right, we are. So Vincent is down there, and so congratulating the boys from Bath who prepare this car. And there is Fonso. And Fonso, let's hear from the winner.
It's okay. And we are with the winner of this race, Kyle Tilley, at the finish of this race. Kyle, first of all, it seems that you have to drive a Lotus to win this race.
Yeah, it looks like that, doesn't it? It's certainly this track, I think, favours the little Lotuses, so agile and nimble. But no, what a great race. Big thank you to the organisers and the team, Aero Motorsport, for looking after it.
Great, congratulations. Maybe the first win of with others this weekend, you think?
You know, fingers crossed, but we won't count our chickens just yet. But no, it's a great start to the weekend.
Thank you very much, Guy. Thank you. Et on se retrouve avec Serge Kriknoff. Serge, deuxième place. Bon, visiblement, comme je l'ai dit à Kyle Tilley, il fallait une Lotus pour briller ici.
Une Lotus, bon, et les deux là, les deux Ascar, ils ont un petit peu plus de puissance que moi. Mais les Lotus sont extraordinaires. Ouais. Lotus 15 ou Lotus 11, il me manque les 60 chevaux qu'ils n'ont pas pour m'amuser avec eux. Mais grâce au safety car, j'ai quand même pu m'amuser un petit peu. C'était chouette. C'est un super moment ici, il fait super beau, enfin c'est génial. Et cette Lotus, je crois qu'elle aime bien Estoril aussi, la mienne.
Et le pilote aime Estoril?
Ah, j'adore. Ah, c'est comment on peut pas aimer quoi. Enfin, en plus avec les conditions que l'on a, c'est extraordinaire. Les gens sont super sympas, enfin partout. Là, on est à Cascais, c'est extraordinaire. Enfin, nous, on a un plaisir incroyable à venir ici. On reviendra tout le temps. Enfin, j'espère qu'il y aura tout le temps à Estoril.
Merci, Serge Kriknoff. The third one of this race, Jakob Viggo Holstein is coming from Denmark. Jakob Viggo, it's a 1, 2, 3 for the Lotus. Lotus was the mark here.
That's nice. That's really good to see. Fantastic race, good fun, nice weather here in Estoril, so good to be here.
You like this track here?
Wonderful track here, and it's always nice weather and a relaxed environment, so I really enjoy it here.
How was the race?
It was fun. Maybe a little bit unlucky on the safety car and the relaunch, but then lucky in the end by the Porsche and Blizzarini taking each other out. So I think it was good. I need to get Sergio next time though.
That was the 1, 2, 3 of this first race here in Estoril.
Excellent stuff. So let's see 1, 2, 3. Here's the highlights. Well, there we are. Nice highlights. So that race done and dusted. Just to do a little bit of housekeeping there, the Porsche that we saw involved with the incident with the Blizzarini did not restart, and he's also in trouble with the clerk of the course for overtaking under the safety flag. So he probably would have got a penalty anyway. So that is Diogo Tavares. So not a great race for him. So he's now shown as in 21st place overall. So just to recap, it was Kyle Tilley winning in the end by a margin of 8 seconds from Serge Kriknoff from Switzerland. Then the Dane we just heard from, Jakob Holstein, and then great drive from the Blizzarini. in coming home in a fourth position, and of course winning his category F ahead of Andy Newell. Blue skies here at this Grand Prix circuit of Estoril. Has had a lot of sports car races here over the years. I've had bike Grand Prix, very popular venue, and near the lovely seaside resort of Cascais, because there are a couple of other decent tracks here in Portugal. A decent crowd too, I see, in the grandstand. One, of course, in the Algarve, and of course they also had historic races on the old Grand Prix circuit of Porto. They only had a World Championship race there once in Porto. That's quite a venue, I can tell you.
When was that? I think
59. I think
I was going to say 58, but
yeah, it might have been 58.
As in not correcting you. As in, I thought it was approximately that era.
Yeah, I think it was 58. I think you're right, actually.
Hang on. We've got 2 days of this, Andrew. I don't want to peak early and be right so soon. It's a slippery slope, then, is it not?
It is. So I think we're going to have soon a great parade of Grand Prix cars from, spreading over 75 years of the World Championship.
Very much our era.
Yeah, at the moment we've got a clean track here, and just to give you a little bit of background on it. Its full name is the Autodromo Fernando Pires da Silva. Da Silva, like Ayrton Senna da Silva. And it is, as I said earlier, run by the state management company. It comes in at these days, the circuit we're using, 2.6 miles, which is 4.2 kilometres. Portuguese Grand Prix held here, and I went to most of these races actually, from 1984 to 1996. And it's about 20 kilometres west of Lisbon. It was actually built in 1972. They still have a World Superbike race here, and there was a round of the Sidecar World Championship. I didn't know that the sidecars used to race alongside the other categories at one stage. They've got a separate series now. And it was here that Nicky Lauda won his third and final championship. Senna's first Formula One win.
That was Lauda's win by half a point, wasn't it? In the
correct
1984
over Prost.
Yes.
Over Prost, yes.
Smallest margin ever.
Yeah. The circuit wasn't designed by one of the famous designers. It's a chap called Ayrton Carlson from Brazil designed this track, but it was subsequently modified by Tilke organisation. And over the years, as we see the flags fluttering, Prost was the big winner here. He won in 84, 86, 87 and 88. And Nigel Mansell won in 90 and 92. And as we say, Senna's first victory was here, but he only won here once, which is 85. And Michael Schumacher won in 87, Berger in 87, and Damon won here, two of the later races. DC won in 95. And Jacques Villeneuve, who you spoke to at Goodwood, didn't you? And had a lovely chat with Jacques Villeneuve. He won the race here in 96.
He did. He came to Goodwood Revival this year for the first time a few weekends ago, and drove an AC Cobra, the hairy canary, the bright yellow one, yellow one, pale yellow one. And he did actually get voted by one of our colleagues, Guy Loveridge, as a man of the weekend, for the simple fact that he arrived and parked his ego to one side, which was Guy's own sort of like citation, if you like.
Yeah, I mean,
and he was an absolute delight. And there was a bit in the Drivers' Club where I commented to our colleague Bruce Jones that it was Jacques Villeneuve, Tony Kanaan, Scott Dixon, Dario Franchitti, Tom Christensen, and they were and that's just a few of them. And it was literally like a sort of boys' boarding school. They were all having a great chat. You're thinking, individually, each one of those has done an awful lot. Collectively, it's just it's overwhelming almost.
Yeah, and covering the whole sphere of motor racing. So you got JV having, of course, won the Indy 500, coming and winning the World Championship with Williams, and then you got Dario, of course, 3 times winner of the 500, and Tom 9 times winner of Le Mans. What a group to be in.
And Franchitti, he's been quite handy at Indy as well.
Yeah, I think he's won it 3 times. Yeah,
3 times and 4 titles.
Yeah, that's right. So you know, as we're just taking a bit of time out here off the track, just to just contemplate a little bit Portuguese racing drivers. Had a few in Formula One over the years. The first that tried was Mario Cabral. That was back in the late 50s, early 60s, and of course we had Pedro Chavez. I don't think he ever made a race. He was in a horrible Coloni car, and I don't think he ever qualified. And then of course we had Pedro Lamy, the first Portuguese driver ever to get points. He got 1 point at the '96 Australian Grand Prix in Minardi. And then we had, remember Tiago Monteiro in the Jordan?
Gosh, yes.
Well, he was the first Portuguese to get on the podium. And you might say, why? How did that happen? And I say to you, the Indianapolis race, well, they nearly all pulled off. And only the Bridgestone runners continued. You remember that? So he actually finished third in that. And then these days, we've got great sports car races, haven't we, from Portugal? Felipe Albuquerque, super guy. Rui Aguirre, of course. Alba Barbosa had huge success out in the States. I hope I'm saying Ayal correctly. It's a bit of a tongue twister. And then in Formula E, of course, one of the real stars is Antonio Felix da Costa, another Portuguese driver. So, I mean, not as many as Brazilians, of course, but so Portuguese is a language we hear spoken a lot in paddocks around the world amongst the drivers. But we have had those Portuguese drivers I mentioned, and there's the man who started all, Mario Cabral. Then we're talking about good Portuguese racing drivers. What about the guy who is actually the promoter or joint promoter with Peter Otto of this race meeting? He's called Diogo Ferral from the organisation Race Ready, and he has huge success in GT40. And what did he do last weekend? He won the Spa 6 hours together with Martin Stretton. They've raced a lot in the past together, and now we're getting to look at some Formula One cars. So Diogo not only promotes race meetings, he wins races. A nice shot of the inboard front suspension there, rock around DFV at the back. This is the next Gunnar Nilsson Lotus 78, I think, just looking at it. And in the famous JPS colours. Originally, the yellowy colour was more gold than that. We got it. And here's now this is a car that Nick Padmore is going to be racing later, I think. And these are two cars that belong to the Chrome Cars organisation. The guy who owns Chrome Cars is a huge Formula One enthusiast. And
you mentioned Jacques Villeneuve, just seeing there on the side of that car there.
Yeah.
Nigel Mansell as rating period, underneath Nick Padmore written.
Yeah.
When I was chatting to Jacques Villeneuve last weekend, Nick Padmore said to me, I said, "Oh, check you out," chatting away, and so he said, "I've raced one of his cars," and I said to him, "We'll go and chat to him then." And Nick's a good mate, and he just went, no, not at all. And he didn't want to do it. It was like a small kid. And I said, that's ridiculous. The man that raced it and won Grand Prix in it is standing there, and you've driven it. So I took him across and said, "Jack, this is a good friend of mine." I said, he's raced one of your cars. Show him the pictures. And Nick stood there, literally, he won't mind me saying this, like almost like a little schoolboy sort of showing him. And of course, they got into a chat about it.
Of course they did.
And look, why wouldn't you? Like, get it done. Should be a broker. Should be an agent.
Got a lovely McLaren out there. We have got a good selection of race cars. We didn't see the list prior to arriving, but we've got some very nice cars coming around. I'll try and tell you a little bit more about it. So obviously a McLaren M19 I saw out early days. It's got Lotus 21. So there's the McLaren, the Yardley liveried McLaren M19, raced by the lights of Denny Hull. And I got another story, Snowy.
It doesn't surprise me, Andrew. Go ahead.
It might not be that particular car, but Denny Hull hit me in the pit lane at Brands Hatch, at Race of Champions. I was in front of the car, and he was not very happy. He was looking behind him, and then he dropped the clutch. He didn't know I was in front of him, and I went right over the top of the back wing.
So it wasn't targeted?
No, I targeted. And finished on all fours with the camera around. Nothing broke. I hardly had a scratch. A fright. And then he came and gave me a bit of a telling off afterwards. Could have broken his wings. Well, I said,
So
well,
he was more concerned that you could have damaged his
Yeah,
car than
absolutely.
damaging you.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's the insight to the mind of a
What?
racing driver.
And what was his nickname? Can you remember?
The bear.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Love those Yardley colours, actually. Yardley would obviously splash it on all over type stuff. Lotus 24, that is. We know that because there'll be several Ligers in this, because the famous Mr. John B, the composite king from France, he collects them. McLaren M26 leading this group, and then what's that? And then the Ligier behind it. We're going to see Ligier's racing. So some of the cars are just in this demonstration, and some will be racing later. So there's the M26, raced by the lights of James Hunt, of course. The M26 following the M23. And that's a Ligier. I don't think that one is that a JS21? I might better need to get a better look at it, really.
It's funny you say that, Andy, that we talk about. We think of not so much modern papaya on current Formula One McLarens, but Marlboro, famous obviously in their period of Senna, Prost, Lauda predating that in the 80s and whatever. And of course, James Hunt and Fittipaldi back in the 70s. Yeah. But the Yardley bit is something I remember, but it was actually only 3 seasons, 72, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Last season, they were on BRM to start with.
Of course, I've forgotten that, yes.
Well, on BRM, because Louis Stanley was very good at finding sponsors. He found Yardley, and then McLaren nicked it, and then he found Marlboro, and Ron Dennis, Teddy Mayer nicked that as well off him. So they lost 2 big sponsors for very good reasons, which we won't go into. But so the 3rd season, they'd done a deal with Marlboro. So Emerson and whoever it was in the 2nd car were in the Marlboro cars. And then they ran a 3rd car with the Yardley colours for Mike Hailwood. And Mike did have a big out. So there's an Ensign, which became the Borough. Beautiful looking car. Maurice Nunn built that in Walsall. And it was originally funded by a chap called Ricky Von Opel. Funded the Ensign were very good at Formula 3 cars, and they had excellent Formula 3 team. There's a Lotus 16. We're talking about the sort of last of the front engine cars in this parade here.
Quite surreal. I mean, it is a parade, obviously, but quite surreal seeing these differences of cars on track there. When you see them following one another around in this demonstration, and a Lotus, the Lotus 25 behind?
Well, 24.
24.
24 was a space.
The car number 24.
Yeah. But 24 was a space frame car. And then, but the same season, they went to an aluminium monocoque tub, which was the Lotus 25, which is hugely successful, of course, both with the same engine. And I think people, because in those days, they sold Formula 1 cars to privateers as well. They sold them the 24, saying, this is our current car. Chapman not telling these guys that he got something up his sleeve for the factory cars, which are the 25, so much stiffer. So he's gone from a chassis which is made out of tubes welded together, suspension pretty similar, to a monocoque, almost like a bathtub. And they use L72 aluminium, which is the same aluminium that they use for plane wings, although of course they're all going finally carbon these days. But yeah, so here's this car, is the 24 is coming in. There's the Lotus 16. There's the Ensign. The story with the Ensign is that I don't know quite what happened with the deal, but the HB Bewaking with a driver called Roloff Wunderink, who we called something else. They fell out and they kept the car, and then it was raced subsequently under the name Borough, just to confuse everybody. But it was basically an Ensign. Ensigns have proved...
It's confused me already.
Ensign proved extremely successful in historic car racing, Formula 1 racing. They weren't so successful. It didn't have the budget. These days they have better engines, best tyres and everything for the people that run them. But great to see that little parade of cars running around here on the Estoril track. And I did say that Ensign had a Formula 3 team, and then one of their drivers was called Ricky Von Opel, wanted to go Formula 1 racing. Now, he had the budget. because Ricky was the grandson or the great-grandson of Adam Opel, the founder of Opel Cars. And at this stage in his life, the family had sold most of the business to General Motors. So Ricky had plenty of wedge. When he was in Formula 3, he had a completely separate test team. So he had his Formula 3 car, but he also had a separate car for the test car with 2 separate mechanics, and he went to every track and practiced with them. He arrived in a Rolls Royce.
It's the way to do it, in style.
And so he was in the factory team, which was sponsored by Iberia. The main driver was a guy called Mike Walker, still around, who'd actually stepped back. So back then, Snowy, in Formula 3, people like Mike Walker were being paid to race. They weren't paying 1.5 million or whatever it is to race in Formula 3. They were paid drivers. Anyway.
So I don't know what's happening on track at the moment, Andrew, but we've got cars, the green flags come out again. So whether somebody went off or something or stopped the thing on track, but all the cars came into the pit lane. I assume that was the end of the demonstration. They've actually queued up at the end of the pit lane. The green flags come out again. So I thought it was quite short, but they're all back out on track once again.
I'll just finish this Ricky Von Opel story. So he was fast. And he'd been in Formula Ford under an assumed name as well, which is Antonio Bronco. I think he thought his car was a bucking Bronco. And anyway, he decided he wanted to go straight into Formula 1. And so rather than buy a place in a regular team, and Brabham was one of them that he could have bought a place in, he got Morris to build him a Formula 1 car. And obviously Morris had been a factory driver for Lotus in Formula 3. But he built this car and it didn't really work very well. And Ricky then jumped ship. Did a season with it. Then the second season, after 3 races, he jumped ship from Ensign, who were looking at Ensign now, and he went to Brabham. He did, if I got it, or the second season he went to Brabham, and he did about 3 or 4 races, and he didn't do very well, and he got in his Rolls Royce, and he drove away, never to be seen again. And then now I understand he is a Buddhist monk in Thailand.
Well,
so
there
that's
you go.
Now, the funny story, as we said, now we got the 2 Ligiers to go. Sure, Mr. John will be as in one, and Sahel Ayari will be in the other one, won't he? Because he prepares those cars.
So this is kind of back to my teenage days of watching. We've got the pace a little bit on this second part of this demonstration run with the McLaren M26 at the front. The 2 Ligiers swapping places, and whilst they're not from the same season, it's wonderful to see those 2 cars. Ligier Gitan sponsored blue car, absolutely beautiful. That's very evocative of Marriott. I think we've got Vincent in the pits with an interview for us.
We are in the pits of Estoril during this Formula 1 demo with a French driver. We'll do in French interview then. He's used to drive a Formula 1. On est ici avec Sohail Ayari. Sohail, on vous a choisi spécialement parce que c'est marqué sur votre t-shirt. Vous avez l'habitude de rouler avec des Formule 1. Alors une Formule 1 des années 70-80, est-ce que c'est compliqué à piloter ou pas?
Bah, non, c'est pas vraiment compliqué à conduire, à piloter quand on a l'habitude de le faire, parce que bien sûr il faut savoir faire le talon pointe, il faut savoir manier une boîte en H, mais quand on a grandi en le faisant, tous les gens de ma génération l'ont fait, donc ça c'est pas très dur. Après, c'est une voiture très légère, très puissante et donc très réactive, c'est difficile de l'amener à ses limites, ça c'est difficile. Après, à piloter, c'est pas très dur.
Alors hier j'avais la chance d'être en bord de piste là, durant la qualification. On a vu ces pilotes évoluer, la longue ligne droite et puis ce terrible freinage pour le premier droite. Là il faut quand même un peu avoir foi en ses freins.
Oui, surtout qu'on a beaucoup de vent dans le dos, les ailerons sont déchargés et le freinage on arrive très vite et c'est assez compliqué avec le vent qui nous pousse et qui décharge les ailerons.
Il y a de gros écarts entre les gars qui roulent devant et puis ceux qui roulent dans la deuxième partie du peloton parce que ça ne s'apprend pas en quelques jours.
Parce qu'on l'a dit, à la limite c'est compliqué à amener parce que ça va très vite dans les virages, on prend pas mal de G avec ces voitures et ça il faut s'y habituer, il faut le physique pour tenir dans les virages et tenir sa tête, mais après quand on a eu un peu l'habitude de le faire, ça se fait très bien. Et puis il y a même des gentlemen très avisés qui roulent pas mal qui roulent souvent et du coup roulent très très bien avec ces voitures.
So yeah, here is a former Formula 3000 driver, of course. He said, okay, it's not complicated to drive the Formula 1 here on Estoril, but it's complicated to be quick. Of course, you have to have experience with this kind of car. It's very light, very powerful, and you are in the straight line here, and then braking for the first ride. Then you have to be used to this kind of car, of course, to be quick.
Yes, indeed, just to confirm, that's Sahel Ayari, who also won the Macau Formula 3 race one, yeah? So he's not in one of those Ligiers. His outfit prepares those cars, Snowy. And so I'm sure Mr. John B is in one of them. And well, good to see them out here, all with DFE engines from Cosworth.
Great sight there of one of the Ligier that is now starting to harass, for the want of a term, in a demonstration run. But as I said, they picked up the pace for the second part of the demonstration, but now harassing the M26 McLaren in front, that's got the driver whom has a James Hunt tribute helmet. So the car looks exactly correct. It looks, it's me in my old school ways. If you see a modern driver's helmet in an older car, you think, oh, that's not right. And quite nice that they've got a James Hunt. Checkered flag is waved for the end of this demonstration run. So it goes to the McLaren and 2 Ligiers. Never thought I'd say that in a commentary.
Yeah, that guy races that car regularly with that helmet. Just trying to recall his name. But anyway, here we see the Ligiers. I think we had two different models from about 3 years apart there. So coming up next, Snowy, is going to be qualifying for the Porsche 2.0 Cup race, which is always full of great action. There's the Boro or Ensign with the HB sponsorship on it from back in the 1977-ish. Here we're talking 1958, 1959 with this Lotus 16.
$17 on the entry list for the Porsche 2-litre Cup, according to the entry list I've got. Quite a few of those with two drivers.
Yeah. So we got three
about 12 or so, actually.
Sorry.
That's right. So Carl Tilley, we've mentioned already, back out again. So I think that's probably why they put the demonstration run in now, to give Carl the chance to get out into his next session in the with Ollie Bryant, unsurprisingly. I think that might be a Bryant family car, that Porsche. I'm sure it is.
No, Kyle owns that.
Kyle owns that one. Okay, no, my apologies to Kyle, but I know Ollie is a regular in that car, and of course they have a nice field of cars, or fleet of cars, do the Bryant family.
They certainly do. They won the championship last year.
And I think hasn't he won it already this year, Ollie?
And he's won it already this year, but he won it with Tilley last year because Tilley drove the racing. And then prior to that, Ollie has won with the championship, I believe, with Andrew Smith as well in the past. So. Cars being pushed back into the garage.
So also one of our two driver cars is the number 27 entry. Stephen Edwards will be sharing with Matt Neal of British Touring Car fame back in the UK. If I'm correct in saying he's a three-time British Touring Car champion, possibly 4.
Yeah, and he won the Independent Cup quite a lot of times, didn't he? So yes, last race he didn't drive it because he hurt his back a bit, and then he wanted to be sure that he was good for Goodwood. So it's nice to have him back in the car, tall figure, and like a second generation driver. His father,
Steve,
was a good mini racer.
Yes, he is 3-time champion, 2005, 6 and 11.
Yeah, terrific efforts. Well, extracting himself from the cockpit of the car that's raced in period by Jean-Pierre Jarrier, who's nicknamed Jumper. And, I think that's Mr. John B, isn't it? He owns that car. And you see the Brazilian sponsorship there, that came from Raul Bozel, who was a Brazilian racing driver. He brought that sponsorship with him and raced for the Ligier team, and it added to the budget from Marriott. So the Porsches are getting ready in the paddock there, and I think we can go down and pick up an interview down in the pits with Vincent.
Et on se retrouve de nouveau dans la pit lane avec un autre pilote français. It's once again a French driver. Sorry for this, of course. We'll do English driver later in the afternoon. International drivers. Emmanuel Brigand. He's a former Tour Auto winner. C'est un vainqueur du Tour Auto, un pilote d'expérience. Mais Emmanuel, là où c'est intéressant, c'est que généralement, vous n'êtes pas du tout au volant de monoplace et tout. Alors, est-ce que ça s'apprend vite, ceci?
Affirmatif, c'est un nouveau challenge, surtout le F1, on dit c'est le Graal. Donc on a du grip mécanique, il faut rentrer beaucoup plus vite dans les virages, servir de l'aéro. Effectivement, un exercice très délicat parce que je cours avec la 935 ce week-end, de passer de l'une à l'autre. Il y a un bel apprentissage. Il faut rester très humble parce que c'est des voitures extraordinaires. Enfin, c'est vraiment le Graal, c'est extraordinaire. Avec un temps merveilleux. L'équipe de Peter Otto, j'espère que dans l'avenir, ils vont intégrer un championnat de F1 historique. Il faut.
When he was jumping out of the car, he said, "I'm happy." So it means a lot, of course. Difficult, of course, to go from this Porsche 935 and then to go to the Ligier Formula 1 car, something totally different here in the pits and on the track of Estoril. But okay, each time you take the drive of this kind of car, of course, you will be better and better. And maybe one day, Emmanuel will be able to win a race in Formula 1.
So that was Emmanuel Brigand, GT champion in France in the past. But I don't think he'd driven a Formula 1 car like that before. So here we have the Porsches, and this is qualifying. And
we could tell by the way they came into camera view there.
Yeah.
A long shot from turn one back down to the pit straight,
Yeah.
and the first three cars in sight came through out of the last corner, the parabolic Ayrton Senna. I wouldn't say they were sideways, but they were certainly on it, shall we say. It was definitely, we're committed, we're going to get, never mind that, get 3 laps in and get yourself a time set. You get a lap in straight away.
So it is the end of the season, so less cars than normal in this. Usually we have well over 20 in this. So that, as we said, the championship is decided in the favour of Ollie Bryant, sometime, well, mainly racer, sometimes property developer, I think, with his father.
I think that's a family business, yes.
Yeah. We got Tim Pappison and Jerome Bleekemolen for people to watch. Now, when you see the race, it's quite interesting because there's 3 categories of drivers. There's gentlemen, and then there's the elites. But sometimes you get a gentleman and an elite paired together. This determines, there's Ollie Bryant, that's his car in the picture at the moment. So if you get 2 elites together, and I think the only car with 2 elites together is the Bryant car, they get 40 seconds extra in the pits. Then we've got the Matt Neal car, so that's 1 gentleman, 1 elite, and the other car like that is the Cole car. So there's 3 cars that get 20 seconds in the pits. So we've got the Ollie Bryant Tilly car will spend 40 seconds in the pits in the middle of this 1.5 hour race, remember it will be. And then you've got the 2, well, it'll be 20 minutes, 20 seconds, I say, in the pits, and then all the rest, it's the regular 1 minute pit stop. So it means that that Bryant, together with Cartelli, got 40 seconds to make up. Now, all season, Peter, he's been able to do that except at Ricard. He's actually spent 20 or even 40 seconds longer in the pits than his rivals, and he's won all the races except the one at Ricard a few weeks ago, when I think he, in the end, could only get it up to second place.
Well, that just answered the question I was, or the situation I was proposing a few moments ago when the first cars appeared on our screen. The British Racing Green Porsche, which seems an odd colour for a Porsche, but it's nice to see on one. And why it appeared on that camera shot, as I said, not sided, but certainly being driven, was because it's got Vincent Kolb at the wheel. Yeah. He just popped it onto a pole position, or provisional pole position, with a time of 2 minutes 06.705. And funnily enough, who's gone second immediately? Three-time British Touring Car Champion Matt Neal, straight behind him. So the class of the field there, unsurprisingly. I think we'll see Carl Tilley get a bit further up the order. He hasn't put a lap in yet. Still not classified as he hasn't completed a lap. And of course, Ollie Bryant will be very quick in that. We've also got, is it Christian Kolb in third place? I'm not sure whether the two are related.
Yes, I think they're brothers.
I think they are brothers. I think you're right.
One person to watch for in the number 12 car is David Downland, and if I remember rightly, he's based in the United States, and he runs the biggest string of indoor karting venues in the world, I think, and they're all electric karts, but he has got quicker and quicker all season in that car, so he's one to definitely watch for. Another one that is put in a proper time yet will be the 13. No, that's the 13 car. It will be the 12 car. No, sorry. Start again, Marriott. David Daglan is in the 15, and then another guy to watch for is Frederick Egidio. So it's a bit of a tongue twister, Egidio, and he's always quick. So three of the quickest guys have not really put a lap in yet. Car in our picture going through, obviously in the famous Brumos colours. And I see Tim Pappas, the New York property developer, who will share with Jerome Bleekemolen. He's right up there near the front. The Tilley car has gone second now, because the Cole's fastest, Tilley's second, Pappas is third. This practice session will be another 22 minutes. There is the Tilley car, and they really slide these machines around. Absolutely terrific series.
Yeah, you don't want to slide these sort of cars around too much. You want to load them, certainly. That's how their tyres work, because it's a homologated period tyre.
Yeah.
As in, they don't run on modern tyres, they run on a tyre that's age relatable to the car, which makes it a lot more fun. And as they race in period, which is exactly what it should be. But you do have to have a different technique to them. But you can overheat them very quickly. You want to get enough heat into them to make them work, get into their operating temperature and window, but then not overheat them. And of course, that's down to skill of a driver for tyre management. Vincent Kolb, it is, you say, Andrew, on provisional pole position at the moment. Carl Tilley in second place, Pappas in third, and Matt Neal, it is, in fourth at the moment. 1.5 seconds down from pole position is Carl Tilley, then a further almost second for Pappas and Matt Neal as well. So all to be sorted out yet. So what they'll probably do now is they've got a decent time in. They've set the order a bit. As you said, there is quite a bit of time left on the clock yet, so 21.5 minutes of this Porsche 2-litre qualifying session. What they'll need to do now is either come into the pits, make some adjustments, take a cooling down lap, keeping out of the way of everybody else. All these are very, very experienced drivers. They've done this all throughout their racing careers. And take a little sort of breather, reconsider, and think about where they're losing time, or where they can gain time more to the point and go out and have another attack. So you will see it ebb and flow a little bit, and they say there's still 20 odd minutes of this 2-litre Cup qualifying to go.
Usually we have a pair of Russians that who go very quickly, which is Evgeny Kirev's car, but it's not here this weekend.
You say you've covered the series for all of the year so far, and what have you? Who are the people to look out for apart from the ones we just mentioned already? Who are the...
People have just gone third, 2 Colombian guys. They're really quick. Calais, just trying to record. Yes, Calais and his co-driver. Which check that out. Who's co-driving with him? But there's a pair of Colombian guys come across from Colombia every time from Bogota, and they will be right up somewhere near the front. And I say, but Tim Pappas and Bleekemolen will be right near the front. I say they will be in the pits 20 seconds less than the Brian Tilley car. But the thing about his car, he knows the track conditions already. He's had that victory, hasn't he? So he should be in pretty good shape for this.
Well, that's exactly the point. It's not his first time out on the track today. He's dialed in. He's got his head round it. He's had quite a large interruption of a safety car in his race, so it's time to go around and read the track and understand a bit more. So he hits the ground running, quite literally.
Yeah, absolutely. So James Turner, who's the guy who started this series, often joins us in the commentary box, and he gives us very useful insight. He knows all these guys absolutely personally, and will always give us extra information. James not with us. He's not with us this weekend, unfortunately, so we can't talk to him about some of the histories of these drivers. But the series is hugely popular, and I believe more people are joining in for next year as well. The times are moving around a lot, actually, aren't they, Paul?
Peter?
It's Peter, Paul. Snowy.
It's probably easy to stick with that.
Yeah. So because Jürgen Rudolph, who's one of the so-called gentleman drivers, has just gone second fastest in the 757 car.
And less than a second, 0.942, Andrew, of somebody of the caliber of Vincent Kolb.
Yeah.
That is very, very impressive. What's that?
Yeah.
A stonking lap from Rudolph.
Yeah. The Colombian guy's got is Nelson Calais, actually. They're very strong runners. Just see Dagland is down in 9th, and I would expect to see him get a little bit quicker than that. So guy come all the way from Florida. Guys come all the way from Colombia to race here, and also all the way from Florida. Dean DeSanctis has got a lot of nice cars. Actually, got a very nice Lola T70. He'll also be racing later on. Of course, no rules about when you put the gentleman in when you're testing or qualifying here. So I suspect some people come in fairly soon. But Kolb setting the pace thus far, and last lap, quite a couple of people was Rudolph and Tilley. I think maybe came into the pits. See a few clouds gathering there, Snowy, do you think?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, they're not in that picture.
No,
shot. Maybe they're rolling. Anyway, we've got temperatures 20, 22 degrees. So there's plenty of cars coming in the pits now, putting the other driver in. Moritz has gone into that car, which is fastest. And I suspect
Vincent Kolb car now with Ollie Bryant in the number 60, gold and red. Very different livery car, that actually.
Now I'm trying to remember the history of that, because James always tells us it's a famous livery from the past that they've replicated from a Porsche of 40, 50 years ago. Do you know what? The clouds I saw were mountains.
I did wonder when you said
that. It was a close-up. I saw that.
You need to clean your glasses, Andrew.
Well, yes, absolutely. Matt Neal's still out there. Anybody else looking racy. So Tim Pappas has come in. And Tim, a lot of success with his own team racing in the American Le Mans series a few years back. But just absolutely loves this series. We've had him in the commentary booth a couple of times this season, Tim, and he really gives us some great insight into racing these air-cooled 911s. Snowy, I always think of you as an Aston Martin racer. Ever raced in the Porsche?
Yeah, 2007 FIA GT3 European with some chap you might have heard of, Phil Keane.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he was quite handy. He went on to do very well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Taught him everything he know, and it was the other way around. I jest. I wouldn't dare suggest that at all. But yeah, so never quite got my head around it, actually, being a Porsche. They're a different style, and you do need it. There are certain people like the Harry Kings of the world that can just jump in them and just make them talk. But these are a very different type. These are the this series has been going since 2018, if I think I'm
I think that's when James started it. Yes,
it's for the short wheelbase Porsche 2 litre of the time. I love seeing cars like this with bumpers and chrome and stuff on, still being on the track. It looks like it's a road car. I love that, and it's one of the things I love about the E-types you see when they've got the hoods up, and they look like the car is still rather than a pure racer.
You'll notice, I think the Bryant car's still got a number plate on the back.
Yeah.
So the 269 still fastest. Ollie Bryant's out there now. He's going to go quicker in a moment. Just looking at the sector times.
So just having a very quick look at the Peter Auto website here, Andrew, on the description of this series, whilst we've got quite a few minutes of this qualifying session to go, as in just under 14 minutes to go, actually. This grid was created, as we said, in 2018 by Lee Maxted Page, a Porsche specialist, and James Turner, as you said. What they say really makes the difference is the fact that the car it's a short wheelbase, and you drive quite a big overhang on the rear where the engine's at, which the Porsche has to anyway. It's very much that's the way the design of the car is. As a result, they're saying the steering goes a bit light at high speed, and you definitely have to keep focused on the drive. You drive it with your entire body, which we saw on that opening little bit of footage when they came around that first corner with our lovely long camera shot back down the pit straight. You literally drift them around. To me, these are absolutely just iconic cars of the era. Early 70s, I think, is the era for these models. I mean, they're 60s, actually, isn't it? 60s.
Yeah. The man waving there was a Colombian, Calais. He's just climbed, Nelson Calais has just climbed out of the car. And Ollie is still getting up to speed, actually. I think he'll be quick next time around. Quite a few in the pits, and Stephen Edwards, who owns the Porsche that Matt Neal has been driving, he's in the car now, and Matt's been coaching him. But so there's the number plate I mentioned, right on the back of the Bryant car. So this Ollie,
is it an English plate?
Indeed, yes.
So that if my eagle eyes and skills, if I can try and beat Andrew to it, which is beating Andrew, you have to get up very, very early to beat Andrew Marriott.
FMC something.
I was trying to get the digit on the end, or the letter on the end, to get an idea of its year. I think it was a C, which would make it a 1965 car.
You're right.
Good Lord, I got something right. Well, it's twice.
Yeah, that's right.
Twice on the first day, Andrew. I told you, I'm going to keep my powder dry on this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we say in the 70s, actually, they're 60s cars, these. So, so 65 is very early in the Porsche 911 history.
See, yeah, 356 came before this model, didn't it? So Oliver's just overtaken there. And I just wonder, he's just maybe bringing a set of tyres or some pads in or something like that, do you think?
Well, he's certainly kept to one side on the straight. He's got tons of experience. Ollie has with modern and historic racing. Very, very experienced racer. Probably one of the most experienced racers out on the track there. So it might be going back to that which I said, that little bit of a take a breather, keep it out of the way, let the others go through, and it's one of the most dangerous things you can do in qualifying. You start racing somebody else. It is not what qualifying is about. It's about getting a time in and focusing on a lap, and you mustn't get wrapped up in racing other people. It's just a rabbit hole. You don't want to be doing that.
He's done that because he is second fastest now with a 2:06.7, and the 2:69 car before it made its pit stop was just a fraction quicker. So, but I think he's got a strategy going, that's for sure. And as I say, in the race, he's going to have to pull out a big lead, which he will do. It's all a matter of whether it'll be big enough.
Now, Andrew's looking at me in a funny way, like I'm suggesting I'm a teenager, which I wish I was still, but messing about on my phone. I'm not. I've just had a WhatsApp message from Nick Padmore.
Okay.
Who basically going to start giving some information about the cars he's driving or whatever. So I'm just replying to him. So it is contextual,
Well,
Andrew. I'm not playing Snake or anything. That dates me, doesn't it?
No.
Or something on the phone. I'm actually talking to Nick Padmore.
Well,
It's genuine.
I think that's great. I look forward to hearing what Nick's got to say. I know he's racing a Lotus 77 and from the Chrome Cars organisation, and I think he was second fastest in the test. But there's a Japanese gentleman who's going very quickly on a nice full ground effect Williams FW07, so it might be a good battle for them a bit later in the day. Just have a look at the timetable. In fact, when is that Formula One race? So they're going to be racing twice, I think, today, are they? No, once.
So I think it's just the once.
No, it's just tomorrow, is it?
Just tomorrow, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right. It's going to be at 14:05. Oh no, they're racing. No, they are racing today at 4:40. That'll be one to tune in for. That will be a terrific race. That. Yeah, look at all these gaps. You see it on the screen. 0.07 of a second slower than the pole position car. So, Ollie Bryant, as I said, is the driver in this championship. So, he won it back in 18 with Andrew Smith, very good racer, still winning. And then the following year, actually, Mark Sumpter, the Porsche dealer from East Sussex, Paragon Porsche, won the championship. The Brits, again, in 2020, with Richard Cook and Harvey Stanley. 21 is the French Porsche dealer, Desraux. Then Ollie won it with Andrew Smith again in 22. 23 again, it was Brits. It was Perez and Gamble. Tom Gamble, I think that's his, Seb Perez. And then Tilly, Bryant are the champions from 24 and Bryant from 25. Just wondered where Carl, say he missed that one race. So, and of course, there's these bonus points for turning up as well. So it makes the gap even more than it would be, you know, not taking part. I'll just have a little check on that. But I didn't think you were on the phone playing whatever Gumble or whatever it is.
Exactly. I wasn't being a teenager and mucking about on my phone, Andrew. I was getting some research. In fact, Nick has come back and told us that he's driving that which you said, the ex-Mansell, Nigel Mansell, that is, 1992 Formula One World Champion. He's driving his X87, Lotus 87, obviously owned by Chrome Cars and run by Brightech Motorsport, and he is writing further information. I shall, knowing Nick, I shall read it before I read it out.
Okay.
Okay?
I get the gist.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Read between the lines. So a matter of just coming up to 6 minutes remaining for our 2 litre Cup qualifying session. Currently it's Max Moritz on pole position. provisional pole position, I should say, in the number 269 entry with Vincent Kolb driving that as well, the two of them showing it. Second is Ollie Bryant, but at the moment just 0.04 of a second between them, so 0.04 of a second between the front two. Ollie Bryant, of course, sharing the car with Kyle Tilley, who owns it. In third place is number 757 entry, which is Rudolph. It's a new one to us. I haven't got that in my... Jürgen Rudolph. I haven't got it in my entry list here.
So just taking you through the current championship.
My apologies, I had. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew. Yeah.
Current standings. I would say Bryant's won it because he's got 196 points. David Dangland, the kart, indoor kart circuit owner, is second, and he can't beat Bryant. Then it's Juan Pablo Orella, who I think is Spanish. He's third. He's on 46 points. Oh no, he's the other Colombian guy. Yeah, so the two Colombian guys, Juan Pablo Orella and Nelson Calais, are third on 146, and then Rudolph has 136. Carl Tilley, because he missed getting 40 points by not taking part in the opening round in Barcelona, or I don't think he did spar either. He's way down in sixth place.
So it's a bit of an end of term atmosphere for this race, isn't it? As in the championship's been decided.
And I said Tom Gamble, didn't I? It's his brother George who's raced in this.
Yeah, Tom Gamble that races in the Aston Martin Works team in the Valkyrie, in the LMP1 hypercar.
Yeah, it's his brother George.
Probably best not to mention Fuji last weekend.
Yeah, that Aston program has proved pretty tricky for them, hasn't it? I love the concept of it.
It'll get there. It's got the pace. It's the best thing is I know I've got Aston Martin through my genes, but it's the sound.
Yeah, that's what everybody that drove away from Le Mans said, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was very disciplined at Le Mans this year with those two cars. I kept well away from them, although I didn't want to go and jinx it with my my love of Astons.
So it looks as if Ollie Bryant is still just that tiny few thousandths of a second slower than the 269 with Moritz and Kolb, isn't it?
Well, that's come down because I said it wasn't tenths, it was 400ths. It's now 3,000ths, as you said. So 2 minutes 7.247 is our current pole position time from Max Moritz. Vincent Kolb in that car to start with. Ollie Bryant taking over from Kyle Tilley and has got it within. Now that last lap was a tenth off. Ollie Bryant pressing on, getting a great camera shot of it there, the 1965 version, and just drifting it, floating it through the corner there. Exactly. I don't know how much one of these things weighs, but not a great deal, I'd have thought, and I've been intrigued to know what the power is. I know Ollie's talked to me at one point about the cost of an engine for one of these now. It's ridiculous, as is all motor racing these days, but historic. It isn't. There is no form of cheap racing.
You know who won this last? So it was a one-off drive in this last year. So we had a guest pairing, and it was Marino and Dario Franchitti, and they won the race a year ago. We don't have them this year, and they lapped. I'm just saying, they put it on the pole, and they were a second slower than they are today. So for some reason, these cars are a second quicker than they were. Now that could be track conditions, Peter, couldn't it? There's a lot of reasons.
Well, I did say a little bit earlier on that it's almost ideal track conditions here. There's quite a bit of wind, It depends if it's helping them tailwind or not. It might be down the pit straight. We'll go. I'll find out from Nick Padmore if it's actually helping or not. He's driving obviously Formula One cars and the Lola that he's driving, so that'll be quite interesting. How much the wind does or does not affect the car. And 22 degrees, great ambient temperature. Engines are going to breathe nicely, but the wind can be a factor. Certainly in lighter cars such as these Porsches. I thought they probably don't weigh much more than around about 1,000 kilos. I'd have thought. There's not a lot to them, is there?
I think you're right there. So last year, the race was won, as I said, by Marino and Dario Franchitti, who would have taken the 40 seconds in the pits as well. And Vincent Kolb and Moritz were second, and Tilly and Bryant only finished third. And actually, Stephen Edwards and Matt Neal were fourth, and then the Colombian. So that was last year. This is this year. So the pairing that finished second last year, look as though they're going to put it on the pole today.
That wasn't a bad guess. Through the power of the internet, I just looked at the weight of a 1965 Porsche 2 litre, and I said about 1,000 kilos. It's 1,030.
Got it. Well done. So the session is over. 30 minutes of on-track action there from these 2.0 litre Porsches, these short wheelbase cars, checkered flag waves to indicate that very topic. And it is indeed the Moritz Kolb car which is on the pole, which is a bit of a surprise.
Now, Andrew, you've covered the series all year on these previous events. Is it an amalgamated time of the two drivers? Is pole position, or is it whichever is the fastest lap?
I believe this is the fastest lap, and in some of the series it is exactly as you say, the aggregate time. I can just double check that.
Because I'm just looking at the time there that Moritz has done, which is a 2:07.124, and I thought Vincent Kolb had gone quicker than that. So that's why a leading question: is it an aggregate time or not?
Let me check. Kolb definitely does a time.
Yes, because we've also got a 2:06.657 and a 2:06.623 listed for Moritz and Bryant on a different screen, whereas our main one's coming up with a 2:07 and then a tenth of a gap between the two and Ollie Bryant front row. It's been interesting to find out if it's an aggregate time or not.
It isn't.
It isn't, okay. So I'm thinking what I've got here is, Andrew, on that screen I've got here is, so the fastest time the car has set, I was right, Vincent Kolb has set a 2:06.657, whereas this screen is live. Marriott has done a 2:07.1, so that's his personal best in that session, whereas the best time of the car is the 2:06.657 for Vincent Kolb. Ollie Bryant is on the front row alongside him, on a 6.623, so that 400th we mentioned.
Do you think Ollie was on the phone texting us? He does sometimes.
He will be. He will mention. Yeah.
So what's coming next in today's action? Snowy, I think we are going to have classic touring cars racing. So back to racing at about 7 or 8 minutes time. We're going to have the classic touring car challenge, CTC, and what we're going to see next up will be some really nice Lotus Cortinas, some beautiful Alfa Romeos, and quite a lot of Mustangs. And that pairing of Greensill and Spears will be in their Mustang. Now, the guy that leads this championship is called Bram Bontrup, and he is in a Mustang, and he is not racing here, and he has not actually won the championship. So he's got 17 points lead over, well, I'll go to that in a minute. Let's just take a couple of messages from the Estoril circuit. So here we are. Cars will be coming out in just a moment. The pace car is positioned there. You see it under the bridge, and that very fast right-hander first corner here. Been a couple of big shunts. I saw an Audi R8 have a most massive shunt there a long time ago in a European Le Mans Series race. So just waiting for the action to start, and as I said, on pole position will be the lovely old Mustang of John Spears and Nigel Greensall. But there'll be a couple of Alphas and more Mustangs, Lotus Cortinas. Well, Mark Drain is one of the regulars in this. He didn't take part in the qualifying for some reason. He might have a problem with the car, so wait and see if he comes out. And we will also have another really top racing driver, German racing driver, Frank Stippler, and he's going to be in the Alfa Romeo. You see, there's the John Spears car, and see John is going to start it. Beautiful notchback. They call them notchback. Must have had a race for these at Goodwood a few years ago in just these Mustangs, didn't they, Snow, if you remember?
Yeah, great cars. I was very lucky to race one once at on Tour of Spania.
Ah, right.
Actually, we came here as well, even though it's Portugal. I know that sounds silly, but we did. Came to Estoril, but I did a race at one at Jerez and one at Estoril in a Mustang, which was entertaining because all I can say about it was quick, it was heavy, but it ran out of brakes very quickly.
That's something to watch in this. So, just to recap here, this series has had 5 rounds, have been totally dominated, not totally dominated, but dominated by the shipping owner, Bram Bontrap from Holland, who's part of the Hart Racing Team organisation. The Harts don't seem to be here this weekend, they may be racing elsewhere. So he leads the championship by 17 points from Francois Rivaz, who is in second place in this qualifying, and he will share that with Frank Stippler, well known as a former Audi factory driver, winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours 3 times, I think it is, Snowy, man who developed the GT3 Audi R8 and so on, and started his career though in racing in historic Alphas. It's a terrific bloke, Frank, and he will go.
And also developing the current Mustang for Ford in GT3 and very successfully. And also that fabulous race in a little 206 Dino at Goodwood earlier this year at the members meeting, where he demonstrated his roots, as you say, in Alphas and historics. And we think of people as modern drivers that you sort of erase that style of driving. Frank Stippler didn't, and nobody. It was like nobody told him it was raining. Just commensurate car control, superb, and a delight to watch. And he was equally absolutely overjoyed. He came from the back all the way through and won the race.
Well, we're seeing Mark Drain shown as starting. I'm just showing that there's a Lotus Cortina at the back. Maybe he had earlier problems. And Mark lies 3rd in this championship. So he normally drives with Andrew Hatton. I think he's got someone else with him this weekend. And we'll work that out in a minute or two. Actually, I think he's got Alfie Briggs with him. Alfie Briggs was won in this historic series, but in a Zytek earlier in the season. Teenage racer, very much a protege, former karting champion, and so smallest grid of the weekend, but I suspect we'll have a pretty good battle. So the one person that beat Bontrop this year, Snowy, was in fact the Greensaw Spears pairing in that blue Mustang. So they just slowly coming up, waiting for the flag to wave, and then they'll be off. Most of these races are rolling starts here in this Peter Auto Series. But look at that orange and blue Mustang made a terrific start and straight into the lead, and that's Alain Vincent. So that is a bit of a surprise. I don't think he jumped in, did he?
No, I don't think so at all. We'll soon find out. Race directors will tell us. We'll get a message on our screen. In a non-Aston comment I can make for a change, I like seeing a blue and orange car at the front because blue and orange are my racing colours. That's my crush helmet. So I've always liked blue and orange.
Yeah.
We like it.
Just saw Rivaz was trying to go down the inside of John Spears. You'll notice that John tends to be a bit of a slowish starter and then builds up the pace. But it is the Vincent Mustang in the lead, and with quite 5 or 6 car lengths as well. I'm sure they'll all sort themselves out in a minute. And I said it was the Rivaz Alpha second, and it wasn't. It was the other one, according to the timing screen. And now we're seeing what I'm seeing on the timing screen is not quite what I'm seeing in the actual race action here. So it's Nobili in the 21 Alpha, regular in this series, but not normally a podium. Look at that old Corvette though. There's a car to have a great look at.
Yeah, that's Michael Grossfiller.
Yeah.
Fillier, my apologies.
He races that regularly, Stoey.
Yeah, 1960 Chevrolet Corvette, and that was having definitely a moment squirming under the braking there, was it not? It's quite a heavy car as well, and in 1960 it might well be on drum brakes still. I think it probably is on drum brakes. And having raced those extensively, I can assure you they're horrible. The simplest thing to remember is it doesn't do anything in a straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, accelerate, steer, or brake. It's just not what they do. I'm also getting some great updates from another one of our competitors, who I will save it for the race. It's from the qualifying session we've just seen. Ollie Bryant, very kindly given me a usual. He's absolutely fantastic at this, and he may as well send me the data if he had it on a modern car. He's absolutely brilliant, and I'm thank you so much, Ollie, for taking the time to send so much information through. What we'll do is we'll save that for the race, the Toledo race, but great intel on driving a 2-litre Porsche around here. But that was the previous session now. Currently, we've got this Mustang out at the front, and he's pulling away by, what, nearly 4 seconds already?
This is a massive surprise. We didn't expect this at all. Trying to think if he's been on the podium this season. Maybe he has, but I mean, it's always been about Bontrop. I mean, he's always been the man to beat, and the Alpha Rivaz since been right up there, and when they race, and they haven't always raced it in every round, Greensaw Spears and the blue one have been up there, but this is a big surprise. So
now, something that Ollie Bryant has just mentioned to me on message, which is relatable to this and other races, because it comes really from the race directors. Ollie's just pointed out that they're being really hot on track limits this weekend, so hence there's numbers of penalties. So worth keeping an eye on our race control messages or race director messages on our screen, so we can keep you all updated, because what looks like a brilliant lap can suddenly be deleted again. So it's relevant to the position. So our race leader at the moment is a surprise race leader, according to Andrew. I wasn't expecting the Alpha. Sorry, I'm watching an Alpha there catching up with the race leader at the moment. This is our Mustang that shot through at the beginning, almost I don't think for a minute that it was a jump start, but it was certainly a very good start from our number 89 car, Vincent. He's starting the car. It's actually Phil Mulachek's car, I believe,
Okay,
from the US, but with Mark Vincent driving it. He's actually on our entry list as a second driver, but he has started it, or certainly our timing screens are telling us that.
Okay, well, yes. So the owner has got a huge collection of Ford racing cars. He's got GT40s, he's got Ford Powered Cobras, he's got a lot of cars. He's been racing all season over here, and wonderful to have him. But his co-drivers obviously very quick. Just Phil is not so quick, so I think that car might drop back a bit later, to be honest.
So I'm just watching the very pretty. I'm always fond of little Alpha Sprint GT shape, the 105 series as they were. And as I say that, just drifting out of the corner on just a delicate amount of opposite lock. Lead Mustang coming out over the curbing there, keeping within track limits, I would say. So there's the track, there's the white line, then there's some serrated curbing, red and white, and then there's a bit of what we call, well, a bit of concrete in this case, not grasscrete, it is a bit of concrete painted green. Lead Mustang of Vincent there, Mark Vincent, using that and as much as you possibly can. If you go too far, the other side, you're in the gravel, so it's self-penalising. You don't want to be doing that anyway.
So the orange Mustang in the lead with Vincent in it. And I suspect that after the pit stop, that will all change.
Now, I mentioned, Andrew, about the thing about Mustangs is that they're so heavy that they can start to lose their brakes quite quickly. What was a 4-second lead virtually on the first lap for Mark Vincent? It does say A Vincent on my screen, but it's written as Mark on my entry list, so I'm going to stick with Mark. That's what I've got printed. Forgive me, apologies, Mark, or anybody else associated. I've got your name wrong, but it does say Mark on my entry list. Second place car is only 3.3 seconds adrift now. That's car number 22. Which is it's the Alpha, is it not?
Oh, it is, yes.
Yeah, Julius Sprint GTA. So Francois Rivaz in that, and that will be taken over by Alexander Furiani, sorry.
Okay, so
now quite a bit of damage at the front of the Mustang. Looks like it's been in the wars earlier in the weekend, possibly there.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of. A good racing car is never good without tank tape on it, and they've got colour-coded orange tank tape. But just seeing a long shot coming down into our turn one there, or curve one as it's called here, and it's got some damage to it. Now, more to the point, I think that's running out of brakes. 3.3 seconds was the lead from the Mustang to the Alpha in second place. That's number 22 Alpha of Francois Rivaz in second place. He is now all over the back of that Mustang, and I would say it's a matter of time. There are 7 minutes elapsed, Andrew, and a staggering 52 minutes to go.
Absolutely.
So there's no need to rush, is there?
No. Now it's coming back to me now, because Mark Vincent is from Atlanta, Georgia, I think, and he is the engine builder for Phil Mulachek. He's a well-known engine builder, these sort of big V8 motors, and I think he does some drag engines as well. He's obviously a fine driver, so that's who he is. And they haven't had any luck at all with this car all season. They've raced it in this championship nearly the whole year. I think they missed one race, but they've been nowhere near the podium. So if Mark can hang on, maybe when Phil takes it over, he'll manage to keep it certainly up in the top 4 or 5. But now he's got Francois Rivaz all over him. And John Spears just keeping a watching brief, just a second or so back. And when Nigel gets in that car, it's going to go a bit quicker. And now look at this Alpha, having a challenge around the outside. Is he going to make it stick, Snowy?
Well, it certainly has all the way around the outside. That's is that the last corner? It is the last corner, so that's the Parabolica Ayrton Senna onto the pit straight. The Mustang will now tear past again on the sheer power, but he's got to get it stopped for turn 1, and John Spears is just behind in the blue Mustang. He too will gain on the Alpha and probably make a run for it down the inside and get into P2, and that's exactly what John Spears wants to do. The Alpha dips down the inside. Rivaz has a look down the inside. It's got the better brakes and the better handling, so the Mustang... So the Alpha came onto the lead of that lap, or the end of that lap, in the lead. The Mustang went past, and the Alpha's retaking it down the inside because it's light and nimble and it's got things that work.
Yes.
It brakes.
And Mark...
Most desirable.
Yeah, just to say, Mark Drain did start and has moved up into 5th place in the best of the Lotus Cortinas, or 2 Lotus Cortinas in this race. We have had more in the past in this category. And in fact, we had the Chilton brothers racing together at Lotus Cortina earlier.
Yeah, Max and Tom, and they own that car as well. I think it's actually Max's car. Typical brothers, they can't agree, but both say the same thing. It's different to each other. If you know what I mean. Sibling rivalry.
Yeah.
But it is their car, is my point.
So now we got a big battle for 2nd place, the 2 Mustangs. With John Spears going down the inside, going to get the better traction out of there, is he? But he's on the wrong side for the next corner. And Mark Vincent hangs on. Oh no, Spears got by. We didn't see him get by.
Yeah, so change of position. That's exactly what John Spears wants to be doing now. Is I would suggest at this stage you don't need to try and catch that Alpha unless you've got the pace. It's got a lot more pace than the leading Mustang had that shot into lead at the start of the race. But John Spears now, no disrespect to him, he just wants to. There's a long way to go on this. Some 50 minutes to go. We're literally 10 minutes in. That's all. So you don't want to wear those brakes out too much. You want to hand over a decent handling and driving car to your co-driver, in this case Nigel Greensill. Now it's Alpha Mustang Alpha again, because we've got another one in the mix now, and this is number, is that, I can't see which car number it was. That's out of camera. It's just gone past our position. I can't see it, Andrew.
The 17.
17, thank you.
That's the yellow Alpha.
Christian Oldendorf.
Yeah, he's always there or thereabouts. And then we got Mark Drain behind him. And just Mark Drain not making any progress, I don't think, now.
I still think that 105 shape Alpha is one of the most achingly beautiful shapes ever made of a motor car.
Yeah.
And they're just a delight anyway as a car. Lovely little 1.6 litre twin cam, beautifully engineered, all alloy, from literally the alloy for the cam covers right down to the sump. 5-speed gearbox. LSDs in some of the later ones, the 2 litre ones. These won't have it. Coil suspension at the front and rear, live axle, disc brakes all round. Yeah, and we were building Ford Cortinas at the same time on McPherson struts and basics. But different ways to get into the same result. Both cars were equally competitive, and arguably a Lotus Cortina is probably more competitive in its day and more successful than the other. Oh, straight on for number 89 Mustang there. That's Mark Vincent. Yeah. Who's gone all around. He's very wisely taken to. There's a little bit of extra track there, as they have in a few places now. Most notably, Goodwood to put one in this year at the beginning of the first corner there at Madgwick. So just run a little bit deep, and rather than going into the gravel, he stayed within the track limits of the extra little bit of track there, slowed it down and rejoined. So you've imposed your own penalty, but you've stayed within the auspices of the officials.
And that car's really dropping back. There's Mark Drain going past him in the 79 Lotus Cortina. Mark's been having a good season, drives a Lotus Elan as well, and various other cars. Got quite a lot of cars as Mark Drain as he races.
Just noticing that the number 70 Sprint GTA Alpha of Christian Oldendorf, the bright yellow one, that's having a few lockups into 9th corner of the circuit, Ganchot, which is that left-hander where it's sort of like a Laguna Seca reverse corkscrew, isn't it? You climb up and over it.
Yeah.
It's like going up to the corkscrew the wrong way at Laguna. Still locking up there. There's quite a bit of damage on the front of the number 89 Mustang from something previously right across the front, and indeed on the right-hand side. So it might explain why it's not perhaps as handling as ideal as it should do.
He's dropped right back now, hasn't he?
Yeah, it was a magnificent start, and then there's Mark Vincent. So I'm sure pit reporters, when we get to driver swaps, we'll go and find out exactly why that car had, where it qualified, why it qualified where it did, why it was able to make such an absolute leapfrog of a start, which was brilliant. I haven't seen anything on the race director's message, have I? Saying there's no penalty for that car?
Little battle there for 10th place overall, which is Kenneth Baird and his Lotus Cortina, and Philip Leconnel in the Mini. French love Minis. Look at that typical Mini move there, wasn't it, down the inside? So they're having fun for 10th place. But it is the Alpha now in the lead from John Spears. John's got 2 sporting bows. I don't know if you know this, Snowy. He's a fine racing driver. He's also a very good croquet player. And he's actually played croquet for Britain.
Well, that's a measure, isn't it? If
Yeah.
you've played anything, partaken in anything for your country, that's quite impressive.
Yeah.
You clearly know what you're doing.
So I suppose we could say he's put the mallet down, couldn't we?
You could. Other phrases are available. Bit of David and Goliath going on, using metaphors there in the Lotus Cortina and the Mini. Right. I thought we were going a little bit slower there for a minute. These are the. I'm trying to see which 2 they are.
Well, that's still the battle for 10th.
10th place, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is Baird and Le Perchois, isn't it? Oh, no, Cardinal.
Yeah, Le Cardinal.
Le Cardinal, so 9th place.
But we'll get back to the front of this classic touring cars, the classic touring car challenge, CTC as they call it. And Mark Drain, I think, might be closing in on that yellow Alpha. Lapping in similar times. Certainly was taking a bit of time out of him on the previous lap. There's still the Mini in the works colours. Remember the factory Cooper Car Company Minis, Peter Blanca, John Fitzpatrick, John Hanley raced these very successfully. John Rhodes, of course, was one of the big tyre smokers, won the European Touring Car Championship. Bit of a lock up there from the 36. Kenneth Baird. He's got a UK number plate on the back as well. Now here's the battle for the lead, and
John Spears on the last lap, 1.2 seconds adrift of Rivaz in the Francois Rivaz in the Alpha, as you've just pointed out, Andrew. Most certainly not adrift now, almost over the back of it, and that's one thing where you've got to be really careful driving a big heavy Mustang against the little Alpha that's nimble and light. Its stopping capacity, the Alpha, will be infinitely superior than the Mustang, and you don't want to slide into the back of it. You never want to have contact. It's not a non-contact sport. So you have to find your place, and of course you can do it on power. Now the main thing to remember, of course, is where's the finish line?
Yeah.
On the start-finish straight. What have you got? A powerful Mustang. So you don't need to work out all the way through where to get by, and you can do it as long as you're in close enough range coming through the last corner. You can power by exactly as John Spears is demonstrating now,
right now,
provided the start-finish line, but it's further back there, so he needs to be closer than that to get that job done. And he hasn't gone down, so he can't outbrake himself. He can't outbrake that Alpha down the inside. Francois Rivard holding on to it still in the pretty little GTA for the race lead still. Just not letting it go, is he?
Interesting thing, of course, that both these driver owners will hand over to the pros, but both will have the same pit handicap. So they should come out pretty well level with each other, which of course is Nigel Greensall and Frank Stippler. So this battle could continue right through to the end of the race. So that should be fun. Just seeing whether Drain's, he's closing up. We should see Drain having a bit of a go at the yellow Alpha in a minute, but meanwhile let's concentrate on this lead battle with again the grunt of the Mustang giving John Spears the inside line, and very wisely Rivaz had to just loosen the steering a little bit. They racing nicely together, and Rivaz, what do you think? He could have made it a bit more difficult for him, and then he's got this corner.
I was going to Francois Rivaz there, made that very, very, he was very considerate bit of driving there for John Spears, leaving him the room. The Alpha, I've just noticed, by the way, has a little bit of tape on its left rear wing, so I wonder if those two and the other Mustang came together during qualifying at all, because it would relate to the two marks on the car. It may not be, I may be absolutely creating something there and conflating the different issues.
Saw it that previous shot, Snowy, but there is quite a bit of elevation change here.
Oh, huge amount, yes. Yeah, very much so. Very similar in some ways to Barcelona last weekend for the 24 hour that some of these guys have raced in. Quite a lot of elevation change, as you say. Now, I'd be interested to know what Nigel Greensall, who's going to be taking over this second place John Spears driven currently blue Mustang in the second part of this race. John Spears diving out to the right hand side, getting the job done much earlier this lap, as I suggested on the previous lap. Therefore he might have taken the line before the Alpha, which if that was for the race win, that would be perfect. He's got the job done now, but the Alpha now has the work to do to go on the technical part of the circuit. I was just going to say, I wonder if Nigel Greensall is thinking to John in his head, don't bust a gut trying to get into the lead now. We've got 40 minutes of this race to go, 20 are in, that's all. Hold it nice and steady. The Alpha C trying to come through the inside again. I personally wonder if it was worth pushing that hard and taking out more of your brakes and whatever at this stage of the car, of the race, when it's not necessary. Nigel Greensall will have a different view on that, and he'll be very loyal to John, of course. But interesting insight into that. But John Spears pulling away a little bit on a part of the circuit I wouldn't have quite expected. They're coming up, so they're coming out of, so we've got Orella and turn 7 into 8. That's where the runoff area is on the left-hand side, where you can go straight on and rejoin at 10. They put this 9 in between, this Gancho, which is this fabulous left-hander uphill corkscrew, tyre squealing again. Now, John Spears has been caught behind one of the Lotus Cortinas. That's number 36.
That's bad. Meanwhile, the other Lotus Cortina is about to pass the yellow Alpha, I think. These are that's terrific battle. They're held up a bit there between.
Well, Francois Rivas there, absolutely beautiful. And the 22 Alpha nipped down the inside of John Spears, trying to get the job done with the Cortina. 98 Mini rolling backwards to a halt there. The Cortina, this battle at the beginning still continues. So a little camera shot of a Mini just rolling to a halt there. That was Philippe Lockenel in the 1275 Cooper S, number 98. That appears to be terminal at the side of the track. Now, the Alpha of Rivas has the run coming out of Ayrton Senna, parabolic Ayrton Senna, and then loses 5, 6, 7 car lengths in the time it takes me to describe that to the Mustang. No, I think the Alpha's got a problem.
It's got a problem.
Pull up to the right, he's got a problem. Francois Rivas in the Alpha that's led for so long, it's definitely got an issue. He's slowing on the pit straight. Something's not right.
Could that be gearbox, do you think? Or
he's pulling off to the right-hand side of the track. Now he's continuing around the track, so it's slowed massively now. But something that came onto the pit straight. As I said, I thought the Mustang pulled away, but there was obviously it was a double bit of jeopardy with an issue for the Alpha. He's keeping out of the way of the track very wisely. We've noted already that Francois Rivas is a very respectful driver. He's left room and space everywhere with John Spears, and he's keeping out of the way of other traffic, but there's certainly some issue. It's not got going again, so I'm expecting number 22 Francois Rivas to dive into the pits in the little red Alpha at the end of this lap.
There he is, though, just going through behind the other two, who I think have switched third place a couple of times, actually. There's a sort of very original Corvette, isn't it? But
something hanging loose below that. Has that got a bit of broken exhaust hanging down on the offside? Just looking at a camera shot back up on the back of it. It looks like there's a little bit of something hanging down. You would certainly hear it a little bit different. The exhaust note sounds the same still, but it's not something you want to be dropping there. There's definitely something dragging underneath. It almost looks like it's a little bit of ducting of something really heavy. Obviously you don't want a bit of exhaust pipe coming off and going through the screen of another car. That would be suboptimal, wouldn't it?
Great shot of that Corvette. It was 1965-ish, I think, with the American racing colours.
1960 to 1960.
Yes,
to phase 2. It's a C1 phase 2.
Yes.
Now, Francois Rivas, whatever the issue was, he's got going again. He stayed in touch. So whether that was an alt control reset almost kind of thing, but he had that slow run onto the pit straight, and he's charging once again. So expect to see some times out of that. So we will find out from our pit lane reporter, I am sure, at the driver swap. Now, who is he going to be handing over to, Francois Rivas? Alexander Furiani. So he dives down to the inside of the Lotus Cortina, now on the tail of the yellow, similar GTA Alpha.
Well, I'd be interested to see because in qualifying, Stifler drove the car, and Stifler often does drive this car with him. So I think it'll be Stifler rather than Furiani.
Well, he's really slow, Frank Stifler. I mean, he's just, yeah. If you couldn't hear, my tongue was firmly in my cheek when I said that.
Well, it's a bit of a mystery. The car with its Milan number plate on the back and seems to be up to speed again. Is it fully up to speed, though?
Yes, it is, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, look at his sector times. He's absolutely up to speed again. That's not the issue at all now. So whatever it was, I'm sure we'll find out. And the other Alpha, which is Christian Oldendorf, has now got the red Alpha Francois Rivas in hot pursuit. Now, what is our pit window, Andrew? Can you remember? Because we're at 35 minutes to go. So we're approaching.
It's open now.
Yeah.
And we've got 10. It's just opened, so it's a 10-minute window.
Yeah.
So it's just opened.
Quite a small window then, in reality. So John Spears it is that's leading from Christian Oldendorf and Francois Rivas, Mustang and 2 Alphas. 14-second lead for John Spears now, but a mere 1.3 seconds between the 2 Alphas.
Yeah.
And visually, to me, that's looking less than a second now.
Hearing a bit of tyre squealing as well, aren't we? On treaded tyres, of course.
Now, whatever the issue was that Francois Rivas had, you asked a moment ago, Andrew, whether he was back up to full speed. On the basis that the evidence in front of us suggests he's freewheeling it.
Yeah.
I think he's back up to speed, Andrew.
I think you're right. Yellow, very unusual colour for an Alpha like that.
Yeah, we tend to think it's sort of Gallia Flyers in a Ferrari colour, don't you? Or sort of a Curie Belgique as in a Belgian racing team.
Yeah, it was the official national racing colour of Belgium.
I think there's going to be a change for second position here. Francois Rivas lining up to go down the inside into turn 1, surely. He's getting a drag off Christian Oldendorf's similar Alpha. It was less than a second. Down the inside he goes. Can he get it pulled up square or on the brakes? He does. He gets it turned in. Leaves lots and lots and lots of room for Christian Oldendorf in the yellow version, who then tries to come back. Now, he tried to do the switchback. Didn't quite get it done. These two absolutely hammer and tongue. These 2 Alphas. And it's for second place, Andrew.
Yeah, terrific battle. These cars developed by the Alfa Romeo division called Auto Delta, which for many years run by a larger-than-life character called Carlo Citti. They also developed the Alfa Formula 1 cars, and the great T33 sports cars as well. Mark Drain's sort of hanging in there. But I wonder when John Spears will actually bring it in.
What did I say it was? 14-second lead?
Yeah.
That's now a 16.2.
Now 17.
There you go, just eking it out. And that was me saying, shows what I know, doesn't it? As in, no need to get in the front and pull away yet. And was Nigel Greenswell going to advise him not? Well, no, he's just vamoose, he's gone.
Oh, there's a minute. Let's see.
It still always throws me, Andrew. I'm such an old school person. When I see a Mini or a Cortina or something that's, to me, a truly British car, then I see them left-hand drive. It still catches my eye. I go, really? Of course they were exported elsewhere in the world, but it still alerts me, shall we say.
So that's the 21 car there. Simon Nobili from Italy. Here are the 2 Alphas. And no question about Rivas is back up to speed.
Yeah, 1.1 second ahead now.
I suspect he'll be handing over very soon to Frank Stifler. And John Spears, meanwhile, has gone purple, as we say. Fastest lap of the race thus far for John Spears. John's recently moved into single-seater races. He's bought a March Formula 1 car. I think we're not sure if he's racing it here, but he's got a March and he's enjoying racing that, because we've seen him, in single-seater, more modern single-seaters. He's got a marvellous Maserati 250F that he races.
Is there any such thing other than a marvellous Maserati 250F? There's not going to be a rough one, is there? You know, it's,
no.
in any state, you and I would take it and drive it, wouldn't we?
Yeah, and apparently one of Sterling Moss's favourite cars, 250F, so controllable apparently, and John is phenomenal in the wet in that car. Remember at Silverstone Festival 2 years ago, he had a win in it, beat all the sort of rear engine cars.
No mean feat. So there's quite. Is it a mandatory time on the pit stop, Andrew? You're familiar with this? It is. Okay.
Yeah.
So I've done a lot of historic racing where they sort of motor racing legends in the UK and a little bit of Peter Auto, but motor racing legends back in the UK, they'll give you a mandatory time of say 1 minute to make sure that belts are done and things properly. So it's not about how quickly you can do it.
And they give you a vector as well, don't they, from the in to the out.
Correct.
And the trick is working the vector well, to coming in and leaving at exactly the right time, so you just don't quite break it.
Yeah, and get a penalty for an early release.
And you see that a lot.
Yeah, we've had it once years ago at Spa. I had to do a drive-through for a 5 second early release, 4 or 5 second early release. But the driving through is not a 10-second penalty, but the driving through, the vector of slowing, driving through the pit lane at 60k. Or 40 miles an hour, whatever it may be, and driving out, I think it's 60k, 38 miles an hour, and driving out again, it's a lot more than 5 seconds.
Now, who was it at Goodwood 3-4 weeks ago lost a race with that? Trying to remember. I was talking to him. In a touring car race.
Yes, it's on the tip of my tongue. It'll come back to me.
Yeah.
Stay tuned and we'll update you. So, John Spears, our race leader, the number 14 bright blue Mustang, jumps out of that car and pops in his pro driver and regular partner, Nigel Greensall. Nigel has raced, I can't imagine what there isn't that Nigel has raced. He'll say that's very kind of you, Snowy, but I remember 10 years ago racing in an E-Type against him in a series in the UK, and actually no, it was Silverstone Classic as it was then, and just couldn't quite believe the time he set out of the box on basically his first flying lap. And we got there, as did Callum Lockie and myself and others, and John Minshaw and others, and it was still like, how did he just do it out of the box? And it was the first flying lap, and it was just bang, it was done, it was on the board, and you were like, right, beat that. And it was psychologically, it was quite destroying in some ways.
Yeah, and Nigel and his wife Nikki post a lot on the internet. You always got the updates of where they've been. Every weekend they're racing, and then in the middle of the week they're testing, and when he's not doing that, does the odd little special stage rally, with a historic car. So you can't stop him, but just is a phenomenon.
A life lived in motorsport.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do it what he can.
So I think we can go down to the pits now, and maybe we're going to catch up with John Spears. Let's hope so.
Back in the pits here in Estoril with this guy, John Spears. John, it seems to be difficult with the LITRE a few hours ago, but it's better with the Mustang.
Yeah, this car is a real joy to drive around here. I was caught napping a little bit on the start. Took a little time to recover from that, but yeah, great fun.
Someone told me that your aim for this year is to take 100 stars. Is it true?
I'm hoping to, but an event next weekend's been cancelled. That makes it a little bit more difficult, but this one now, that was my 86th.
86. How old are you, John?
I'm not that old, but I'm not far off it.
Ok, John Spears, dont l'objectif, petite traduction en français, dont l'objectif est peut-être d'atteindre les 100 départs en course dans les courses historiques cette année. 100 départs. Et comme vous le voyez, c'est pas tout à fait un jeune premier.
Well done. I think he's 76 actually. So here we are. That car will have been in the pits longer than others, so to see how it sort of pans out now. And we've got Andy Newell has climbed into the 70 car, which I didn't expect, I must admit. And that's the yellow one. And Rivas' car is still just coming out of the pits now with Stippler in it. So Greensall in the lead. John Spears, lovely Mustang. Then Andy Newell, and then Stippler. And Phil Mulchek has climbed into that Mustang, which we saw leading early on, shown in 4th place. I'm pondering something. In this event,
Enlighten me, Andrew.
I don't think Greensall is serving an elite penalty, because now Stippler is 35 seconds behind him, and they weren't that far apart, were they, when they came into the pits? That Alpha, I know it had had its problem and slowed, but not that much.
No, I think you're right.
So I think Greensall, all those victories, and a pro driver, so I'm never quite sure how they work some of these elite driver penalties out, to be honest.
Well, I would have thought that Stippler would be, in terms of FIA, must be a gold.
Well, yes, I think that's why they tend to use the FIA system.
Yeah.
Nigel, of course, he only races in historics pretty well, apart from the fact he does a bit of LMP3
And forgive me,
in America.
he will be a bronze now because of age.
And he'll be a bronze because of age as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's the answer. They're basing it on that.
Because you basically drop a level at 55 and 60.
Yeah. But historic racing doesn't count towards that system
No.
anyway, you see. So that's it. That's the answer to that. So it really plays into their hands, doesn't it? And
yeah, but we've got 30.6 seconds from the lead for Nigel Greensall to Stippler, with Andy Newell not forgetting in between in the middle, in number 70. But of course, we have 23 minutes left of the race to go. So number 3 Mini there looks like it's going very slowly. That's Georges Roquieta from France, driving on his own in the 1964 number 3 Cooper S 1275, and looks to be going a tad slower than he would anticipate or prefer, shall we say. We'll see if that's going to be a retirement, and if it gets to one side of the track, it shouldn't cause any issues on track, because I'm sure he's going to get to a gap in the barriers if needed and get pulled to one side.
well, there is the 79 car. It is indeed Alfie Briggs, who I don't think he's ever raced a Lotus Cortina before, the teenager who has had a lot of success in sports prototypes, in historic racing, or not very old sports prototypes. Won in this series early on in the Zytek in the first round from Barcelona, and Alfie Briggs is really quick. So interested to see how he gets on. So Mark Drain normally has a different co-driver in Andrew Hatton, and they're mates. They go back a long time. Presume Andrew's not available this weekend. So
No, he's around. He's listed.
Oh, is he?
He's listed as second driver in the car.
No, they put Alfie Briggs in the car.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, my apologies.
He was listed, but then presumably he's not coming. Alfie Briggs been drafted in at the last minute.
That was a prime example of listen to what I mean, not what I say.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Right.
So Briggs will make
Catch up, Snowdon.
Watch this. Briggs will make this car go really quick. I mean, he's just done 2:09, I think. So everything fine here, isn't it? We're watching the 70 car with Andy Newell. All that experience driven. Historic Formula 1 cars, driven all sorts of stuff, but we see lots of GT40s, Cobras, very experienced driver. As we said, now just concentrating on his historic racing, which is nice. And silver years, shall we call it.
Now, interestingly, Andrew, the times have gone out. So Andy Newell is now 14 seconds adrift from Nigel Greensall. And Frank Stippler now 39. It was 30, but it dropped down to 28 at one point. Just looking at sector times, and the answer to that is in our driver Nigel Greensall. Unsurprisingly, is the answer. His best time is now 2:05 compared to 2:10 and 2:07 of the two cars behind, the Andy Newell driven Alfa Romeo and the Frank Stippler Alfa Romeo in third place. So Nigel Greensall just weaving his usual magic.
It's come to me who it was that lost the win at Goodwood. It was Rob Huff.
It was Rob Huff, you're absolutely right.
It was
yes.
Rob Huff.
The E-type.
And yeah, no, we got out of the pitch 2 seconds too quick or something like that, and lost the win through it. And I think they only had a 5-second penalty, but it was just enough because it's such a terrific, closely fought race. Greensall just put in the fastest lap of the race.
Still always looks incongruous to me when you see something the size of a Mustang, the sheer size of a Mustang on track next to a Mini. And you do forget that the Mini was possibly one of the most aptly named cars in the history of motoring. They are. If you see, I actually saw one on the road the other day, an original Mini from, it was admittedly early 70s, and you forget the sheer physicality. It is so tiny, and cars today are so big. You know, what we call a crossover SUV or something. It's still enormous compared to that. And then, of course, these Minis race against Galaxies and things, even bigger.
Do you think what is now the Mini, the Mini Coopers, Cooper works like that? Look at the size of those next to a regular old Mini. I learned to drive. I learned to drive in a Triumph Herald, but my first car was a Mini, which I did manage to somersault actually rather spectacularly. And it survived and was repaired, as it happens.
Well, far more pertinently for us and everybody listening and watching, you survived. Yeah, the nicest possible way, the car's replaceable, you're not.
So long ago that we didn't wear safety belts in that. Safety belts hadn't come in.
No?
I climbed out, it finished upside down in a ditch against a tree, and I climbed out through the back window. And do you know what? A couple of minutes later, a mate of mine came along, and he had a camera in his car, and he took a picture of me standing with a sort of arm resting on this wreckage, which is my mother's car. She wasn't best pleased, but it was a long time ago. And I've got it on my office wall, of course, still. That
Of course you have, yes.
But it was repaired. It straightened it out of soft. He actually managed to go through a hedge and dug in a bit in the field and came back out again. Rather spectacular.
I love your description of rolling a Mini. It dug in a bit.
And there was a reason why I was cross and why I crashed. But anyway, let's go down to the pits, because I think we can hear from another of our runners down there with Vincent.
On le fera en français, l'interview. Back in the pits now in Estoril here with one of the drivers of the first stint, of course. Now it's Frank Stippler in the car. François Rivaz is with us. François Rivaz, c'était comment finalement ce premier relais?
C'était très bien. C'était bien marrant. J'ai eu une bonne baston avec je crois que c'était Monsieur Whitmore dans sa Mustang, qui roule super bien. Et puis j'ai dû ralentir parce que j'ai eu un petit bruit qui m'embêtait dans le pont. On a des vibrations depuis hier. Et puis après, pour finir, bon voilà, c'est resté, mais la voiture marchait encore, donc j'ai continué et passé le volant à Franck.
Frank Stippler, qui est un pilote pro, on le sait bien. Alors il y a de l'espoir, ça fait une 3e place pour l'instant au général, un espoir de remonter.
On verra bien, c'est le jeu, on est là pour s'amuser et ce qui compte c'est que la voiture marche bien, qu'on ait passé une bonne course. Donc voilà, on n'est pas là pour faire des podiums, on est là pour s'amuser. Donc voilà.
It was a nice scene for François Rivaz during the first part of the race. He had a fierce battle with the Ford Mustang. Just after that, yes, it was a little bit noisy in the car, maybe some problem. The car was back in the pits. Then Frank Stippler is back on the track now, and he said, okay, if we finish first, it's okay, but we are here to have fun, not especially to finish on the podium.
So did you get that, Snowy? He heard a noise in the car and slowed down. I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah, well, that was. It seems okay now, doesn't it? He soon got back up to speed, but that cost the race lead, didn't it not?
It did indeed.
at that point.
So just watching Alfie Briggs out there. Bob Berridge is the man who's really mentored Alfie and sort of discovered him and brought him on. So he's Bob Berridge's protege, Alfie Briggs. But I think he might be a silver. I can't understand why Mark Draper's running right near the front. I'm not quite sure why he's now down in 6th place. But putting in very quick, he's the 3rd fastest car out there at the moment. So I'm sure he will move up the field quickly. He's got in front of him Simon Nobili in the Mini, the best of the Minis. Phil Molicek's going okay actually in that Mustang. So he's up to 4th now, Molicek.
So I'm going to be really nerdy here, looking at this camera shot of the 79 Lotus Cortina. Remember, that was actually a Ford Cortina Lotus.
Yes.
As they were originally, or the Consul Cortina.
Yes.
They tell the different grills, what they call pre-aeroflow, which is the grill is separate. The side lights are separate to the grill. I'm going to put real nerd on here, put my anorak on, Andrew, but you indulge me for a moment. The reason being, they changed the grill then to include the side lights, but that denotes it was what they call the aeroflow car. That is, it had eyeball movable vents on the dashboard, as we just expect as normal now. It was the world's first production car to have that, was a Ford Cortina. It wasn't just a Lotus, it was the Ford Cortina. The point of the difference between, people always say that there's a Cortina Mark 1 and a Mark 2 Lotus Cortina. Well, there isn't. Technically, there's a Ford Lotus Cortina and a Ford Cortina Lotus.
Yes.
Because the original cars that we're seeing on track here, like we just see on our camera shot now, number 79, Ford at Dagenham sent the cars unfinished to Lotus at Cheshunt, and they put all the trick bits on. And the early cars had aluminium bonnet boot door panels and skins, aluminium tailstock on the gearbox, bell housing, different remote, different LSD at the back, coil spring rear suspension, A-frame, totally different car, very much a racing car in the Cortina shell. And then they evolved a bit and became a little bit more normal. And by the time we got to Mark IIs, Lotus sent the bits to Dagenham, and they were built alongside the Mark II Cortinas on the production line. Nerd bit over. What's happening on track, Andrew?
Well, we're watching Alfie Briggs at the moment. I'll come back to that Cortina story in a moment. And Alfie has moved it up to 5th place, as I suspect he would, and he's gone past the Mini. I had a Mark II Lotus Cortina as my staff car at Motoring News when I was there. And you're absolutely right, all that trick stuff had gone then. I did have the...
Hang on, you had a Lotus Cortina, or a Cortina Lotus?
Yes.
As a company car? Fantastic. And there are more and more layers to you with that, Andrew.
Well, we didn't get paid very well.
But you got a Lotus Cortina.
Well, after that, I had a Reliant Scimitar. But before that, I had a Cortina GT. They were the 3 cars I had with Mr. T, the proprietor of Motoring News, which has just changed hands. I don't know if you noticed.
No.
Jonathan Palmer has bought
I had
the newspaper, which is very dear to my heart. Those original ones, like you mentioned all the aluminium bits, they also had an aluminium diff housing.
They did.
And the A bracket for the clever suspension hung on that diff and tended to pull them apart.
Well,
and all the oil came out, so they abandoned that. I'm pretty sure my Mark II had gone back to leaf spring rear suspension. And I had that.
It had?
Yeah. I did a deal with BRM. Okay, listen.
Yes.
Who that had a little road engine division at the time, which was run by John Sismey and George Robinson, who went and then formed Vegan Tune. But at the time they were still at BRM. And so I took my engine up to them and they tuned it. And it then had a BRM cam cover, but the old Lotus cam cover that came off hangs on my office wall to this day.
You've sent me a photograph of that.
I have sent you. I told you about that before.
Yeah.
That was, and I had it at one stage. I had it on Avon Formula Ford tyres, which didn't last very long. It was a flying machine at the time. One of the best cars I've ever had. Terrific. Anyway, we're seeing a Lotus Cortina here, and of course the majority of them came white with that Lotus sort of phosphorescently green stripe, sort of sagey green stripe, I suppose you'd call it. This has got just
It's a Citroen green, actually.
Yeah.
It's a Citroen green, it was.
Now, in that shot, you don't see it. But
Ermine white and a Citroen green stripe.
and this car has got a little key line around that. Can you see the key line there?
Yes.
Now? Yeah.
They were
There you
actually
see.
only available in that colour, with one exception, which was when 1965 Sir John Whitmore won the European Touring Car Championship, bearing in mind that, or Saloon Car Championship it was called then. The British Saloon Car Championship, which is now the British Touring Car Championship, was won in 64 by Jim Clark. 65 was European. Sir John Whitmore drove Alan Mann cars, which were red with the gold stripe and the gold roof, and that's the only other colour that car was ever available in to commemorate that.
So there is Briggs being paid. He just overtook Mulacek, and then Mulacek just put on all that great power and went past him again.
So our gap at the very front, it's Nigel Greensaw that's still leading with now a 39-second advantage over Andy Newell.
Yeah.
Frank Stippler, it is behind, that's now 4 seconds behind Andy Newell, so that battle's going to be coming to our view very shortly.
Well, Stippler's lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker than Newell, so he'll be on him next lap, won't he? And here's the battle we're talking about. Here is Stippler in the 22, the Rivaz-owned Alfa Romeo, chasing the yellow car, developed by the Auto Delta Racing organisation, part of Alfa Romeo, and looking magnificent here at Estoril. So Greensall is 40, big lead from Greensall, looking for their second win of the year in this. Just trying to do some championship sums in my head as well, Snowy. I think this will mean that Rivaz will take the championship, because Bontrop had a 17-point lead, which I think there's 20 points for winning this. So. I wonder if now the Alphas right, two Alphas are right together now, just with the previous shot. Look, side by side, under our camera, and it'll be Stippler who will come out in front for sure. And all that will help, of course. Rivaz seem to just this will definitely mean that Rivaz will take this championship.
So I'm still intrigued as to why our Mustang at the start, that's now coming back up through the field, had such a phenomenal start and then dropped back down again. This is our 89 entry.
Could it be that the brakes have come back in again or something like that?
Well, it could be. It might have boiled them a bit to start with. You never know. We know that's when we need to get down to the pits. The Cortina diving down the inside, a little lock up there from the 36 Cortina, and the front right gets inside the Mustang we're just describing there, but the Mustang will have the power on the straight, so it's kind of academic. He's on the wrong part of the circuit now to go around the outside, so the Cortina's got the job done for now. But this is what we say about this David and Goliath thing. It's always like a eternal piece of elastic between the two. Because I think is Stippler now ahead? He is, ahead of Andy Newell. So Frank Stippler up into second position now, but some 45 seconds adrift of our race leader, and with just 7 minutes to go. I can't believe that time has dropped down. You remember it seemed like there was loads to go, and all of a sudden it's just 7 minutes to go. Where does the time go when you're enjoying yourself, Andrew?
So we haven't had that many cars in this race, but we've had some excellent battles going on, and some intrigue and some jeopardy going on that we didn't quite understand what happened with the Mulacek car. It certainly seemed to be going fine at the moment. In fact, it's the best I've seen it going all season. And the Corvette is still pounding round. 1970s, it must be the oldest car in the race. But wonderful to see it here. There it is, and we see it right on screen there. This US racing colours, the white with the two parallel blue stripes. Been seen on many different cars over the years. You can see it on a Ferrari that won a Formula 1 race once. So there is a...
What are colour schemes?
Well, the
white and blue?
Yes.
John Surtees, wasn't it?
Yeah, because Ferrari...
America.
Ferrari were having a spat with the forerunner of the FIA.
Surely not.
And so
in motorsport, somebody having a spat?
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
So it wasn't an official CFAC Ferrari entry. So it would have been a North American racing team. And so they painted it in North American racing colours, and Surtees won. Look at Nigel's, he's so consistent as well, isn't he?
Now the Corvette's just pulled off to the side. This is our 1960 car, our original. I think I'm right in saying this is possibly your favourite in the race, isn't it? So it's plucking at your heartstrings.
Yeah,
this car,
it is.
Yes.
Yes, I've always liked Corvettes, and the current Corvette, of course, finally they went rear-engined, and great value now, a Corvette. So got performance of Ferrari.
So that's Michael Grossfiller from Switzerland in his 1960 Chevrolet Corvette C1 Phase 2.
What was Phase 1 then?
The first cars. It's obviously the first update, isn't it? When did the Corvette come out? 56? 56, something like that, I'd have thought.
I should know, shouldn't I? I should know, yes. I think they look pretty similar, didn't they, those first two models? It's Andy Newell still. I think Andy Newell prepares that Alfa, and he races with that chap a lot. And Andy Newell's been given a warning actually for track limits, I noticed. Yeah,
exactly like what Jolly Bryant was saying, that the organisers are quite rightly being really hot on that in this event.
Oh, we haven't mentioned with Greg Catton in the other Lotus Cortina 36 car. He's had a couple of warnings as well.
Right, so Chevrolet Corvette C1, the original, the first generation, was actually built from 1953 to 1962. 53, they're that old.
Interesting, 53. Absolutely inch perfect, isn't he, Stipler? Hitting the apex is bang on. Real quality driver.
He's just utter class, isn't he? Doesn't matter what's underneath him, what four wheels are underneath him. I suspect he's probably wants to be pretty good on a motorbike as well. But you know, you don't get to be a master of the Nordschleife without having a certain degree of ability.
No.
And he has done that, winning the 24-hour there now, I think 3 times. And a star in NLS and developed all the different cars, Audi R8, and in some races in the NLS series, the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, finale of which will be on RSL next weekend with Bruce Jones and myself. He sometimes drives 2 different cars in the same race, and I've seen him drive a Porsche, so a rear-engine car, and then jump into a Shira Sport Audi R8. And which is, you know, a rear mid-engine car, or even a Mustang, and drive a front-engine car. The man just has boundless talents, and is such a gentleman about it, and so enjoys his racing.
Yeah. His wife's on our side of the fence, you know, Eve, pits reporter, Eve Shearer.
I wonder where you were going with that one.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I worked with her on the DTM. She was 1 year out doing the DTM. She was our pits reporter.
No wonder he's so media savvy then.
Yeah. But the thing about him is he started in historic racing through his family.
Yes.
He didn't go to historic racing later, and I think his early races were in an Alfa Romeo, maybe an Alfa Sud. Nigel Greensill. Got to add yet another trophy, another win. There he is, sliding, having fun now in that blue Mustang. And just the last minute and a half. There's one more lap. This is where he's going on to his last lap. Stipler second, then Newell, then Briggs, and then Molicek. You'll be pleased with that. Yeah, Nigel's really throwing it around, you know, Snowy now. He's got this massive lead of almost 50 seconds, and he's chucking it sideways where he can.
He's just enjoying himself, isn't he?
Yeah.
And rightly so.
Yeah. As I said, they've had one win this season. They haven't done all the rounds, but they've had the one win when they built the Bram Bontrop car.
I'd love to have seen some onboard footage of him. There he was a moment ago. I think it was turn 4, Curva VIP, as it's called. I think that's what is that what he's coming down to now? So it would have been the previous one. But he had a real mid-corner understeer, oversteer moment, and from the outside it looked like a twitch. From the inside, I bet there were armfuls of lock to recover that.
There's Alfie Briggs. Alfie's doing a lot of, he's been driving LMP3 cars and all sorts the last couple of years, thanks to Bob Berridge, and always does a great job.
I can't imagine there's going to be an awful lot of life left in the rear tyres of our race leading and about to be race winning number 14 Mustang of John Spears and Nigel Greensall. Certainly the way Nigel's throwing it around now. He's doing nothing wrong. He's showboating his talent. And why is he doing it, Andrew? Because he can. Exactly so.
Is this the run to the line? Where's the checkered flag? There it is. Down it goes. Win for Nigel Greensall, and probably about win number 45 this season or something.
Yeah, of the 40 races he started.
Yes, hand out of the window, tapping the roof, and Frank Stippler will come home in second slot, and then Andy Newell in third. So 2 Brits and a German, and 3 Brits in the top 4. So sure Alfie would have enjoyed his run in that Lotus Cortina, and I think we can safely say that Francois Rivaz is the CTC champion, so congratulations to him.
Well, still to cross the line is our second place man, Frank Stippler, just coming into view now, coming out of Parabolica. Ayrton Senna to take the line, 55 seconds adrift, which you never normally say of Frank Stippler in anything.
Yeah, we think he had this extra penalty, don't we, for his elite status.
And Andy Newell crossing the line in third place in the other Alfa Romeo, but a bright yellow. So Ford Mustang it is, Alfa Romeo in second and third. Cortina, Alfie Briggs in fourth place. Phil Mulacek in the fast starting number 89, bright orange with blue stripe. Mustang takes fifth place. Simon Mobili in the Austin Cooper will be in sixth place. Seventh is Greg Caton in the Lotus Cortina, and our final classified runner there will be eighth place is Jerome Matalotto, again in a Cooper S. So 8 finishers. We had 3 non-finishers. We saw that one a few minutes ago, just 3 laps ago. Michael Grossfillier in the Chevrolet Corvette, number 69 car. Georges Rocchietta in the Mini Cooper, number 3, and that was 7 laps ago. And Stéphane Lepochois in the Lotus Cortina, who's a non-starter.
I think that Rivaz is actually Belgian. Just looking at my notes now, I sort of got an Italian name, and he's racing an Alfa and so on.
Who's that, sorry?
Francois Rivaz, who drove with Stippler, the owner of the car, who's
Belgian.
Belgian, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And Phil Mulacek actually comes from a place called Conroe in Texas.
So fabulous camera shot back up towards, so that's the hairpin back, is it not? So that's turn 4. Curva VIP down to the straight, yes, a bit just down to the fast right-hander of 5 down into Parabolica Interior, turn 6, where they literally turn back on itself and start to that climb that Andrew mentioned a bit earlier, quite a few elevation changes. So That was our classic touring car challenge. As you say, a little bit light on numbers on the grid, but that did not deter them at all, and battles throughout the field, front, middle, and back of the field. So there was something to watch all the way through, and what a fabulous spectacle they put on for us.
The person I remember racing those Alphas the most, actually, was the guy who went on and raced in Formula One and was actually involved in that huge front straight accident on the British Grand Prix that Jody Scheckter started. Andrea Diadamic. He was always very quick in these. He was a factory Alpha driver, bespectacled, very charming man, actually. And he won the European Touring Car Championship in an Alpha just like that in 1967 and 68. Seems a terribly long time
1973
ago.
British Grand Prix. That
accident, yes.
Yes, that was. And the observer on the pit straight there, what used to be called Motor Bridge.
Yes.
That had to deal with that was my father.
Ah, yes.
And I was there, even though I was obviously a nipper.
Yeah. The other chap that was really good in one of those cars was a chap called Twan Hesemans.
Yes.
Twan is. I haven't seen him in the paddock, but I suspect he's here. His son might be racing later, and his grandchildren racing. But Twan was actually mega in one of those cars. But Diadamic is the guy I really remember doing so well, and it's just sort of compared with the Lotus Cortina. As you said at the start, there's a pizzazz about those cars. It's a look, isn't there? There's a sort of Italian. Look, right on cue it comes into our picture. There's the Auto Delta, the four-leaf clover sign, and there is Frank, and there is Andy Newell, and they will have enjoyed that, yes. Shuts the door, shuts nicely. And I think Vincent's right down there. Bonson's right there with them now. Let's hear from our winner when he's got his crash helmet off, I suspect.
At the finish of this race here with the two Alphas, we missed the Ford Mustang. The winner of the race, Nigel Greensoul, simply went too far in the paddock, so he will have to get back here. Second place for Frank Stepler and François Rivas with the Alfa Romeo. Frank, how was it?
Actually, it's first because the Mustang missed the podium.
He missed the podium. We will try to explain him this.
No, it was fine. It was a fun race to drive without problems. I had one light flashing in the end, so I tried to survive, and we need to find out what was going on.
Well, when we made the interview of François Rivas just after his stint, and he said there was some noise on the car, maybe some problems. You heard something?
Yeah, we were suffering from some vibrations on the rear axle for a couple of races already. It's getting worse a bit, but still it increases from time to time, and then you think it explodes, but then it's fading away again. So yeah, it's difficult to judge, and so far we were right not to revise it completely. Alex Foriani, who prepared the car quite well again, had a look on it during the workshop days, and he said it seems to be all right, although there are some vibrations, and yeah, the car survived. I think he was right.
After all those GT3 races, how are those historic races, Frank?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, it's as we just discussed, it's a bit about taking care about the material. In GT3, it's all flat out, no matter what goes on, and you always rely on the material that the engineers calculated it right. And in these days, in the 60s and 70s, you were able to go as quick as possible, but without watching the material, you will never finish a race. So you need to take care about it, and you go usually as quick as the car can do, and that's the limiting factor.
Thank you, Frank. Second place, maybe first place if we don't find this Nigel Greensoul anymore. And Andy Newell. Andy, it was an Alfa Romeo battle at the end of the race. It was impossible to stay in front of Frank.
I can't stay in front of Frank. He's too quick anyway. But we've been struggling with a handling problem all week. The car's fantastic, but we just had a lot of oversteer. I think he did most of the race sideways. Good fun though. But no, Frank was flying. You won't hold him back.
This circuit of Estoril is a nice circuit for this kind of car.
Sorry.
This circuit of Estoril is a nice circuit for this kind of car?
Yeah, it's a mixture of everything, isn't it, really? It suits all sorts of cars, so yes, it's great track. Love it. Brilliant.
Thank you very much. François Rivas is there. We are just waiting for the winner of the race, Nigel Greensoul. He went too far away in the paddock. John Spears is there, 86 car in historic racing, so we just wait for the winner.
Well, a shame that Nigel Greensoul drove past the victory circle, I suppose you could call it, Snowy, and we didn't hear anything from him. So, but what we did find out, of course, is the Alpha had some possible, they'd been worrying about some rear axle problems, and I think that's why it slowed, because we thought maybe the rear axle, the diff was causing a problem, but in the end it wasn't. So there we are, second place for them, Rivas the champion. And now we're moving on to the Iberian Historic Endurance race. We're going to have two of those races actually over the weekend, with a massive entry of 47 cars, mainly Portuguese drivers. And obviously this is a series I haven't seen this year, but very much Diogo Ferral's plan from the Race Ready organisation, which promotes this meeting together with Peter Otto. I've been doing so for almost a decade. There was historic racing here before Diogo took over, actually, run by an old friend of mine called Francisco Santos. So I remember coming here years and years ago to a historic meeting, and the father and son Halls were here with two of the Matra V12 MS670 sports cars, and it's one of the greatest sounds I've ever heard in racing. The two of them, and they race together. The father and son race together with these
Rick and Rob.
Yeah, Rick and Rob.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm not sure. There's a GT40 in there. Look, and I noticed that this race in the past has been won by GT40s. but I don't really know the pecking order here. See, we've got Robin Ellis, who normally races the Lotus Elite. He's in a 911. So there's one British driver in this.
I'm just looking down the entry list, Andrew, and it's quite staggering. At the top of the entry list, in our race number order, we start with I'm going to say humble compared to the GT40 you've just mentioned, but a BMW 1800 Ti, Dominique Benanti in that. A Lan Alfa Romeo GTA, short wheelbase Porsche. More BMWs, a 2.8 Coupe CS. A few Alphas, a Jaguar E-Type, Mustang, Capri 2600 RS, a Corvette again, a different one, a Fiat 124 Sport, more BMWs, more Porsches, a Datsun, two Datsuns actually, Ginetta G10, this car I know only too well, James Guess and Tom Canning. Tom Canning is the Works Valkyrie test driver driving that car, currently running a GT Cup in the UK with Feathers Motorsport, so I know that one only too well. Short 275 GTB Ferrari, Merlin, Iso Grifo. Never seen one of those out for a long time. Iso Grifo A3. It's a variety, isn't it?
It most certainly is. So interesting to see who is quick. There's a Cobra there as well, Daytona Cobra. There's the GT40. Now that's not one of the regulars from this series. That GT40 is being driven by one of our regulars in the Peter Auto series, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes. But I love the motto for this series, Snowy. The 3 C's. No crashing, no cheating, and no complaining.
Brilliant. Yes. Remember, it's not a democracy.
Yeah. So the GT40 has been driven by Christian Oldendorf. We saw a bit earlier, didn't we? In the Fernandez racing car. There's an E-Types, you say. The Merlin Mark IV. Now that's an interesting sports car. Carlos Bobo is driving it. Merlin Company, Colchester Racing Developments.
Yes.
And the Mark IV was a rival to the Lotus 23, which was the car to beat, but it was a little bit cheaper. There were quite a few drivers who went on. I think Piers Courage started in
I think you're right.
In a Merlin Mark IV, and there it is, right on. You know,
our producer's obviously listening to you, Andrew.
yeah. Well, if somebody picked up a Merlin like that, it is unbelievable, I have to say, because there's 47 cars in there. It could be lucky. But well done anyway. That's a very unusual looking BMW, Snowy, and I'm quite sure what that's all about.
It is. I think it's trying to be a CSL, but it's probably sort of like something else.
Yeah.
Certainly BMW 3 litre, but it's got some slightly different non-factory wheel arches, flared old wheel arches, said least, and a rather large pipe extending into the driver's window on the left-hand side to bring fresh air into the driver of said car. I'm just trying to find out where it is on the entry list. I can find different BMWs, but not that one. So would it be a 2.8 CS, 2800 CS originally? That looks like a 3 litre.
Doesn't look right. So just to remind everybody, this is qualifying for races coming a little later. In fact, I think it's not coming till tomorrow, actually.
So I'm just looking at, so our BMW there is, oh, we've got something facing the wrong way there. That looks like an Elan 2+2, number 12.
I have never seen one of those racing ever before.
Nor have I. Land Sprints and 26 Rs and that, yes, but an Elites, of course, in their day, but an Elan +2, which was, so that's number 12. Francois Guren is driving that, or not at the moment, actually, because it's facing the wrong way, 90 degrees to the track, and a little bit more oblique than that. But another car of interest, a car that I've raced with actually Rob Hall here, not this particular one, but a low drag E-Type 273. Which I don't think's on my entry list, because 273 is down as a Shelby Cobra at Daytona, and it is most definitely, emphatically, looks like a low drag E-Type.
It's being driven by a man called Laurent Jaspers,
who we saw out in our first race we covered today.
Yes, so...
LITRE Cup, wasn't it?
Might have changed cars, hadn't he, at the last
Well, yes.
race? Yeah. There's a replica Cobra. They built 6 of these originally. And
269, that is, yes. That's Bryce Pinot, yes.
They built 6 of them. There's about 20 of them now. None of those 6 race. Rob Walton, one of the owners of Walmart, biggest, huge shopping conglomerate in the States. I have seen him compete in his original one.
So in red, we've gone to a red flag. I'm guessing that's because of the Lotus that's in a sort of prone position there, Andrew. That was the number 12 Elan +2 we were talking about. It's the only thing I can see that would be, of course, the issue. It's not hit anything. It's just stopped, but it looks like it can't go again. So it's right thrown on the inside of the track there, and it is obviously going to be recovered. I think it is at turn 3. Oh, it's also there's an Escort as well that's pulled over to the side of the track with a man working feverishly under the bonnet. It feels like a Russell Brockbank cartoon here.
Yes,
there's a man feverishly working away under the fiberglass bonnet. So there's 2 cars that have stopped on tracks, and no wonder there's a red flag. Footage of our GT40 into the pits, number 168. Absolutely glorious car. That's the that's got the wrong number on it as well for me. 168. Have I got that on the door right? Yes. 168.
That's Oldendorf.
Well, yeah, it says Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2. Well, that's very much a GT40.
Yeah, well, I've got a theory about that car. I'll come to that in a minute. There's the Merlin. And your man, Tom Canning, I see is 6th fastest in a Ginetta G10. Well, that shouldn't be up amongst the people he's with, so he's obviously done a good job, hasn't he?
Well, it is, because it's a monstrous car. Driven by David Brabham, drove it at the Goodwood members meeting a few years ago, and it's a V8 powered Ginetta G10. It's a very rare car.
Yeah.
Phenomenally quick in a straight line.
Lots of activity down there in the pits while this problem out on the track is sorted. Just walking down, our cameraman doing a great job. Got all the right interviews, looks at the right things, well done. I haven't sorted my theory out yet. There's an Alfa C with great big wheel arches on.
Yeah, something I'm allowed to do in this series a bit more. Lovely Capri coming into view. Capri 3 litre, number 396. I don't need to look at any programme to know that, but it is right. It's Neil Merry that's driving that from the UK. That's very much a Goodwood car in red with the Gordon Spice colours. Gordon Spice, famous Capri racer Motorcraft written down the side of it. Tri-Central British Touring Car Championship it was in the late 70s. Went on to build Spice Group C cars, which I was very lucky to drive in the day. Phenomenal little bits of kit.
My GT40 theory has been blown out of the water by the by the internet, so I won't go into that. I thought maybe he'd borrowed the car off the organiser of the race, because I had an idea that that was the colour of Diogo's car. Look, there's that BRM cam cover that I had on my Lotus Cortina I was telling you about earlier. There's an E-Type. They did funny things to E-Types in the States as well, didn't they, when they raced them and put lots of arches on them and things. The rules for this is obviously pretty open. So, fastest of all is Christian Oldendorf in the GT40 for Landis Racing. Carlos Bompard in the Merlin is second, which I guess will have a Climax engine in, but it could be a 1220. It might be a 1500, probably 1220. And then Laurent Jaspers in the E-Type is third. Just looking down. And Robin Ellis, we mentioned, Robin in the Porsche 911 RSR, qualified so far 12th. Car's back on track, that's good. So spectators got some action, we've got some action to commentate on. No, they are all, well, it won't be all 47 of them anymore, but it could be 44 or 45 of them. People accelerating away. So much interest here. So little Datsun, this is 40th, and a little Datsun, what do they call it, 1200, a Cherry or a Sunny or
Probably,
something
of that ilk.
They always had funny names, didn't they?
Datsun 1200.
Yeah, maybe I'll just call it that, do they?
Guillermo Velasco Bazy and Francisco Freitas is going to be showing that, both from Spain. So our qualifying session resumes with just over 30 minutes remaining. Potential or provisional pole position man is the number 29 car, is it? No, sorry, the number 167 car, my apologies. Which is one of those Datsuns as it happens at the moment. Joa Neves is in that. Beautiful 275 GTB Ferrari, if there's such a thing anyway. And nice to see one not in red for a change, red or silver. Very, very deep bottle green on that 275. Glorious to see.
Just going back to the Merlin, now I think about it, it's probably got a Lotus twin cab engine in it. That's what they ran in the period. And I was right, Piers Courage did start his racing in a car like that. But he wasn't the only Grand Prix driver to do that. It was the guy who just wrote about recently for the BRDC magazine, Chris Irwin, who was a Grand Prix driver over the Porsche coming to a stop, who was badly injured quite early in his career when he looked he was going on to great things. And of course Merlin Colchester Racing Developments was a guy called Bob King, and Bob did race one on occasion. More recently, a bloke who won a lot of races in one, a chap called Clive Lacey. But great to see a Merlin Mark IV racing. I saw them racing in period, and I think it was a bit cheaper than a Lotus 23, so people tended to buy them. Lots of action on track. That type looks great, that low drag, doesn't it?
Glorious looking car. I've always enjoyed them. I think there was only really one, maybe two originally built at the low drag. Yeah. Eric Sayers' design, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Of the already lightweight, and I think it was the existing lightweight. I think only one was built by the factory at the time. The famous Linda Knocker car that was so badly damaged and then rebuilt. Now we've got a Porsche stopped at the side of the track, so it's on a narrow part of the track, as in a narrow bit of runoff area, but it is on a straight, so we're hoping we can see it and it's not going to cause another stoppage to get it removed out of the way.
So, as is often the case in events like this, there's lots of classes. There's 5 actually altogether, I think. Pre-65 special touring cars and GTs, 65 to 71, 71 to 76. There's a GTP and sports car category, 72 to 76. And then there's also an invitation class, so they let anybody in, basically. Anybody out there going quickly? Well, the bloke who's going quickly is the guy who's fastest, actually, because he's just gone quickest in sector 1.
So we need to see this Ginetta of Tom Canning that's at the wheel at the moment. Well, that's what my timing screen is telling me. Feathers Motorsport run car with Simon Rose owns the team and indeed the car. We're here and his lovely lady wife Katrina, and they will have James Guess who will be jumping into that car shortly. A 2:08.095 for Tom Canning currently. To give you an idea of a modern driver, Tom is very early 20s, and he's done lots of GT racing, Ginetta Junior Champion, that kind of stuff. He weighs a staggering 52 kilos.
Oh, what's that in stone?
Well, it's not. It's like 6 stone ringing wet, isn't it? Yeah, the miners whip its dog kind of thing. And was told by his personal trainer that if he's going to do more of this sports car testing, as in Valkyries and Valhallas and stuff, which he does for Aston Martin, that he needed to basically build up, and he's got to increase to 62. So imagine telling a racing driver you've got to put on 10 kilos. I'd like to lose 10 kilos and more. No comments, please. Answer on the postcard to the commentary box.
His co-driver, interesting chap, and known for years, was very friendly with Justin Bell.
Was his manager for a while?
Yeah, it was, but now he's involved with Darren Turner's
based performance simulators, BPS,
yeah.
So a business that Darren developed from the follow-on, from winning the McLaren Autosport Award, young driver, and basically McLaren's one of the deals was that he developed the sim side of stuff, simulators, which was quite embryonic then. It's turned it into a brilliant business, and James, as sales director, is taking it to newer levels and installations that you see into places where some of them are just quite incredible. 50,000-60,000 pounds for a sim, and it's just extraordinary. But good to see him back out racing again. James hasn't raced as much this year as he would normally, so good to see him out and sharing with somebody like Tom Canning. Full course yellow as we speak, Andrew. We've just gone to that, so not quite sure what's caused that. It might be that Porsche that was parked at the side of the track, so it might just put to full course yellow, which means they can continue to circulate. You just can't set a time, and then you can get that car out of the way and get it recovered.
I noticed up into second place in the Scuderia GT Classic team, Ferrari 275 GTB, is Andreas Rollner. He's one of our regulars in this series, and I think we'll definitely see him racing later in the 60s category. There's another GT40, the light blue one, sort of the Golf blue, but without the orange stripes. You've got white stripes instead. There's a Caterham or Lotus 7, isn't it? There's well, the two GT40s running together.
Absolutely.
Now. Yeah. Trying to look where that other GT40 is in 11th place. That's it's a chap with lots of J's and Y's in his name. Oliver Nuytjens, or Olivier Nuytjens. Yeah, I'm just looking back at some results now, actually, and listened to last year. Olivier Nuytjens was second in, there were two races, second in one of them, and Christian Oldendorf was third. So they're old rivals, the two GT40s. And the race is actually won by Paulo Lima, who's not racing this time. And back in 22, actually Lars Rollner, not Andreas, did actually win this race with Patrick Simon. Just while this is going on, just a bit of housekeeping really from the Peter Auto series. There's a couple of, normally have 9 different series taking part. We've got 7 this time because we have got the Iberian cars and the Formula 1 cars. So the 2 series which aren't here is Group C and ERC, endurance racing cars. And they've both obviously got their champions crowned. So in the Group C, Olivier Gallant won that in the Scott Sport Prepared Nissan R90 CK.
I mentioned him the other day when
Yeah.
he came up on Facebook. You and I, he came to our attention 2022, would you believe, 3 years ago at Le Mans Classic when he drove a silk-cut Jaguar.
Yeah.
And we both said,
Who's this guy?
Who's this guy? Where's he come from? But boy, can he drive a Group C car.
Yeah.
I think he was second in that race, Olivier Gallant, and now he's won the championship.
Well, he comes from France, but he lives in Dubai, and they're in the cosmetics industry. So that P1 Group C, the ERC, Endurance Racing, ERC, ERL, I mean, Endurance Racing Legends, lots of categories and classes in that, but the man who won the fastest class was Philip Cadori in his Ferrari. Scott Gable in his BMW all the way from America won the GT2B category. Seb Glazer won the GT2A. In GT1B and the wonderful Maserati MC12. That'll be near the front of these races was Alex Rittweger and Sam Hancock. And then the GT1A category was won by Nicholas Joffre. Won't be seeing those cars, but that just tells you who the champions were. Well, this is a great shot.
That's the Ginetta G10 182 of Tom Canningham. I was saying about the tremendous V8 power in that engine, in that car. It's basically a bit of fiberglass with an engine in it, or a V8 engine with a bit of fiberglass attached to it. It just literally tore down the pit straight there and went past about 5 or 6 cars because it's got sheer ground. Whether it stops at the core or not is another issue, but that's Tom Canning's job. And I've seen how sponsorship and diplomacy now works and diplomatic things. Because we've mentioned them so kindly, the team owner, Simon Rose, has invited us out for a supper tonight.
Has he?
With the team.
Marvellous.
It's very kind of him, isn't it?
It is.
We'll give you more mentions.
Great fish down here.
Exactly.
That Ginetta with the V8 engine is a very rare car, isn't it?
I think one of two, if I'm correct.
I think you're probably right. Back in the days when Ginetta was owned by the Walcott brothers, built the cars in near Chelmsford in Essex, and after that they went rear engine, of course, with the fantastic Ginetta G12.
One thing I do know about it that you don't.
Go on.
It's for sale.
Is it?
Yes.
How much is it then?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I can find out for you. I will check with the team owner in case the price has changed. Simon, if you're listening, then message it to us.
It's a Ford V8, presumably. It's not a Chevy.
Oh, that's a good point. I think it is. He's messaging me right now, so I'm going to ask him.
Oh, great. Okay.
He's down in the pits, and he should be concentrating on his driving at that time. He's busy messaging. There's money involved, okay? So, if it's for sale, he's going to tell me the price. Never mind Tom's lap times. Love it.
Question is, will the price go up if it wins this race and gets on the podium? Of course it will. When I worked at Motoring News, for some reason, they had a very good relationship with Ginetta. They knew Ginetta, and you know, Motoring News was owned by the T family, Wesley T and his sons Michael and David and Ian. And Ian did race at Ginetta for a while and was pretty quick in it too. But we often used to go down there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is. It's the 4.7 Shelby Mustang 289 engine in that. In the G10. The point I'm trying to make about it is that it weighs, I think it's 800 kilos, which is not a lot. 900 kilos. There you go. 900 kilos with a Shelby V8 in it.
Guess it'll have about 450 horsepower, something like that.
Thereabouts, 900 kilos. It's a good old power to weight ratio, isn't it?
Car was launched at the 1965 racing car show. I'm sure I would have been at that.
I'm loving this without even mentioning him from the pits. Another message from Chris Jolly.
Okay.
Racer of lots and lots of cars, but most notably a DB2, and he's Monaco as well, like Cooper. He and his wife have also just invited us out to dinner.
Oh,
that's
interesting.
This is good. Honestly,
shame we're finishing late.
Exactly. Yes, we're liking this. Just how commentary should be, Andrew.
It should be. It's so interactive. I love it. I love it. I think they're building some of those Ginetta GT.
They are. They are. Yes.
The Walkler brothers, I think, have got the
still remastered.
Yes, they've got the heritage side of it. The thing they build mainly is G15, I think. I once went on the road in it was a G15 and it had a BRM Formula 2 engine in, driven by Willie Green. I was very impressed. We came down. We were in the Derbyshire Peak District. They came down to the hairpin and you went down from 6th to 1st. It was terrific. Never forget it. I drove a GT40 that day, and that was
says the man that was a co-driver in the Lancia Stratos rally car. So come on, most people would.
That was
die for the opportunity.
It was different. You know, that was a pro situation. This was fun. You know?
So still got a little bit over 16 minutes. The clock is just ticking to that now to finish this qualifying session. This is our Iberian Historic Endurance qualifying session. This race takes place tomorrow. Yeah. And we have currently, unsurprisingly, 2 GT40s at the front. The Merlin that you mentioned a few minutes ago is in 3rd place. E-Type's in 4th and 5th. The 275 Ferrari has gone quicker than I expected in 6th place. The Tom Canning driven, as it was originally, probably James guessed by now, Ginetta G10 we've just talked about is in 7th place. Shelby Cobra, it is in 8th. Alpha and Porsche rounding out the top 10. So variety of traffic, models of cars out there. 1:59.07 is our fastest lap time from that's from Christian Obnow, isn't it? Yes. And our Mustang in 0.8 of a second slower. That's all. So very, very close on those 2 Mustangs at the front, and a bit of a jump off 2.3 seconds to the Merlin. Yeah, Christian Oldendorf it is that's in.
There's that Ferrari.
Yeah. Currently running in 6th overall.
That's worth a lot of money, I would suggest.
Irrelevant. Nice to see it out being raced.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it looks like it's an original one as well.
Do people build replicas of those? I'm sure they do.
Well, you're probably right, actually, yes. But as in nice bits of chrome trim on it and window surrounds, it just looks absolutely proper, doesn't it?
It does. It absolutely does. I love that section of track there as they climb.
So does he, by the look of it.
Yeah.
Tail sliding out of there, power down. I remember a friend of my father's who's owned one of those, he possibly sold it now many, many years ago, but during the 80s he'd had one since the 70s. And he said in that time, I think about 1988, 89, maybe 90, around about then, that in his 15-odd year tenure of that car then, let's say mid-70s, so the car was about a 10-year-old car when he bought it, that the barometer he had for how the world had changed was that schoolboys used to walk up to him when he first had it and say, "How fast will it go, mister?"
Yeah.
Said now they were asking him, "How much is it worth, mister?" And that was only late 80s, early 90s. Glorious, all great, little bit of weaving under braking there to Cascais, bit of a catch there for. I'm not sure who's in the car first, whether it's Andreas Rollner or Michael Holden. Both are listed to drive that car from Denmark.
So the Ginetta with the big V8 Ford motor in 7th place. Feathers Motorsport, tell me about them.
So they started 2014, I would say thereabouts, with 1 and then 2 Porsche 968 CSs in the AMOC Intermark Championship, and it just grew. James Guest was on board in the very early days, and there's a business partner of Simon Rose, part of that base performance solution, BPS, and it's just grown and grown. Went into a bit of modern racing, got a GT4 Aston, which they run this year in the GT Cup series. Butte Motorsport run that in the UK, so kind of like a bit of British GT Light, if you see what I mean. It's an Aston Martin approved program, so they've got Tom Canning on board. And young Archie Clark now, who is only, he may be 17 now, I think. But has done race Genettas and karting and quite a lot of sim racing, which obviously fits perfectly with the profile and model of Base Performance that are the main sponsors or partners of Feathers Motorsport. And young Archie Clark is the grandson of Roger Clark, the rally driver. So giving him the opportunity to cut his teeth and learn what it's like driving a GT4 car. And I witnessed his very first test in the car back at Donington in February, and just straight out of the box was absolutely perfect. And his teammate Tom Canning, as we can just see behind the low drag E-Type there right now, the red Ginetta G10 with the black hardtop. Tom is his teammate and will be passing all his knowledge and experience at the age of 22 onto him, but he's been racing. I think Tom was racing in British GT. I think he was one of the Porsche Carrera Cup in the UK, and I think he was think he was 16 when he first started that and didn't have a road license, and people used to get his autograph because they thought he was too young to drive a car, never mind a racing car. He has got those he's got baby looks, and he is young as well. And he's handsome, fit, a very good driver, and just basically very annoying. But love him to bits. He's a good chap. And what is more importantly that you know, Andrew, for race drivers, is not is he just quick in the car, but he can explain it to the engineers. He can explain what it is or isn't doing, why it's going slower, or why things, and just explain it so simply in simple terms, but then can encourage. So for somebody like Archie Clark, who's new to it, brilliant mentor, even though he's only 22, 23 at best himself, and he's coaching a 16, 17-year-old, and he's just like, wow, the world is his oyster.
So where have they been racing this G10 before? Because I wasn't aware of it. I remember it originally, but I didn't realise somebody was racing one now.
Well, it's sporadic when it comes out. Yeah. It has been used at the members' meeting a few times. David Brabham has driven it at the members' meeting. Said it scared the life out of him. He'd drive it, of course he'd drive it, and he'd drive it fast.
Yeah.
But it did scare the life out of him. It is, it's quite brutal in its delivery, shall we say. And I shall message Tom in a minute and just get a bit of info about what it's like to drive it around here.
So maybe we'll just give you a little heads up on what's going to happen for the rest of the afternoon. This quali session's just coming to an end at 15:40. We're going to have qualifying for Heritage Touring cars, or the Heritage Touring Cup.
Sorry, your third place car there, the Merlin. Sorry to cut across you for a minute. That just had a little spin and got itself going. I thought his session was coming to an end.
So 15:40 Heritage Touring Cup qualifying. Then we're going to have the wonderful, one of the races I'm looking forward more than anything else will be the Pre-86 Classic Grand Prix race. It's not in the Masters F1 series. This is a standalone race. We've got a phenomenal entry list of 26 cars. Nick Padmore, we know is in it. He will be battling for the lead. And then we come to a close with the long 2-hour 60s endurance race. It'll be a bit of endurance for us as well, I think, Snowy, which will start at 5:15, end at 7:15. Remembering, of course, that Portugal and the UK are in the same time zone, unlike most of Europe.
New fastest lap for Tom Canning in that Ginetta G10 we were just talking about. He's propelled himself from P6 to P4, and I have checked with the owner of that car, out of a bit of due diligence and courtesy, that the car is for sale, and it is for sale for a non-negotiable price of £100,000.
Right, nice.
So there you go.
Nice round number.
Exactly. It's good lunch for you, isn't it, Andrew?
Oldendorf is still lapping nicely. There's the Merlin again, and this is a replay of his spin. And did he clip the barrier? I don't think he did, and he very nearly got hit in the rear.
Because they really got collected rather than clipping the barrier, didn't they?
Yeah, he did. It was two Porsches of different eras there together. And Canning is in the pit now. I'm fascinated to see that car. I've forgotten about them putting that V8 engine in quite early in their career, because the G4 was racing very successfully back then.
Yeah, so there were 4 made, one of which was destroyed 1965, yeah.
Yeah.
I love the idea of that, same as the Cobra. You take a perfectly good British sports car with a smallish engine in it, and stick a great big American V8 in it.
Yeah.
I mean, how could it ever possibly handle? But they did. They made them work.
Yeah.
But it just the sheer physics of it is it's lunacy.
Yeah.
But they made them work and they made them drive.
Here's that little Datsun look. Nice clean car. Lots of stickers on the back. Oh, and there we have an Alpha, do we not?
No, BMW.
Oh, sorry, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, with big wheel arches on, and what happened to that?
I don't think that's the one we were talking about earlier. Are we going to go to a yellow flag? Yes, indeed. We've got a yellow flag with just coming up to 6 minutes of this Iberian Classic qualifying to go.
You mentioned the ISO Griffo. Of course, the ISO became Bizzarini. I'm quite sure it's history of all that happened, but
let's now go to full course yellow. And sorry, Andrew, my correction. It should be Iberian Historic Endurance. It's called. My apologies.
Yes,
with its correct title.
And of course, ISO did have their name on the Formula One car for a little while with Frank Williams. Frank did a deal, and the sort of 3rd generation.
Was that a Polytoy sponsored car?
No. Polytoys was later. That was a March.
Okay.
The March, the one that
I was
had
very young in my defence.
Yeah, you were. The March that had the T-tray on the front.
Yes.
It was the Polytoys. Pescarolo raced it.
And STP, didn't it? Sponsorship as well. Ronnie Peterson drove that.
Yeah, well, yeah. But before that, Frank, in his really early days, they had the ISO. It was called the ISO Marlborough because Marlborough was sponsoring him. And
I think the problem with this full course yellow, Andrew, is that it's going to, with a matter of 5 minutes to go, that it's going to mess up a little bit of the qualifying session because people aren't going to be able to get to do that which they want because they've got to circulate rounds. So some people will be changing drivers, and that's actually at a vital point of qualifying that this full course yellow's come in. If it remains another matter of a couple of minutes, we are 4 minutes 30 seconds to go. And the fastest lap time is just under a 2 minute. So that's not going to be beaten. I don't think our fastest lap is going to be beaten. I think our GT40s are kind of pretty safe there. 3-4-5 is possible. That's the Porsche, Merlin, Ginetta, and then 2 of the Jaguars and the Ferrari down to 8th. And I think they're in a little bit of jeopardy here now. Kind of what we'd say in Formula 1, like the knockout zone. It's not quite because it isn't of that format here, but it does scupper any strategy you will have thought out, which you now can't employ. So it's Christian Oldendorf at the moment who's on provisional pole position in the Ford GT40 with a 1:58.7.
That was the ISO we saw earlier in our picture just a few minutes ago.
So we're back to full course green, if you like, if there's such a thing, or green flag, with just over 3.5 minutes to go, Andrew. It's the 2 GT40s at the front. I don't think they're even circulating on track. They are entries 168 and 265, one being the pale blue car, and that's the 2nd place car, and the pole position car of Oldendorf, the deep maroon. Got those the right way round? I think I have.
I believe you have. This Iberian series here, Iberian Historic Endurance, give it its full title, tended to be dominated by GT40s over the last few years, so no surprise there really. What is a surprise is a little Merlin right there at the front. And
we've still got the number 75 Porsche 911 3-litre RS of Carlos Presidio and Miguel Lobo in 3rd place ahead of that Merlin, which is hugely impressive. It is tight at the very top. It is a mere 1.17 seconds between 1st and 2nd, the 2 GT40s, and then 2 seconds, 2.6, 2.8. You're getting the idea of the pattern, and we're only down to takes till 17th place to get outside of 10 seconds difference to pole position. So it's hugely tight, and it bodes well for a fantastic race tomorrow. full of cars. Big compliment on the grid.
This Corvette,
decent lap times.
This guy's really thrown this Corvette around. It's only just got out. It obviously had problems early on. So he's actually shown in 47th place, but I don't think he's done many laps. And he's pushing that hard, isn't it? Ooh. Soaring at the wheel.
That will have kept him busy in the cockpit, keeping that on the black stuff and out of the green, but great job done there by the Corvette driver, which is, I'm trying to tell you who that is in a second.
Pedro Betancourt. Yeah, that's Pedro Betancourt.
Yes, there's Jorge Nogueira Pinto in that car as well, but that's a second driver, so I don't know who's gone out first, but you're right, Pedro Betancourt is certainly one of the listed drivers. I'm just trying to see where he is on the track before we get a time. You say, certainly going for it in the time he's got left. There's just over a minute to go, so he should be able to complete this lap and start another before the clock finishes, Andrew. Sounding glorious as it comes around, passes here at Interior Parabolica, heading up to Orella, turn 7. Short little run between 7 and 8, little squirt of power, not much, almost like the beginning of the start of the circuit at Portimao. 8, and then suddenly we're just hard on the brakes into this Gancho, turn 9, where it's a left and right corkscrew uphill into 10. 11 is the beginning of the S's. 12 is sharp left-hander but fast and flowing, and then really fast run again, rather like the run at Portimao onto the pit straight down into turn 13. Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and our Corvette is going to cross the line very short. Let's see where he appears on the time sheet. He's coming out on the exit curves of Parabolica Ayrton Senna and over the line, should set a time now. Indeed goes P9 straight off on his first flying lap. Checkered flag has been taken, so he can't start another lap, so that is where it's going to be. But for a car that hadn't come out, it hadn't been out all session, it's effectively had one stab at it and got himself inside the top 10.
Well, I think it had done a few laps, but with the other driver, who I think was not on the same pace, because it was right at the bottom there. Or maybe they just tweaked something and got it sorted, and it's back on all 8 cylinders.
I was going to say there was quite a big gap in the pace, wasn't there? So
yeah.
I think you're right there, and there was some kind of mechanical malady on that car, but it's in the top 10 now, P9 comfortably actually for the moment.
You can just see the attitude of the car that was going quickly. At the moment we
2:03.03.073, impressive time.
Yeah. Well, we've got this this period in the middle of Saturday with these qualifying sessions. So we got Heritage Touring cars coming up next, and this is all about BMWs and Capris, classic battles from the past. In this next race, we're going to see for the first time the guy who is absolutely the #1 historic racing driver out of this series. He's called Maxime Guenat, and he has a lot of cars. Well, his family have a lot of cars, and he's had so much success this season that he's already won 3 of the 9 championships. Got those in the book. Could win another one yet. And we are expecting him in this next session. I expect he could be on the pole, but he has got quite a bit of opposition. But Max Guenat, his father started the Richard Mille Watch Company together with Richard, their business partners. And Max works as he's called the general manager of Richard Mille watches, timepieces to the men who have big checkbooks. Beautiful watches, of course, and Richard Mille Watch Company, of course, a massive motor racing sponsor, all the way up to sponsoring the Ferrari Formula 1 team. But so that Max is 33 years old. They just live just inside Switzerland. They're Swiss, but they're right on the border with France. So look forward to seeing Max out there. He'll be one of the stars, certainly tomorrow. We'll see him in that Lola T2960 FV sports car, sports prototype. He's won so many races in. Meanwhile, so next race coming up, but I think maybe we can go down for a little bit more chat from the pit road. So just a quick advertisement there, but I think maybe we will be able to go down to the pit lane now and hear from Volton. Oh, the interviewee has walked off, so
he's gone for well-earned afternoon tea. It is afternoon tea time after all, Andrew.
I did a lot of work in the States for Speed Channel, later Fox Sport, and of course they put umpteen advertisements in their coverage. So you get somebody who's just climbed out of a race car leading and his eyes still bulging, you know, the veins on his neck and all out. I'll get the interview there, and you go to make the first question. Oh, Andrew, we're going to a commercial break now. Like 5 minutes later, they came back, the bloke gone, you know, or was getting a bit cross.
Well, that's the interview you want. But, so, just seeing a bit of footage of going back. Sorry, Andrew, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say,
my apologies.
That's a great thing. You know, we both worked for Radio Le Mans. The thing is that John Hindhaugh and the gang, the moment you got an interview with the key guy, they'd go straight to you. Which my American TV days, I tell you, it was so frustrating.
Just different styles. So we've moving on to our not historic, Heritage Touring Cup.
Well, they are historic.
Yes, but the series that's called Heritage Touring Cup, HTC. Great variety of cars, and very much my era of growing up as a kid and watching these when there's sort of Grand Prix support races, etc., which they possibly weren't. That's what my memory of them is. But 6-hour races cost that 6 hours at Silverstone and stuff. So mid-70s cars. So a plethora of Ford Capris, BMW 3 litres. But I can't see anything else in here at the moment. Is there a couple of Escorts? It really is.
That's it.
It is Capris, Escorts, and BMWs. That's all there is. So two RS 2600 Capris from the early 70s, the types that Niki Lauda and stuff would have driven in their day. And then, of course, the slightly bigger engine ones with the RS 3100. The clue's in the name.
Some of them have got 24 valve engines. Some have got 12. Obviously, the 24 valve ones are quicker. And there they are on the track, and so Maxime Guenard, who I mentioned, is in the number 50 car, and his father is in this race as well, the man who started Richard Mille Watches with Richard, business partners then and still now, and he also races and will be racing in a decent DFV powered sports car later on. And he's in the 49 car, so the Guenards are 49 and 50, father and son. And their cars always prepared by Equipe Europe, who have a big presence in the paddock here. And the guys who run Equipe Europe are also in this race. Ivan Mar, who is the son of the founder of that company, is in a BMW 3.5 CSL.
So really what we've got is a Ford versus BMW battle.
Just as we had in period, and when both companies were putting huge amounts of money into this category of racing and employing top-level drivers, of course, the Hans Stucks of this world, all kinds of. I think Jackie Stewart.
I said
even
Jackie
raced-
Stewart, early days, 73, and what would be
Yeah.
an RS 2600 then with his protege Francois Sever. I'm sure they shared a car. I'm sure in those eponymously liveried white and blue. Ooh, that sounded like an unhealthy gear change on one of the Hermitite livery there, the famous white with gold and red stripes and roof. I'm not sure if one of the Capris hasn't had a bit of a problem there as well. Certainly one of the BMWs have. That's
Well, we're seeing it now.
32 entry, I think it is. 32?
I don't understand how that happened. It's just suddenly swapped ends.
Cold tyres. Just coming out of the corner got on the power and just swapped ends, isn't
Yeah.
it? Sharp right-hander out of the pits. I'm trying to see which of our many BMWs that was, and as soon as I know, I will tell you. This is just like going back to my childhood. I don't mind the Formula One cars an hour or so ago. Andrew, these are the cars that always captured my imagination as a kid. The Formula One cars were great, and I was very privileged as a 10-year-old to be growing up around it, not really getting, but it was these cars, the 3-litre CSLs and the Capris, because they were road relatable. It was a road car that was on steroids basically, and a lot of nothing else. It was the BMW number 11 of Charles Firmenich that had the spin and a full 360. It was indeed on cold tyres. No harm done. Nobody collected him, but it was a moment for him, shall we say?
I was talking about Richard Neal and his eponymous watch company. He has a son and a daughter, I think, are both in this race. And Armin Meal and then Gian Meal. I'm not quite sure of the relationships of quite all these meals, to be frank. But Armin definitely the son. But it is Armin Meal who's gone fastest from Dominic, the father, Guenard, and then Frans van der Lik, and then Ivan Maar from Keep Europe. But just looking where Max is in this. Okay, Max not really up to speed yet. He's just down in 14th place, so that will soon change. Another one to watch for, just going out now, is Sebastian Glazer. And he's one of the star men in this series.
Well, just very helpfully, just for a little bit of future in our weekend, Andrew got an update, an official bulletin for the time handicaps for elite drivers, none of which are entirely relevant to this series, this race.
That's good.
However, I was going to say exactly, we've got them for the future. So for the 2-litre Cup and the Classic Endurance Race 1 and 2, the CTC and the 60s. So we now know, the Frank Stiplers and the Ollie Bryant of the world and Nick Padmores, what their DAC grading, what their penalties is. So when we get to those races, we'll be able to give you a little bit more information. So I'm basically saying that as an aid memoir, Andrew, to remind me that I've got the info here. Don't leave it on the phone. I need to actually read it out on air. Most important.
How many of them are there, though?
Too many to read out now.
Oh,
quite a few. Yeah, it's a good amount.
Those obvious ones.
15 or so, I'd say.
Oh, that many.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay. Okay, so
now I've got to say, just very, very quick, going back to our last race, I've mentioned to Tom Canning, yes.
Yeah.
I won't tell you what I said to him, but roughly along the lines of why only P4? Yeah, as in that's not good enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been talking to him for quite a while about historic racing, and he's just gone like, he's 22. He's just like, really, historic racing, it's got no grip. You've got treaded tyres. I want slicks. I want aero, whatever. Tom Canning, and he's going to hate me for this. No, he's not. I'm going to read this out now. He's just said to me exactly a moment ago, mate, this classic stuff you've been banging on about for years is pretty awesome.
I like it.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tom.
And let's just remind everybody that the biggest race meeting in Britain, of course, is the British Grand Prix, and about the next 4 biggest race meetings are all for classic and historic and similar sports cars, aren't they? Anything about Goodwoods, 2 Goodwoods in there, Silverstone Festival, the the Donington Historic, which I think they're going to be building up even more for next season. So
now, afternoon tea in the pits has now ended, and Vincent is back in the pits. Whether he's ready and available, I'm not quite sure this exact moment, but he is back in the pits with us. Are you with us, Vincent? Not for this exact moment, but I'm sure he will tell us when we are, and have a word in my ear and say, I've got so-and-so or whoever for a little update from us from the pit. So good to have you back. So the cars that are making the headway at the front, we said this is a Ford versus BMW battle, not Ford versus Ferrari, Ford versus BMW. As you said, Andrew, as it was in the day. We have on the front row currently, provisionally, not one but two Ford Capris.
And we just saw the car with the green livery on it, with the window sweep on the side, which there's a reason for that. It's a company logo sponsored originally. I remember seeing that car at Ricard. For some reason, it spits out a lot more flame than anything else. I mean, there's obviously similar Capris. It must be the way they've got the fueling, but it's always spectacular with the flames coming out of it. We might see it again soon.
Well, so it's two Capris at the front. That's the second place car you're talking about now, actually, which is Maxime Genet is in that in 3100 Capri.
I think it's Guenard.
Guenard, okay. On provisional pole position is our number 60 car, which is Armand Millet. You mentioned that already, in a 3100 Cologne. Those are the two, a brace of Fords at the front, followed by no less than 5 BMW CSLs, 3s and 3.5 litres. And it takes us all the way down to 9th place. I've just spotted somebody else I hadn't realised, who I can message now, is Jack Layton in the BMW 3.5 litre CSL. I mentioned him quite simply because he's the chief instructor at Goodwood. So good to see him out there racing. I shall message him something rudely in a minute, because that's always gets the best response. If you say well done, they just get to say thanks. If you provoke them, they come back with something else. It's brilliant. I know how drivers work.
See the flames coming out of that Capri again as Guenard just moves through. So at the front, we've got these two sons of the two founders of Richard Mille Watches, and they've been great friends for years and years and known each other since they were best part teenagers. I'm not sure how old Armand is. I know Max is 33.
I shall do a bit of searching in the background. I shall be your super sleuth in the background for you, Andrew, and find out how old he is. How did we work before the internet?
With a lot of books.
Exactly.
We've still got a lot of books. And there is stuff in some of those books that is not on the internet. But more and more is.
Another one of our BMWs into the pits now, with some work, surgery going on the business end of it. This is our 88, Felipe Scamama.
Scamama. He's Swiss, but he spent most of his life in Cincinnati. So there's two Scamama brothers, Yves and Philippe, and Yves done the more racing, but they're both hugely competitive and great enthusiasts. And Yves often races in this series, and he has won quite a lot, but he's not out this weekend for some reason. But his brother is representing the Scamama family. Well, they had a nice business going in America, which they sold up, I think 5 or 6 years ago, and moved back to Switzerland. Look at that in the Vorsteiner livery, the Vorsteiner beer company. It's also sponsored the Arrows Formula One team for a while. So the gold really works well on that, doesn't it?
So this is our 174 entry, another one of the 3-litre CSLs. from 1975, Sebastian Glazer at the wheel of that, and I say at the wheel, barely on the wheel, as in 3 wheels most of the time, and he is absolutely pounding every bit of track he can on out of this, getting it completely floating. 3 wheels most of the time. I think he's coming onto the pit straight now, so is it going to be worthwhile? Is it going to net a result for him and put him at a decent time? Well, is it? Yes, it will. It puts it on provisional pole position with a 1:48.2, demoting both the Capris. So BMW honours go to Sebastian Glazer at the moment, and we said he was on it, but that doesn't necessarily always equate to a decent time. In his case, it does. And do you know what? He's not backing off. He's going for another flyer.
No, he's the reigning champion in this series. He won it last year with Michael Kammerman. Now they drive separately, but last year they raced together. In the championship last year, Armand Miel, who is in second place at the moment, was finishing second in the series, and Yves Chamamo, who I just mentioned, he was third. Nick Padmore races in this sometimes with his old mate Jean-Louis Orion. I don't think he's here today, is he? Orion? No.
So a little lock of tyre there for Glazer on this second flying lap. He says he's not content, spitting flames out of the side. They've got side exhausts on these 3-litre CSLs. By the look of it, on the right-hand side, I'm going to say. Sounds absolutely crisp and clean and clear, doesn't it? It just sounds like that engine's just working perfectly, and he's certainly one of it. He's a very reigning champion. Lovely change of direction, left to right there through Garchot from turn 9 into turn 10. It's now flat out down 11, left through the S's, all lock up with the front right, which is an unloaded wheel, so slightly surprising there, but certainly demonstrating he's on the absolute extremes of adhesion with this 3-litre CSL. Is he going to go any quicker? He's got provisional pole on a 1:48.2. He's going to cross the line. No, he dives into the pits. He aborts the lap. So I think that lockup probably told him. I thought we were going to try and get a better time out of that, though. So it's a 1:48.2 as provisional pole for Sebastian Glazer, and it is Armand Miel in second place at the moment in the Ford Capri on a 1:48.9. So it's split honours at the front. So I'm quite sure that with 25 minutes just under of this session to go for the Heritage Touring Cup, then we're going to have Armand Miel will go out, I'm sure, to try and reclaim that provisional pole position. He'll not let it rest there. It's so close. But fabulous display there from Sebastian Glazer in the glorious gold 3-litre CSL in the sunshine.
So Max Guenard has already won this championship. He's had 4 wins this season, and Glazer's had 3 wins, and then Miel, I think, it's finished third. Maybe the second place could be still a battle for that. So all that to come up later, of course, but all the regulars up there at the front. There's that Hermitite coloured car. They raced in a British Saloon Car Championship. A guy called Holman Blackburn had that sponsorship as well.
Yes, I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that now, because on our entry list we've got about 7 or 8 X's for this number 60 RS3 100 Cologne Capri you're talking about, but the second driver in that car is Armand Miel.
Yes, I think it's Miel at the wheel.
Yeah.
Miel at the wheel. Miel deal.
I think it's just an age thing there. You said Meals on Wheels there, Andrew.
I deliberately didn't.
That's why I had to finish it off with.
Yeah. Just want to check out the championship positions going into this. I'm pretty sure I was correct that Maxime Guenard has won it, but we can do that. There's some great Alcamel Timing do a great job with Peter Auto on this, and you can quickly see all the standings.
So the bar was set initially by the Ford runners. They'd locked out the provisional front row of this grid, but Sebastian Glazer had different ideas in the number 174 BMW and came out and did a stonking flying lap. And I would say until the final sector on his second flying lap, he was on for a better time. He'd set 2 purple sectors already, but then just lost it. Oh, not lost it, just had a lock-up in that final sector, which he then very wisely aborted and probably flat spotted the front right and came into the pits. But a stupendous effort to put the gold BMW through the CSL by Sebastian Glazer at the front of the grid provisionally by 3/4 of a second with 1:48.2.
So just jogging the memory a bit with the results, the reason that Sebastian Glazer, top here, has not taken Maxime Guenard to the wire on this championship is that he actually did not take part at Dijon. Maybe it was a car problem, and Armand Neal can still snatch second place from Glazer in the series. So that's all to play for. But I think we can go down to the pits now and hear from Forza, who's got one of the racers with him.
Halfway of this qualifying session of the Heritage Touring Car, and so far this is the quickest guy on the track, Sebastian Glazer. Sebastian, congratulations, that's a great time. You think it's enough to get the pole position?
I hope, because I got a perfect lap. I could use the peak of the tire in the second quick lap. It was good. I just had one small overtake, so it was really a perfect round, and the car is great. We changed small things yesterday in the suspension to give it more grip on the rear, and it's yeah, it worked out. Great car, thank you.
And if one of the Capri is quicker, you go back on the track?
Yes. I will try my best, but now the tires went too hot, yeah, so I have to wait a little. I look for the Capris because they are quick here, yeah, but then I will try one more shot.
Finger cross. Alors quelques mots en français d'explication. Il vient de signer la pole position. Il dit ça pourrait le faire en guise de pole position. J'ai eu un tour quasiment parfait, un dépassement à effectuer. J'ai exploité au maximum le pic des pneus, comme on l'appelle bien évidemment. Mais si jamais l'une des Capri de l'équipe Europe passait devant, eh bien il est prêt à remonter en piste.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, exactly as I predicted there for Sebastian Glazer, the mentality of a racing driver. If a Capri goes quicker, will he go out? Of course. Yeah, there's only 20 minutes of this to go now, and he's there with his lid off and very calm. Sebastian Glazer, that is our provisional pole position man. But should a Capri go quicker, he'll have that lid on quicker than you can imagine, and he'll back out there trying to take it back again.
He's got quite a nice buffer, hasn't he? I mean, this is very close. These cars are very competitive. 0.7 of a second he's got over Armand Neal. Wait to see what Maxime Guenard is 1.1 seconds slower. Wouldn't put it past Maxime to get a quick lap in yet. Just looking back, on the Friday they have private test sessions, but they're all fully timed. And yesterday, Max Guenard was actually fastest. Oh, the 73 BMW has had an incident, and not in a very good spot there.
That's going into turn 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the pit exit is just behind us, and it's the danger of rejoining now. Nicely turned around though.
Well, that's someone called Matthew Sanders, who I haven't seen racing in this before.
Fabulous in the evocative Alpina colours as they were in those days. So the gauntlet has most definitely been thrown down by Sebastian Glazer, snatching that provisional pole position away from the Ford camp with a time of 1:48.201, putting it just 7/10 ahead of our second place man, which was Armand meal. Now that's now just changed around again, because our number 50 entry, Maxime Janot, has gone out, sorry, he's just gone into second place now with a 148.8, so it's a 10th closer, 0.6. It's chipping away, but there's only so much time and so much tyre time and life you've got left to do that. We heard Sebastian Glazer saying that he had the perfect lap, one overtake, and the tyres were now too hot to continue. And certainly with that luck up we saw, he had brought to the lap, very wise to save the tyres for another run should he need it. At the moment it's not looking like he's going to need to, but there are still some 16 odd minutes to go of this qualifying for our Heritage Touring Cup.
Those flames again put on a real show. I wonder what it does to the gallon, that car. It's got a bit of it coming out of the exhaust pipe and not burning in the engine.
I suspect it's gallons per mile.
Yeah. Used to call them Cologne Capris, didn't they?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, because quite a few are listed here, actually. 52, 54, 60 are listed as Cologne cars, because that's where they were built, and they were very distinctly different to the European British built cars that was it Bloxham who built that? The Fords? I think where was the motorsport centre?
Boreham.
Boreham, that's right.
Yeah.
I knew it was a B.
Yeah. Yeah, it was an airfield there. It had been a racetrack, actually.
Yes.
It even had sort of non-championship Formula 1 races at Boreham just after the war. So. There's the Hermitite car again. Great colour scheme, that. So, still got like best part of 15 minutes. A quite a long practice session for these cars. Peter Auto got some exciting new series for next season. Looking forward to that. And of course, we said Peter Auto, it's Patrick Peter, who's been around promoting races and rallies and the Tour de France Auto for many, many years, over a quarter of a century. He's a great organiser, and he's got in even closer into bed now with the Le Mans people, and we will of course be having the Le Mans Classic historic meeting every year now, but they're splitting the categories, so we're looking forward to that. It did of course only take part once every 2 years in between years from the Monaco Historic Grand Prix. That will continue just biannually, but the Le Mans will continue every year, but with different categories. So I think this next one is going to be the older cars up to about 73, I think, and then the newer categories will be 2027, the new GT3 category, and some other similar series like that. It should be terrific, actually.
I was hearing some tyre noise in the background there that sounded like something rotating. I can't quite see where it is. I'm just talking of iconic liveries. I've just seen another Alpina BMW in black, and they often were, weren't they, with those distinct blue and pink, purple stripes, weren't there? That was
absolutely
the colours, Alpina colours. But they then sometimes reversed it and you had a white one, or you'd have a black one.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite sure what the difference is and why that was at the time, but I'm sure somebody will write in and tell us.
Talking black BMWs, down in Australia, for a while, there were a couple of years, Frank Gardner, the famous Australian driver, was involved. They raced in JPS colours. The JPS tobacco importers there picked up on the great success of the JPS Formula 1 cars and ran a touring car team for these BMWs. And I think they won the championship, if I remember correctly.
So one of our non-Capris or 3SLs is an Escort on track.
Escort, yeah.
It's still a Ford, obviously. I'm stating the obvious, but it's nice to see something that isn't. So this is our 64 entry, which is Hervé Audioni in the RS 1600. So there'll be a little BDA in that, won't it? 1600.
It will be.
A little BDA engine.
Yep.
So very high revving for the time. engine, very compact, very loud, punchy, different time of delivery to the straight sixes in the BMWs and the V6s in the Capris. A very different sort of, almost like a little terrier.
Absolutely.
Punchy away, yapping away at the big dogs up at the front.
Yeah.
But an entirely capable little car as well. And I won't be surprised if we see a good lap time out of that as well. Indeed, it is, what did I say number was? 64, didn't I? Yeah, it's currently 10th.
Yeah, V on Gianni. So, Vincent's working hard down there in the pits. He's got another interview for us. Who is it, Vincent?
Allez, retour dans cette pit lane de circuit d'Estoril avec Eric Séchaud, l'équipier de Jean-Luc Blanchemin. D'abord, Eric, premièrement, vous n'êtes pas tout le temps avec Jean-Luc Blanchemin. Il y a quand même Guy-Fabrice Mestro pendant l'année, c'est ça?
Oui, sauf qu'on a cassé le moteur à Imola. Il y a une bielle de mauvaise facture qui n'a pas voulu aller jusqu'au bout. Donc Jean-Luc, gentiment, m'a proposé de rouler avec lui. Je regrette un petit peu ma monture habituelle, mais bon, on travaille pour l'améliorer, donc il est content parce que ça permet de voir ce qui va pas.
Ça veut dire qu'une Ford Escort MK1 n'est pas l'autre Ford Escort MK1. C'est quoi les différences? Il y a quoi comme différence entre ces voitures?
Sur le papier, souvent pas grand-chose, mais des petits détails des fois suffisent à changer pas mal de choses. Là en plus, on a quand même des soucis d'approvisionnement de pneumatiques, et les pneus habituels Avon sont malheureusement plus dispo pour l'instant, donc on essaye à droite, à gauche, et on revient pas au niveau où on était avec les Avon.
Eric Séchaud is the teammate of Guy-Fabrice Mestro on the 47 normally, but the car had problem earlier this year. So this time, for this weekend, for the final, he's with Jean-Luc Blanchemin. But an Escort is not another Escort, so there are quite differences, and he tries to understand everything before the race.
So our 49 BMW, this is the black Alpina version I was talking about, as opposed to the white one I was also describing a few minutes ago. I will get to the bottom of the history and reasoning of that, and it will be something very simple, no doubt. But this is our 49 entry, which is currently residing in P5. It's Dominique Gnat driving that, and of course there is a rival, Maxime Gnat, in a Capri. I'm guessing they're related. Andrew will probably know, but
father and son.
Yeah.
I think it's a silent T, isn't it?
I don't know. It's
French. We haven't really talked much about Matthew Sanders, who we've seen racing in Britcar in the past, and also I think in sort of BMW series races, BMW club races. I know he's been one of the actual star men in that, but I think he's had quite a bit of success. But I didn't know he had a 635.
I was just watching, you talk about cars when you think, oh, now we've got a car in the gravel. That's a number 21 Broadspeed Escort, Jean-Luc Blanchemin or Eric Séchaud at the wheel of that. There's two drivers, not sure who's in it at the moment, but that's in the gravel. So that's going to cause at least a yellow flag. And I was just about to say that number 88 entry, which is Philippe Scamama in his BMW 3 to CSL, was on an absolute flyer. Just starting to just on the fastest sector and was already up to P7. So that was that car's going to be halted. I'm sure the Escort's going to be pulled out of the gravel. Just while that happens, we've got Vincent back in the pits once again.
Back in the pits of Estoril with one of the bosses of this historic racing by Peter Otto, Yvan Maillet, le responsable de l'équipe Europe. D'abord, Yvan, comment est-ce qu'on peut être responsable de team avec autant de monde, autant de voitures, et malgré tout être pilote soi-même?
On n'a pas le choix. J'aimerais bien me concentrer sur moi-même et faire vraiment que conduire, mais bon, on peut pas. On a 40 personnes et donc voilà. Mais on prend du plaisir, donc tout va bien.
Alors ici, c'est la lutte traditionnelle pour la pole position. On sait que vos Ford Capri, elles sont excellentes, bien sûr, avec Maxime Guénat, avec Armand Mille, mais il y a ce Christian Geisel qui va vite avec sa 3 litres CSL.
Oui, je pense que la victoire va se jouer entre tous les trois de toute façon. Donc nous, on est un peu trop vieux maintenant, donc on essaye de monter sur le podium. Aujourd'hui, on laisse les jeunes à 35 ans, on va plus vite qu'à 66, de toute façon.
Bon, et au sein du team, ça se passe comment entre Maxime Armand quand ils se battent pour la gagne ici dans cette catégorie?
Non, de toute façon, ils sont tous les deux amis et de toute façon, nous, on fait bien évidemment aucune différence entre les deux et on prépare les deux voitures de la même façon.
Ivan Maé is the boss of Equipe Europe, of course. Of course, there is a BMW not from Equipe Europe on the first place, but he knows that the victory will be between Armand Mille, Maxime Guénard, and probably Christian Glezel, the two caprices of Equipe Europe, of course. And the guys, Armand and Maxime, are not opponents anymore. They are friends, and that's the most important.
Absolutely. Now, he's the chap that started this massive Equipe Europe, and when he first started racing in an Austin Healey Sprite, and he's built a fantastic business south of France, south of Paris, I should say, in France. And you see these races, and they're preparing 20 or 30 different race cars. A lot of them for the whole Mille group, Mille Guénard group of people, but they do a great job with all sorts of different cars. And there is one of them in that picture now, the number 50. With Max Renard still trying to snatch that pole position from old rival Sebastian Glazer.
The car to watch also is right behind that is number 88 car of Philippe Scamama, who was out on that flyer, as I said, until the car went into the escort, went into the gravel and caused the yellow for a minute. So he will be following number 50 literally in the wheel tracks. He's not even a couple of corners behind, and the attitude and the poise of that car just looks right. These BMW 3 to CSLs always run quite a lot of rake, as in they're quite high at the rear end, which always makes you think they're going to be light, but that's how they ran in period, that's how they run now. So the two cars onto the pit straight now. Guénard it is that crosses the line. He's P5 at the moment. Scamama is P7. Is that going to change? Not at the moment. No change yet. Well, they'll just be starting their flying lap now, because I restart.
That car that we saw in the gravel was one that was raced in period by a great Bristolian, Vince Woodman, top touring car driver of his time. Went on racing very late into his career, actually. Long career. Very successful driver, Vince Woodman. And he had a motor business, so he sold cars as well. I think he was a big Ford dealer, actually. So Glazer it is, from Guénard and Mille, all old rivals in this. Often race wheel to wheel. So the dad Guénard has done a good job, actually, because he's in 5th in his BMW. So the Guénard family, they got a Capri and they got a BMW. I wonder if they go testing them together and compare the different characteristics of the two cars. They probably do.
Of course they do, yes. Why wouldn't you?
So how long on this? Just 3 minutes to go. So be back to racing. I want to go back to racing. And I'm really looking forward to the Classic GP race pre-86 cars. And Snowy been talking with Nick Padmore from the paddock, and we've got some bit of an update. We'll get into that. We'll get the 3 or 4 minutes of this over with, and then we'll get into some Grand Prix cars that all powered by Cosworth DFE engines, but terrific entry. No, Snowy, there was the Spa 6 Hours last weekend. There was one of these similar Formula 1 races, and they had an appalling entry. They finished up with like 3 cars or something. But there will be, I suppose, some reason for that. But obviously the Masters Formula 1 series has run all through the year. We had very good races at Silverstone Classic with the McLaren winning. We'll talk about that a bit later, but there was a bit of a surprise there. The car will be here. It won both races at Silverstone.
Excellent.
But not with its normal driver.
So no improvement for Philippe Scamama in the number 88 BMW. The man on the charge at the moment is 138, which is our current 4th position entry, which is Frans Wunderlich, also in a through to CSL. And again, another car that's sounding absolutely on song. Just sounds crisp and clean and perfect and just cutting its way through the air. Going to come across the start-finish line. Can he improve from P4? Yes, improved his time, but not his position, if that makes sense. BMW Luigi across the windscreen banner of that car, who was run by Imperial.
Yeah, the Italian Luigi team were one of the top squads, I think, back then.
So he's going for a second lap. He is not holding back. Obviously got the car dialed in, the tyres in the right temperature. He's got his eye on the Capri behind, following literally in his tyre tracks, just try and pick up a little bit of time there. I'm trying to see which Capri that is. It looks like it might be. Is it the Hematite car?
I'm not certain. It's the Valvoline one.
So Franz Wunderlich, it is going for a better time. He's currently 4th position. So, and the Capri behind is actually catching him. So I'm surprised if Wunderlich is actually slowed down a little bit. All the Capri's going to go even quicker. Now I'm trying to see which Capri that is, the Hematite car. Tail wagging on the exit of the corner, both this. So this is absolutely evocative of the day back in the 1970s, mid-1970s, Andrew. BMW versus Ford Capri.
It absolutely is.
Tail hanging out, both of them. The Capri looking a little bit quicker at the moment. It seems to catch up under braking, not just that eternal piece of elastic. It seems to have more mid-corner speed, the Capri, but it's the BMW that's got the straight line speed. The BMW is giving the Capri a tow. It's going to be across the line now. Let's see what the times are as they come across the line. Franz Wunderlich, it is in 4th position. Is he going to improve? Crosses the line. No, he doesn't, but it does give... It's Ahmed Emil that was in behind and got that tow, which improves his time to a 1:48.9, putting him P3. So we've got BMW on pole position, Ford Capri next to it, and then another Capri and BMW in a row. And then we've got finish. Our session has finished, so anybody else completing a lap will get their time. But I think these are the positions, Andrew.
I think you're right. Wunderlich, it's not a surprise. He's been on the podium in this race in 23 here, and indeed back 6 years ago, sort of 5 years ago, he was also on the podium. So he's a regular, usually just in about 3rd or 4th place. So he's in about his right position there, what we would expect. But I think we're going to have a really massive battle between Glazer and Guenard coming up. But that race is HTC. It's going to be towards the end of tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, actually. So we look forward to that.
That's another one of our qualifying sessions completed. That was the Heritage Touring Cup. A battle royal between the manufacturers of Ford and BMW. We thought it was going to go to Ford. The front row was locked out from really quite early on in that session, but it was Sebastian Glazer who just popped in that absolutely stunning lap, and it was really one flyer, and got himself onto provisional pole position as it was at the time, with a 1:48.2 being the time, 0.66 tenths different to our second place Capri, and then only a tenth until the next position there as well. So BMW, it is honours, get the honours at the moment.
It was the battle between the outgoing champion and the new incoming champion, as it happened. So you know, we would expect them to be right up there, but who knows how it will go in the race. We'll look forward to that tomorrow, as we look forward to some Formula One cars in just a moment, and some actually terrific ones. We're going to have the McLaren of Steve Hartley, which will be a potential winner. We've got Steve Brooks out there, been very successful in these kind of cars. We've got Jamie Constable, who's been a winner in classic Formula One races. And of course we've got Nick Padmore, but maybe the big surprise package is Yutaka Toriba, 61-year-old from Japan, who hasn't been racing that long, but he has really got his head around this Williams FW07. And earlier this season at Brands Hatch in the Masters race, had his first win in classic Grand Prix cars, if you like. So it's I'll tell you a bit more about his story in a while, but he's been coached by Michael Lyons, which will probably say why he goes so quickly.
Explains quite a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. So
Michael Lyons and Slouch aren't normally found in the sentence, are they?
It's interesting, but we'll see them in a minute. But obviously, the Williams FW07 7C, I think this one is, designed by Patrick Head. You know, is a full ground effects car, where most of the people who he's racing against aren't in full ground effect cars, and Padmore isn't, for instance. I believe he's in the 77 in this race.
So before we continue with our next session, which I believe is a race now, we're back to racing again. We've got a quick advert from our organisers.
There we are, the name Tom Price on the side of that shadow. There's a arrows sponsored by the old Beta Tool company. See that Bianchini will be racing that. That's Rolf Sigrist. Rolf is come to racing quite late in life. I had a chat with him a couple of race meetings ago. And I think he's only been racing 8 or 9 years. Very nice, chatty German businessman. There's the Borrow stroke N sign that we saw earlier. I'm seeing an arrows behind that, but they will soon be going out. All with the great ubiquitous DFV engines in. Great majority of these cars are prepared by British race organisations. So anticipation before we get running. Again, we mentioned the Vorsteiner livery, didn't we, Peter, before on the 635 BMW, and now we've got it here again on this this car.
Yeah, it was quite prolific in the day, wasn't it, for people to advertise across different genres of motorsport, not just Formula One, but it was almost like, you know, sort of get it in the forefront, get it out there. The whole point of advertising in the first place.
Yeah, they pushed really hard because now motor racing, Formula One is getting a lot of big new sponsors coming in at the moment. But for a while, and particularly at national level, people have suffered because there's so many other places. Remember, 30 years ago, you couldn't sponsor a football team. It wasn't allowed. Here's the Steve Hartley McLaren, which I mentioned won at Silverstone. I never did find out why he handed the car over to young Tom Bradshaw, a Caterham racer who'd never driven a single-seater before. Got into Steve Hartley's car, and he won both races. Put the visor down. John Player Special. Just been writing about that livery, actually, for the series I do. Sponsored also by Tissot watches. so many different upmarket watch companies sponsor racing cars and racing championships these days. Now, this is a fabulous car. This is the car that John Watson won the British Grand Prix in. The first time a carbon fibre-based Formula One car had won a Grand Prix. And
1981 British Grand Prix?
Yeah, I think it was 81, 82.
81. I was 81. I was there.
Okay. Well, I was there.
Yeah,
and
of course you were.
And Watty used to sleep on my flat floor when he came to London. So we had a bit of a celebration afterwards. And great to see John, still jumping around and commentating on various stuff, and still hugely knowledgeable. When I first met John, he was racing a Crossley sports car in Ireland, and he was a big enthusiast. John, not only a racer and a Grand Prix winner, but and came close to winning the World Championship one year. He's also a huge enthusiast. So they're just about to fire that car up. The Jam Baron.
It was in 1981. John Watson was nearly world champion.
Yeah.
It was that year. Yeah.
So anyway, the owner, Steve, is back in the car. He'll be competitive. And here the number 26.
It's
Williams.
Still,
yeah.
Sorry. It's still an itch I need to scratch. Is to drive a Formula One car of my childhood.
Yeah.
Just something. Just even if it's. I mean, I'd love to actually go and race one, but to go and do 10, 15, 20 laps around Donington or something back in the UK, and just say I've driven a. So Steve Brooks there, seeing a great close up of him. John Player special, iconic, and then Nigel Mansell and Steve Brooks on the side. Have your name.
See the sticker above?
Yeah.
He's flown the Silver Spitfire, which is a Spitfire without paint, around the world. That's why the globe is behind. And he's a helicopter pilot. And he's an adventurer, Steve. He's a fantastic guy. Just bought a nice Jaguar, silk cut Jaguar to race, which he'll be out in next season. He's a tremendous character, is Steve Brooks. And he's the first man to cross the Bering, or something with the Bering Strait. I can't remember all his stories. It's just incredible. So he races very successfully. We've seen him winning in a Lola T70, seen him winning in a much more modern Peugeot 90X, in a Dyson Lola, all sorts of stuff.
I think one of the things that this series does as well is it gives some of the cars that weren't necessarily headline grabbers, shall we say, and certainly not stopwatch time grabbers in their day, opportunities to come out and race again. So, John Spears, for instance, in his March 761, Shadows were more to the forefront, but Arrows and Fittipaldi, that kind of cars that weren't necessarily right at the sharp end of it, but it's great to see them out again and being raced and give them a home for them. And Shadows, we've got DN5, DN8s, Ligers, Heska 308, but Ensign, a car that was not exactly competitive in its time. It wasn't a bad Grand Prix car, but it was not a competitive car.
Well, a little story on that. There was another make, not here today, but ATS, and Gunter Schmidt, who ran it, didn't have a full budget. The car had terrible engines, didn't have the latest tyres, and I used to travel. Slim Borgert was one of the guys that raced ATS. Lots of people raced them, but they were always near the back of the field. But about, was it 6 years ago at Monaco, there was an ATS, and the guy who normally races it, Mark Davis, couldn't for some reason. So he put his preparer of the car, who's a very good racing driver, Martin O'Connell, who we'll see tomorrow. He put Martin in the car, and the car was actually a copy of the Williams FW07, more or less. And Martin won the race in a car that, in period, was absolute rubbish. And one of the reasons is, of course, that it had a really nice, crisp, fresh DFE in the back and some decent tyres, which in period it never had. And there'd been a lot of work on it. And Martin O'Connell, a very good development driver, so it made the car much better than it was in period. So the rasp of the DFV engine, you hear it now, cars weaving around, getting a bit of temperature into the tyres, but on pole position, bit of a surprise, is Yutaka Toriba. Now, I do see that Panmure is actually in a Lotus 87. I think they might have grown people have decided that he should race the 87, which is obviously the same period as the Williams, so it is a full ground effects car. Jamie Constable done a great job in the Fittipaldi F5A to get that into third place in qualifying. Then it will be Steve Hartley in the McLaren he's won so many races in. Then the guy that flies helicopters around the world, Steve Brooks. Then Max Verner in the Hesketh. Dan Gore in the Tyrrell. Well up the field, Rolf Sigrist. And just looking through the field, does anybody might come through? It's nice to see a Lotus 78 as raced so successfully by Mario Andretti in the hands of Mark Davis from Belgium. And yeah, altogether 25 cars in this race. As we didn't mention the Ligiers, didn't we? So Oliver Breitmeyer is in a Ligier JS11 1980 car, and Evgeny Kivrev, who normally races in the Porsche series, climbed into the JS25 in 1985, much more recent car. So lots of excitement, lots of interesting cars in this. Rolf Sigrist, you mentioned the Shadow DN, of course, standing for Don Nichols. A very good Shadow book by Pete Lyons, if you're interested in Shadow cars. And I think that Vincent is already down on the grid, so let's hear from him.
On the start grid of the Formula One race, the first Formula One race of the weekend, Michael O'Connell. Of course, this is Formula One, historic Formula One, and your team is very implicated there. Why?
Because it's the best racing. The cars are great, and obviously as kids we all saw them racing in Formula One, and it's a pleasure to work on them. You know, we want to try and get results today. We did Jamie or Steve, and Mark's right at the back, so we'll do the best we can, but as long as they have fun and all goes okay, then that's what we're here for.
We know that the modern Formula One have lots of electronics. It's not the case with those one.
No, we have none at all. The driver has to do all of it, which makes it more difficult in some ways for them. They're all amateur drivers having a great time, and they do the best they can, and they do a good job most of the time. And it's amazing how quickly they're going. The way they were able to produce the times is quite incredible. There's a lot of dedication to it, and it's a pleasure to work with them.
Last question: when there is a problem, a damage on one of those cars, is it easy to find the pieces to repair that?
No, not at all. It's that's one of the biggest problems. Is most of the components are all one-off components, and it's quite tricky. So we hope they don't damage them, but it does happen, and we've been doing it a long time now, so we're good at dealing with it. Well, I think we are.
In a few minutes, the start of this first race of historic Formula One.
Well, he's not actually from Birmingham. He's from Walsall. Martin O'Connell, a great racer in his day. I mentioned him winning that race in the ATS at Monaco a few years ago, but of course he was Formula 3 champion in the B category, and drives a lot. He's got a super outfit there, and also prepares lots of different historic racing cars. But I would tell you that if he got in any of the 3 cars that he's prepared that are racing here today, he'd be quicker than any of their drivers. But obviously, as he said, you know, they're his customers, and sometimes they ask him to drive their car, and often I think he will be racing tomorrow in a Chevron B21 in the sports prototype category. And terrific bloke, Martin O'Connell, always very ready to chat and give you the history and so on of the cars. So this is the surprise, that the up-and-coming Japanese driver at 61 years old will be somebody to watch, Yutaka Toriba. Now, he never saw a motor race until 2019 when he went to Monaco. He was invited to go to Monaco as a guest of a business friend, and his first victory has been in 2025, this year. He won at Brands Hatch's first win in a Formula One car. Tell you a bit more about him, but we'll go down to Vauxhall because he's got another person in the pits.
quite quickly on the start grid of this Formula One race, just to see the cars in front of this field of the grid. Look at this former Nigel Mansell car. He's driven now by Nick Padmore. Nick Padmore is one of the favorites of this race with this kind of Lotus. He's a former FIA historic Formula One champion, and I think that he will be very, very efficient here. And the other side of the grid, there is this Copper-Suker Fittipaldi. That's a former Emerson Fittipaldi car. We are at the end of the 70s with this team. Copper-Suker, it was the sponsor, the name of the sponsor, Fittipaldi. It was after the world champion titles of the Brazilian drivers, of course. His own team, it was not a huge success, of course, but the car is very interesting. Is on the front row. On the third place, we'll find very famous colors with this McLaren. It's a former John Watson car, MP4 of course, and it can also win the race. It's one of the most modern cars here on the start grid. We are at the beginning of the 80s with this car. It's a former John Watson car. And then we have another Lotus. That's a former Nigel Mansell also. And look at this Williams on the start grid now, arriving. That's the pole position. We'll see this car, the first really successful Williams, first cars of the team, with Alan Jones, with Carlos Reutemann at the time of this car, FW07B. And this driver is a Japanese driver, and we have a Japanese driver on a pole position here. Doesn't happen quite often in Formula One, but in Formula One historic it's possible. His name is Toriba, and he will fight against Nick Padmore for the victory here on the Estoril circuit.
Yeah, very good, François. So thing about Toriba is, as I was just saying, he saw his first motor race at Monaco in 2019, actually blown away by it. So he went back to Japan and knew he had to learn. So he first tried Formula 3, which he found a bit difficult. So he's dropped back to Formula 4 in Japan and had a very successful season then. And moving into the 2000s, decided he wanted to go Formula 1 racing. And what he really wanted to do was race at Monaco. Of course, it's the first motor race he'd ever seen. So he managed to get an ex-Keke Rosberg Williams Wolf, and race that. Got trained by Michael Lyons, and then subsequently has bought this Williams. And as I said, and I'll repeat myself here, he won his first classic Grand Prix Formula 1 race, I think it was May at Brands Hatch. So interesting that he's gone quicker than Padmore. Nick, of course, driven umpteen different Formula 1 cars, and Snowy, he was giving you a bit of information earlier on.
That was a bit more Ollie Bryant and other things, but Nick was saying a few things. I think I can confirm that Nick has driven in the order now of, it's over 30. It's 31, 33, something in that order of Formula 1 cars. I was going to say he will now correct me. Well, he won't, hopefully, because he should be concentrating, sitting on the front row of the grid in the Lotus 87. But I will check with him later just for tomorrow's show when they come back again as to how many cars he's driven. But it's a fantastic number of cars to have driven. I mean, to drive unless you're a Formula 1 Grand Prix driver, to get to drive as an historic driver, which Nick is, and a consciously capable one, to get to drive a Formula 1 car has got to be the ultimate. To then drive multiple ones and to the numbers of in excess of 30, incredible. All I can say is lucky boy.
Yeah, and the funny story about Nick is because his father was very much into mini racing.
Very much so.
And initially, Nick wasn't that keen. He preferred fishing. He's told me.
We'll move on from that, but suffice it to say that on his WhatsApp conversations with me, his logo is his dad racing a Mini.
Yeah, great.
So lovely homage to Keith, who I worked with quite a bit back in the UK, and Keith still one of the great and one of the best instructors down at Goodwood under the auspices of Jack Layton. We saw it in the BMW just a few minutes ago in the Heritage, and Keith's one of those people, just laconic. There's an awful lot of work for Aston Martin still, and still one of those people that you want to. He's forgotten more than most of us remembered. Or learned, and you can just talk about it, and he was like, oh, remember this, remember that, and whatever, and it's that sort of stuff you just can't buy. So tension building up for the start of this 20-minute race, classic Grand Prix, pre-1986 Formula 1 cars, first race of the weekend. As you say, a Japanese driver on pole position. We're quite new to driving these cars, as you've just explained. Nick Padmore, much more experienced. Steve Hartley, Steve Brooks in 4th and 5th. John Constable in 3rd position. That's our front 2 rows, and a row and a bit. I'm be interested to see how Nick Padmore deals with the Williams alongside him, because he's of the 30-odd Formula 1 cars he's raced, Williams is one of them, so he'll know how that car works. And putting it on pole is one thing, getting across the line first. You don't get any points for pole.
No, and Nick will put a lot of pressure on him as well. Off they go. Now this may be raced a grid start. Certainly, usually are. Just a quick word about the Padmore cars, owned by Chrome Cars from Germany, and they call themselves automotive archaeologists. And it's a guy called Kai Nicholson, and basically he collects movie cars that have been in movies and things like that. And he doesn't run the cars; he has the Britec Motorsports Group running them, and that's Mike Gesselmeyer.
Now, interesting differences there for our front row men, Andrew, as they pulled away from the grid there. Yutaka Toriba just pulled away in a straight line and off he went. Nick Padmore almost held back a little bit and then started weaving, not this frantic weaving from, jerking the steering almost, but nice big S sweeps from the left to the right-hand side of the track. And I also noticed the car, it's stickered slicks on that car, i.e. they're brand new out of the mould, they've got stickers on them still. So he'll want to get it off. And they have brand new sticker slicks, have a release agent on them, which gets the mould, that gets the tyre out of the mould. So you need to get that off as well, which is why Nick Padmore will be taking long flowing sweeps just to get the grain clear and get the tyre ready for the beginning of the start of this race.
There are 2 different categories in this age category. So the highest place of the A group cars, the earlier cars, is Max Werner in that 1975 Hesketh.
So that'll be a 308C. So is that a low or tall airbox car? C would be the low airbox, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So a 308 was the one with the big airbox, and they changed the rules about mid-75.
Yeah.
The Leisure had that teapot one, didn't they, with a ridiculous, literally looked like a teapot, hence the name. So the 308C Hesketh, running its correct number, 24, as James Hunt ran in period, winning the 1975 Dutch Grand Prix, but in a 308, not a C.
Yes.
And then, of course, it all folded. They ran out of money, and James Hunt thought he was out of a drive and went to McLaren and won the World Championship the next year.
They went on another year, didn't they, with the E. And,
You're right.
And one of those have been very successsul in Formula 1 races.
With
like
the Whistler sponsorship.
With
Michael, Penthouse.
Yes, with Rupert Keegan driving. And Michael Lyons has had a lot of success. He's not here today. That car's rested at the moment.
So, Andrew, the cars are on the grid. It's almost at the back. The last car's just forming up now. So we're going to get our green flag man across the back of the grid. And very shortly we'll start our first Classic Grand Prix pre-1986 Formula 1 race of the weekend.
Yeah, as we said, it is a proper start, not a rolling start. They're going to drop the clutch, and I suspect that Nick is a bit more adept at this than his Japanese rival. But what a great job, a Japanese guy, 62 years old, going into a Formula 1 car when he was 60, and just doing a great job. Green flag waves. And a bit of a wait, and off they go. And they're blasting towards that first corner. Kopasuka making a good start as well. That's the yellow car, can't miss that. But it's Padmore into the lead. And he will turn in first. Is anybody close to him? No. Steve Hartley going down the inside. And the Hesketh going really well. Is everybody around there safely? Yes, I think they are. Only just so, one car just off the side of the track. 2 cars off the side of the track, but it's Padmore in the lead, with Tariva in second, Werner up to 3rd place in the much older Formula 1 car, and a big lock up there with the Tyrrell. And up that tricky section, and the shadow goes round.
It was Dan Gore that had the lock up there in the 34 Tyrrell, but a great start from Nick Padmore there. He's just got it, the phase 1 and phase 2 of the clutch release absolutely to perfection. Didn't look like he got away superbly. Number 26 has retired already. He hasn't even got going. That's
Mark Hazel. He's raced that Williams a lot. He's been around for years and years.
FW07B.
Yeah. So that's a big disappointment for him.
But as I was just saying about the start there, so Nick Padmore got away, got it done beautifully from the right-hand side of the grid, just gently blended across, loads of room to Yutaki Tariba, who then tried to do around the outside, but Nick Padmore's a bit wise to that. He left him the room because he's a respectful, courteous, but very quick and clean driver, Nick Padmore. But almost at the end of our first lap now, it is Nick Padmore in the number 2 Lotus 87 from 1981 ex-Nigel Mansell car that leads from our pole sitter Yutaki Tariba in the Williams FW 07 from 07C from the same year. Third position is Jamie Constable in the Fittipaldi F58. Yes, a Fittipaldi is third in a Formula 1 race.
He's going really well, is Jamie. He's sticking out of the car a bit. He's 6'4". Jamie, just staggered by how well he's going.
So slightly older cars showing the clean set of heels to the newer cars. So 1981, 81, first 2 cars, 78 for the Fittipaldi of Jamie Constable in third position. Steve Hartley it is in the number 77 McLaren MP4 in fourth position. That's a 1982 car. Steve Brooks is in the number 12 Lotus 91 in fifth position. Max Werner it is in the 24 Heska 308C from 1975, possibly one of the oldest cars in the race. Dan Gore had that lock up in the 34 Tyrrell 010 from 1980. Rolf Sigrist in the Shadow DN5 again from 1975, my apologies. Jonathan Holtzman it is in the Lotus 87B, similar to the leading car now from, and then Ensign of Marco Fumagalli rounds out the top 10. So a fair old mixture, but it's the slightly older spec cars that are right up the front, 81, 81 and 78 being the first 3 cars.
Bit of a surprise. I think Hartley has managed to squeeze by now and see that Jamie Constable has dropped to 5th place and Steve Brooks gone past him as well. Steve in the Lotus 91, the development of the car that Padmore was driving, a year later car. And oldest car in the race actually, it's that Surtees TS16 from driven by Matthias Davis, Mark's.
I don't know whether they've got radio comms, sort of pit to radio, pit to car on radio in these cars or not, but somebody might want to tell Yutaki Tariba that the car ahead of him, Nick Padmore, is an extremely experienced race driver and driver of Formula 1 cars.
Yes.
I mean that as an entire compliment to Taribi, who is giving Nick really, really hard time, even to the point there coming at the end of that second lap, onto the pit straight through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. And lovely to see a Lotus Formula 1 car coming through in JPS cars there, how fitting in that corner. But it's Yutaki Taribi just running a little bit wide, kicking up the gravel. Did it scare him? No. Just got it straight again, caught it. And this is a man, as you said, who's 61 years old, and he sat in the Formula 1 car for the first time about 6 months ago.
Well, no, a bit longer than that. Okay. But he had another car before that, but you know, he won his first race.
He's not experienced.
No, he's not experienced. Absolutely not. He's right in there. But you see, there is Jamie Constable in the yellow car. He's dropped behind those others two, but still leading his class, of course. And Jamie started his racing 25 years ago in Caterhams. And always a good training ground, isn't it, starting in the Caterham?
So just 2.5 seconds between the first. Oh, we've got a spinner
there. Was that Brooks, was it?
I think it was number 12. That was Stephen Brooks, spotted in the Lotus 91 with a full 360 rotation on the track. We've also got 33 running a little bit wide there. I'm just trying to see whether
that's it. I think that's it.
Roman in the Ensign 175 from 1975. That's had a moment or two, but Stephen Brooks there from 5th position, he was running in the Lotus 91. That will have allowed Max Werner at least in the Heska 308C to come through, and Dan Gore.
We haven't really given a shout out to Patrick Dobry, who is in the March 761, and he now leads the A class in 6th place.
So Jonathan Holtzman in 9th place, still John Holtzman in the 87B, just trying to get up behind Jamie Constable in the Fittipaldi, which I've got in 3rd place at the moment, which is actually in 5th place. That makes better.
Yeah.
So the 5th and 6th, so my one screen here is not updating, and one is, so I'm looking at the wrong screen. Well, I'm looking at the screen that's static, which is it's great for the names, but it's not really good if it's not live timing, is it? So why don't we hit refresh and do that?
Jonathan Holtzman going well also in the Lotus 87B. Not a regular near the front of these races. Normally it's Holtzman, but certainly going well today. So let's see if Padmore starts to build up a bit of a lead. And actually, you know, Tariba's matching him, isn't it, sector for sector?
Well, it is still only a 1.5 second gap between them. You just mentioned sectors there, which I've managed to get onto the screen now, and we have, so for instance there, so fastest lap of the race is just been set by Nick Padmore. As I start that sentence, it's then beaten by Yutaki Tariba in the Williams. So you say matching him absolutely perfectly there. 1:35.943 was for Nick Padmore. Yutaki Tariba then says, thank you very much, I'll have a 1:35.1 straight away and go to the faster there. His last sector for Tariba was absolutely blistering there, nearly a second quicker than Nick Padmore.
But that old Surtees, because it's much older than nearly all the other cars, is going really well, isn't it? That was with Ewan Sargentson, who's the car preparer, up there in 8th spot overall. So there's a good battle there for 7th and 8th for the best of the earlier cars. There's the N sign. And the great move there past the McLaren MP41. Steve Hartley, who's been a champion in the FIA Formula One series in the past. Having a little think about going back down the inside there.
Yeah, I think that's Steve Brooks,
Yeah,
actually,
it
the
is.
number 12
Yeah.
car. So that's the Lotus 91, yeah.
Yep.
Which has got past the MP4 McLaren of Steve Hartley. So yeah, Steve Brooks getting past Steve Hartley. The battle road, you say, two very experienced, historic F1 drivers.
Yeah.
Probably quite good mates off track as well, I would imagine. Done enough racing together.
Steve Brooks races all kinds of different things. Steve Hartley pretty well sticks to running this McLaren. And, you know, it's a good battle there, isn't it? They come past the famous pits. And hard braking into there. All this very analog, as Martin O'Connell was saying to us, isn't it? You know, there no paddle shift with these, no ABS.
How evocative of the era there, looking at Steve Brooks coming down in the JPS sponsored Lotus as he came down the pits there. Typical, almost sort of Senna Mansell style, looking in his mirrors as where the other car was.
Yeah.
We've got an interview with Vincent in the pits.
Retour dans les pits avec une Ensign garée derrière nous dans le box. Malheureusement, on ne repartira pas. Guillaume Roman, c'est passé quoi?
En fait, il y a eu un bris de suspension derrière, donc la voiture s'est affaissée, elle devenait inconduisible. Je ne pouvais pas continuer, c'était extrêmement dangereux et de toute façon il va falloir réparer, donc voilà, il faut s'y mettre tout de suite.
C'est un bris de suspension qui est arrivé comme ça ou il y a eu un contact?
Non, il n'y a pas eu de contact, j'ai touché personne. Après, c'est des mécaniques qui, voilà, hein, à un moment donné, c'est un peu des mamies qu'on fait rouler. Même si elles sont révisées très régulièrement, de temps en temps, malheureusement, ça arrive, ça fait partie de la course en historique. Hein.
Bien sûr, Guillaume, c'est comment rouler sur Estoril avec une F1 du milieu des années 70?
Franchement, c'est extraordinaire parce que non seulement la voiture est d'époque, mais le circuit est aussi d'époque. Moi, j'adore parce que même si les circuits aujourd'hui actuels sont très sympas, plus sécures et compagnie, il y a quand même un charme au circuit d'époque, des années 80, 70 ou autres. Moi, j'ai beaucoup roulé au Nürburgring, c'est vraiment un endroit que j'adore. Bon, là, c'est différent, c'est un peu plus court, mais c'est un circuit old school.
It's game over for Guillaume Rowan with the inside, broken suspension.
That was a shame. The car raced in period by Roland Wunderink. I wonder whatever happened to him.
Well, not something you want on a race car at any time, let alone on a Formula One car around the circuit as fast as Estoril. Was Roman there with the ensign with a broken suspension, so at least able to get the car back into the pits and no harm, no further harm done. So Nick Padmore one side, and again, I've got to repeat it, and I mean it absolutely as a compliment. Somebody tell Yutaki Tariba that this is, this is his early days of racing. I mean that was almost sports car racing style there. It was almost Hakkinen and Schumacher on Zonta, wasn't it, at Spa, go either side, and Nick Padmore spotted the gap and went through, and Tariba just said, well, I'll go the other side then, around the back marker. Thank goodness whoever the back marker was using his mirrors and said exactly where he was, but Tariba I didn't think Nick Padmore would run away, but boy, is he pushing Nick Padmore. I can't wait to message Nick later and see what he says about this. Might even go and find him, actually.
Yeah, but he'll be very surprised. The pace of the Japanese really putting the pressure on.
Who is this guy?
Yeah. Well, he knows who he is, but I mean, you know, he's so new to this, and this Williams obviously working very well. In period, it was probably a bit of a better car than the Lotus 87, actually, but not that much in it. And just Tariba doing a terrific job. I think this is an ex-Reutemann car. I'm quite sure of the history of this one. Because Tariba has acquired it, I think, just for this season. But he's right there with him, look, absolutely right there with him. And I bet he's learning a bit too. He's watching his lines. I mean, Nick's had a couple of wins in this race here in the past as well. So he knows his way around here in a JPS Lotus. And not many people will make one of those go any quicker.
Absolutely. I think Nick Padmore at the top of his game, whether it be historic racing or modern, put him in anything and he's quick, and he needs to be in a GT3 car or something. So we've got the number 20.
That's a Hazel car.
Hazel car back out by the pits, being pushed down the pit lane. It's a cameraman doing sterling work there, running along sideways alongside that car to get it back into the pit lane. So Tariba lost a little bit of a time there. Nick's just pulled out a slight gap there, so it was 1.5 seconds. So that sector now it's a little bit more. Is that a sign of things to come, or is it just been one of those slow sections or a bit of traffic? But Nick Padmore just ekes out a tiny bit of an advantage there, give himself some breathing space over Tariba, but it's not much by a couple of car lengths. Last lap it was right on the rear wing of the Lotus 87. It's not now, but I think that's going to reset through here. I've got to say at the moment the Williams looks a little bit fractionally quicker through the twistier infield bit, I'm going to call it, rather than the outer part of the circuit, if you know what I mean. If not, then I'll try and explain that better if it's not very clear. But Tariba all over the back of Nick Padmore once again. He is not letting go of this, is he, Andrew?
He's certainly not. Just had a quick shot in the pits of Emil Breitmeier, the Belgian driver, in James Hunt-style crash helmet. And that's the M26 that has a problem. But this is where the real action is, right at the front here. And I just wonder, you know, Tariba, as we said, he's 62 years old, businessman. How fit is he? Because, you know, the physics of these cars, you know, there's a lot of pressure on your neck. You've got to be really fit to drive one of these things. And Nick, obviously, in a racing car almost every day of his life. We know he's fit, but Tariba's putting up such a great job here. And I'm really surprised, actually. The fact that he got pole position, that's one quick lap, isn't it? That's
exactly
one thing. This is a different story. He's matching Padmore second for second, millisecond for millisecond, I should say, really, in this Williams, with its original sponsorship on the side of it, or both cars in their sponsorship from all those years ago. And there, what was that? Was that?
Well, one of the shadows going to the pits,
yeah, that was.
So they're going to come across one of the back marks onto lap traffic now. That's not fallen in the favour of Nick Padmore. This is going to give Tariba a little bit of a chance to close up there. Nick Padmore really needed to nip past that. Is it an ATS?
No, it's not. It's an Arrows with Nick Pink at the wheel.
Okay, well, he's got past it, but so has Tariba. So that didn't actually pan out in anybody's favour in the end. I thought that was going to give Tariba a bit of an opportunity to have a look down the inside of Nick Padmore. He got through. It was 0.8 of a second this time. It was 1.5 seconds last time. The gap between them is now 0.860. Steve Brooks it is, and Steve Hartley in third and fourth still. 28 seconds adrift of this battle for the lead. And what a fabulous, captivating battle it is, these two Formula One cars. One very, very experienced driver at the front leading the race, but under a massive, continuous pressure from, I'm going to call him the new boy. He's 61 years old, but it's Tariba is all over the back of Padmore's Lotus. It was the number 16 European Shadow that retired. That's the Rolf Sigrist DN5.
He walks past the car. He's going to be racing later, actually. Short race, it's only 20 minutes. So, you know, we're just into our last 4 minutes of this. It's gone so quickly, hasn't it? So,
been so captivated, forgotten to look at the clock. Well done, Andrew.
Yes. But Padmore hanging on, but Tariba, I'm sure we'll get some words with Nick afterwards.
Oh, he's pulled it out to 1.1 second now.
Wow.
That's massive.
Yeah.
It was 1.5,
Yeah.
it dropped to 0.4, it's back to 1.1 again.
And look at the pace of them compared with the rest. Steve Brooks is 29 seconds further back in third place. So we got a JPS 1 and 3 at the moment. Steve Hartley fourth in his ex-Watson McLaren, and then Holtzman in fifth, and then Jamie Constable dropped back to sixth, but he's still leading the category for the older cars.
Fastest lap of the race so far from our race leader Nick Padmore is a 1:35.5, but the fastest lap of the race is our second place man Yutaki Tariba at a 1:35.1, just 0.4 quicker, but he has done that. He has got the fastest lap of the race at the moment. Is he going to have an opportunity in the last 3 minutes to get past Nick Padmore? I'm not sure it's going to happen yet, but it's he's not for the lack of trying, is it, Andy?
Not for the lack of trying at all, but you know, Padmore's an experienced racer, and he's going to make it really difficult as well, isn't he? Look at this. 6 Formula 1 cars, all in a picture at once, from different periods. There's that Surtees, Ewan Simonson going well in that. Marvellous sight. But I think we can just, before the end of this race, we dive into the pitch quickly.
In the pits of Estoril with Rolf Sigrist and this wonderful Shadow. It's a former Tom Price car, but Rolf, there was a contact in the start of the race.
Absolutely. First in turn 3, I was going on a little oil inside, so I spun and I had to wait the whole field to pass by, so I was the last in the field. And then I started to get up, and while overtaking some cars right before the chicane, one car was going to the right, I was taking the inside, and then he comes in and I touched this gearbox with the front. A couple of rounds later then I had a flat tire on the rear left, and yeah, nothing to do.
Rolf, when we see this, we understand that it's not a demo, it's a real race.
It's a real race, yeah. And sadly, it's my first race ever, so I hope it will be better in the future.
Thank you very much.
And what he means by that is his first race ever in that car, you know, in a Formula 1 car.
I seriously hope so.
Yeah.
That said, we've got 1.5 minutes left of this race. It's still Nick Padmore in the Lotus 87 from the Williams FW07 of Yutaki Tariba. And honestly, Andrew, if they finish where they are now, there's a winner on track, but the moral winner for me is going to be Tariba. I think that's absolutely outstanding performance, given that he's not in the flush of youth at 61 years old. I know, I'm the same age. But to be jumping into a Formula 1 car and the levels of fitness and the ability to race front wing to gearbox with somebody of the calibre and experience and talent of Nick Padmore is absolutely outstanding.
I think 3 times champion in the FIA Formula 1 historic series, Nick, over the years, and raced all those cars.
Final lap.
It's a wonderful performance. I think the big thing is they're so much quicker than everybody else. You know, if he'd come second and he'd been back, 20 odd seconds back, you'd say, oh, wow,
absolutely.
Well. But he's right there all the time, and now we got a spinner, and that's the Vorsteiner arrows there that's gone around. That's a 25 car, I think, is it? No, it's not.
25, that's in Ligier. That is.
That's not in Ligier.
No, the 25 car is Ligier.
Yeah.
So that is, you're absolutely right. That's the arrows of, it's 29, I think it is.
Yeah.
Kushan Kahari, I think, it was in that.
Anyway, he's gone round. Meanwhile,
everybody else has missed him. That's the most important bit. So into the final half of the final lap, Nick Padmore's got to keep it all together now. Tariba's not going to let go. It's still only 1 second separating them across the start-finish line. A superb display of driving from both these drivers. Nick Padmore demonstrating why he's given the drive of these cars, the experience, all that he can draw back on, and in the Lotus. But the star of the race for me, it's not the race winner, but the star of the race for me has been our second place man, Yutaki Tariba.
Yeah.
Absolutely outstanding performance to be, as you said, I think the absolute barometer you mentioned there, Andrew, is not just being second half a minute behind.
No,
it's half a second behind.
Right up his gearbox, yeah. So, I mean, everybody's a bit surprised when he had that win at Brands Hatch, actually, as the flag goes down to another win in the book for Nick Padmore. But a brilliant drive by the Japanese driver, Yutaka Tariba. with Steve Brooks will be another 20 seconds, no, 30 seconds before he comes home. Now we're getting the lap, people. There's a Ligier going across the line, and that's Olivier Breitmeyer. That's Breitmeyer dad. There's a father and son that race.
Such as the pace, Andrew. We haven't even seen our third place man yet.
No.
It's not even in sight. Hasn't come through Parabolica, Ayrton Senna yet onto the bit. There he is. Steve Brooks in the Lotus 91 will take third place, and it's going to be Steve Hart in the McLaren MP4 is a few seconds behind him. Yeah, I know that. There it is in sight coming on now. So Steve Brooks takes a third place. So it's Lotus from Williams from Lotus on the podium. Who'd have thought of that in Formula One? James Vowles would like that, wouldn't he? Williams being not just third, but being second. But of course, Lotus does no longer exist in Formula One.
Nope, and
contemporary Formula One. But it does here, and with great aptitude and skill, Nick Padmore. And I've got to say, we've talked about Tariba doing a fantastic job there. Nick Padmore has also resisted that all the way through, which is a testimony to his abilities. Well done, Nick Padmore.
Yeah, and the bloke who owns the car, Kai Nicholson, he's going to be really happy. He loves his racing. And I told you that he owns a load of movie cars, and he owns cars that's been driven by the likes of Van Diesel and Elvis and Nicolas Cage, all sorts of people. That's what he collects, which is wonderful. When he collects all he's got, I think 4 or 5 JPSs at different periods. And sometimes he has other good drivers. I'm trying to think who. Michael Lyons has raced for him. Marco Werner races for him sometimes. And at the Monaco Historic, he'll have 3 or 4 cars with all of them there racing together. And Nick loves it when he's racing with those people as well. So Padmore, Toshiba and Brooks was the top 3. Hartley and Holtzman, and it was D'Albry who won the A class in the 1976 March 761 from quite close. Ewan Sargentson was just 3 seconds behind him. Then it was Dan Gore, I think we saw spinning. Marco Fumagalli was 9th, and rounding out the top 10 was Max Werner in the Hesketh 308C. There we are. There's Nick coming in. We'll have a word with him in a moment. And congratulations to, of course, to the Britex Motorsport Company who prepare the cars in Unna in Germany.
Well, we've mentioned throughout the show, haven't we, Andrew, as these cars just come around on there slowing down, like we've got a few moments before we get to our pit lane interviews. And I've mentioned through the show that I've had 1 or 2 text messages from people that I'm too involved in this racing malarkey, clearly. I've just had a lovely message from, we talk about the teams, the people that run the cars and who owns the cars and the drivers and whatever, but from somebody that's actually made the driver that's just won the race here. Keith Padmore has just just literally messaged me, just gone, love you, Peter. Because we've got a little shout out. Well, thank you, Keith. You made the winning driver, that's all we can say.
Yeah,
and there he is, and right on cue, Nick Padmore pulls up in the load, and there's close up straight into his crash helmet there with the proudly holding the BRDC, British Racing Drivers Club badge right in the front centre of the helmet, as he richly deserves. And he pops the belts and jumps out, and he's beaming at the camera. He always knows where the camera is.
Yeah, he does.
Nick? He always knows where the camera is. His father taught him well.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just going to look at that. I'm sorry, Andrew, but for me, he's just won a race in the sunshine in Portugal. He's just jumped out of a John Player special Formula One Lotus.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
And notice that car's got the Essex logo on it. That was the first year when Essex David Team first came in, before John Player went away, and the cars were completely in the blue, red and silver that you may well remember. And just to tell you that David Team, who ran the Essex, it's an oil trading company, but we got sponsored. David Team just passed away the other day. Here he is with Nick. Go on, Bonson.
Okay, that's victory lane here with this expert of historic Formula One, Nick Padmore. It's another victory, Nick. Congrats.
It is. Thank you very much. It was. I love coming here. It's the best place, and I was just thinking, oh, any minute these tyres are just going to go off with understeer and oversteer and all that, because he's quick in that car. So I was pushing like mad. There was nothing left there. I must say a big thanks to the marshals, because they're so cool. Unlike slowing down that, they're wicked. Every year.
You were second on the start grid. You had to take a better start.
I needed to get in front of him at lap one and first corner, but fair play. He tried to go around the outside. And I just thought, well, mine's quite wide, so you've got to use that bit of tarmac. And then really just got my head down and just pushed. So thank you to Brightech. They haven't stopped working, chrome cars and all that. It's awesome. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Congrats, Nick. Great. And we'll go and see Yutaka Toriba, second place for the Japanese driver with this wonderful Williams. You were on pole position. It was difficult to resist, Nick?
Yes. I missed the start and I made a lot of whole spin and I couldn't make a good start. So it was, but anyway, the great race, and he was a good driver.
It's fun to drive here on Estoril?
Absolutely. When I see the layout, I saw that the Estoril is quite easy, but when I drive by myself, it's super technical and super difficult, and I had quite a lot of time to get used to it. And anyway, this is my first visit here in the Estoril, so the second prize is okay. I think I'm satisfied with this.
Yutaka Toriba, second of the race.
He spoke good English, didn't he? And here's the highlights. They'll be racing again, of course, tomorrow. Some great images there of the coast just away from the racetrack, Cascais and Estoril. Beautiful places to stay, as you can see clearly. Well, coming up, our last race of the day, our longest race of the day. We've had pretty well 50s and 60s cars, but this race is for only 60s. It's the 60s endurance, and this is one of the regular Peter Auto categories that gets a decent entry. We've got 24 cars in here, and it's going to be a classic battle. Cobras versus Jaguar E-types, and it is a Jaguar E-type that is on the pole with Jonathan Mitchell, super driver, works in the City of London, financier, and we know he'll go well. Maxi went out, we mentioned him quite a bit already when we saw him qualifying earlier on in his Capri. Well, now he's in a Cobra, a Daytona replica Cobra, and Andrew Smith will go really quickly. He's third in a Porsche 904-6 Carrera. Andrew Smith's a very fine runner and often races with Ollie Bryant. So there is the Jaguar E-Type with preparation by Vale Motorsport from up there in Shropshire. There is Andrew Smith, and he'll be very competitive in that car. One of the stalwarts of historic racing for very many years. And then alongside him, another regular in historic racing, although he has raced, I think, in the past in the British Touring Car Championship, is Lee Mole. And he's also raced historic Formula One cars, so he's very well experienced. He's right up there. So we got a couple of E-Types and the Cobra and the Porsche 904-6. And then Armand Meal is in there with the Cobra. Then we got Steve Osborne with his Jaguar, and more Cobras and more E-Types. I'm just trying to look down the field to see. Yeah, interestingly, down there in 18th place is Nigel Greensill in the E-Type owned by John Spears, and that is a really quick car. That's an originals. Some of these are reproductions. I'm pretty sure the Mitchell is a continuation, tribute car, what you want to call it, built by Vale Motorsport. But it's a lovely looking car, and in the John Coombs colours, the grey of John Coombs Racing, who competed with these cars in period with Graham Hill driving them. And so we said before, Formula One drivers did the support races, and
yeah, they are they're not even continuation cars. That's a factory continuation car by definition.
Yeah.
They're built by the factory. These are new cars, built new, but to the original rules. And the FAA do sanction them because they are different colour papers, literally blue or yellow papers. You're allowed to, it's Valley Motorsport.
Yes, Valley, not Vale.
Yeah, different. Up in Bridgnorth. No, they were Bridgnorth originally, now to Market Drayton. And they build cars, as do other people do, to the specs they were in period, exactly as they were. But of course, you have no metal fatigue. You start with a new tub, etc., and new components and whatever. So I've been very lucky to race two or three types of theirs as well.
And I think they built the engine as well. I know Crosswaith and Gardner also built some of these Jaguar engines, but they're also new.
What they did, we did. I mean, we ran one 10 years ago. A couple of them actually, and a low drag as well. And we did inherit, buy a car. But one of our customers sold a car to another one of our customers, which was absolutely great. So we kept it in house and we kept the continuity with the new customer. And that was had a Crosswaith and Gardner engine. But we actually went to an old mate of mine who went to Rob Beer.
All right, okay.
He used to build Malcolm Hamilton's Behemoth V12 E-Type, if you remember. And Rob said it's a lovely built engine. It's very professional, but he just found a few more horsepower straight away. It was only 8 or 12 horsepower, which is a big difference, I grant you. But it's just that eye, that way, that experience, and they are absolutely fabulous cars now. And I'm very, much as I love my Astons, I'm very fond of an E-Type. I've had a lot of success in an E-Type, and pro rata ratio-wise, I've had, from the little bit of E-Type driving, I've had more wins in an E-Type than I have all the Astons put together, probably.
But I mean, that was a factory project when they bought those lightweight E-Types out and had Graham Hill and a lot of those lights racing them. And they had a different engine, a wide angle head and stuff, and they're on fuel injection as well, aren't they?
Some of them are. Homologated ones, they still use the Webers. Still Webers, but of course the difference with the road car is that it's a full alloy engine. It's called a lightweight because the tub is still steel, but all the panels, so the bonnet, which obviously is massive on an E-Type, the whole front end of the car is alloy. The hardtop roof, the doors and the boot are all alloy. All alloy engine compared to the iron block on the road production car. Magnesium wheels. I mean, we used to run a lightweight E-Type at 1063 dry was the curb weight.
Wow.
So with 380 brake, we'd admit to people.
Now the interesting thing here is that Mitchell is on the pole in this E-Type, which you've been describing so well, but in most of these races the Cobra have tended to have the legs of the E-Type. Now this track, I wonder if it'll be the same, because you have got that long pit straight.
Now I think, are we going to have a rolling start for this? I think the safety car is going to peel in, and we're going to have a rolling start for this, Andrew.
Sure we will. So on the front row, interested to see if Mitchell can get the jump on Max Guenard and what Andrew Smith can do in the Porsche, which is obviously also very light. There they go. And look at the grunt of that Daytona Cobra, but I think Mitchell will be late on the brakes. I think he's in a good position to hang on there, and done quite a lot of racing, and I think he started in Caterhams, did Jonathan Mitchell. And
well, Lee Mole it is. It's come from fourth place to second already in the first corner. So two E-types have straight into Jonathan Mitchell and Lee Mole heading the field in a brace of E-types.
And Guenard didn't seem very confident on the brakes. He dropped right back. Guenard dropped right back.
So that's three E-types at the front now. I'm just trying to see who the third place one is. I think that's Osborne, is it not? Yes. Stephen Osborne, who was third. So it was Lee Mole that got from fourth to second now. Great start. So Jonathan Mitchell, Lee Mole and Stephen Osborne all in E-types.
But a long way to go. Now, this is a 2-hour epic, so plenty to happen. And they will make just the one pit stop, and just are the drivers in here that will have longer time in the pits? Maybe not in this one, actually.
Now, a perfect display of physics there for us between Maxime Guenard in the Shelby Cobra, number 51, and Andrew Smith in the number 47 Porsche 904 Carrera 6. The sheer grunt of the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe down the little bit of straight there, powered past the Andrew Smith in the Porsche, and Andrew just waited on the right-hand side, and then the Cobra's got to get on the brakes because it's bigger and heavier, and Andrew just goes back up the inside. Absolute perfect demonstration of the physics. So a change of position, I think, at the front. That's is that?
No, that's not. No, that's not the front.
My apologies. I was going to say there's more E-types there than I thought.
Yeah, that's about an 8th, 9th, 10th sort of place. That is.
That's a good job you're here, Andrew.
And the person coming up behind them, of course, would be Nigel Greensill.
Indeed, that's the 126. That's why it was coming through. Yes.
Yeah. He's in 10th place now already, so he's really
for now.
Yeah.
Somebody tell Nigel Greensill it's a 2-hour race. Because he won't be hanging around, will he?
There's a guy called Ree Sauter has gone into the pits with the problem with his 65 E-type.
So this battle continues between 51 and 47, that being the Shelby and the Porsche of Andrew Smith in the Porsche and Guenard in the Shelby, and it's the perfect circuit for these, just as we heard our Formula One second place driver Tweeder just saying a few minutes ago that when he looked at the circuit it looked simple, then he saw how technical it was, and these two they've got a similar lap time but will achieve it in very, very different ways.
Yeah, I don't know what happened at the start to Max Guenard, because he braked really early and about 4 people went past him. So whether he was not confident in the brakes or he felt something funny on the pedal, I don't know. But now he seems to have picked up speed, and he's down in 4th place and actually just gone past his mate, Armand Neal. 2 of them grew up together. And strange enough, the Cobras and the E-types are in different classes, so a Cobra will definitely win an award and an E-type will win an award. There's that bronze-coloured car, and I love the big numbers on the back of the Daytona Cobras. The special body designed by a guy called Peter Brock, not to be confused with the Peter Brock who was the Australian touring car ace. And also making a good start was Guy Grant, who I think will be sharing that car with Mark Hales. But Greensill, you see, is up to 8th already. But Greensill's got quite a lot of people to get by, and it is Mitchell. There is Mitchell in the Coombs grey-coloured car. There is Mole. And then Osborne in the bronze car is being attacked now by the 51. And Andrew Smith keeping a watching brief behind him. We saw the guy racing a Mustang early, the guy from Texas, Phil Molachek. He's down there in a Cobra, one of his big collection of cars, but he's down in 16th place. Another guy to watch for as the race runs towards the second hour is Mark Drain and his Lotus Elan. Well, Lotus Elan's on occasion, can run near the front with these Cobras and E-types. So Mitchell it is. We've got a handy 5-second gap over Mole. And then Osborne. I don't know what happened to Greensall, but he's dropped back a few places, I think. Yeah, Greensall dropped back to 14th.
He's 14th, yeah, suddenly he's dropped down to 14th. So what's happened there? He's had a... well, his sector times are all okay.
Yeah, sector times, well, that last lap. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, he's got plenty of time to move back up through the field, and I'm sure he'll be doing that.
So Andrew Smith in the 47 Porsche 904, which is currently running in 4th position, my apologies, 5th position. He was overtaken half a lap or a lap or so ago by Stephen Osborne in the 888 numbered Jaguar E-Type, and he's now got Armand Miel right behind him in the number 3 green Cobra Daytona Coupe. That's where the coupe will have its have the legs of this down the straight. So we've got the first new, almost identical fastest lap. So Andrew Smith, I've just mentioned in the Porsche, diving on the inside, protecting the inside line from the all-powerful number 3 Cobra Daytona Coupe that's got the guts down the main straight, but not the bits through the technical bit where Andrew stayed ahead there. So clever driving there. As they came across the line, Andrew Smith in the 47 Porsche set a new fastest lap of 2:01.102 for the race. And as I said it a moment later, Armand Miel said, "Thank you very much, I'll take that from you." Have a 2-minute dead.
Now these races are normally won by...
No, that's 126 pulling off. That's the E-Type of Nigel Greensall. That's why he dropped back. There's a problem with it. So his sector times were okay, but there was an issue. So it looks like Nigel Greensall is going to be our first retirement of this 2-hour 60s endurance race from Estoril. Now Armand Miel goes down the inside of Andrew Smith in the Cobra. Andrew Smith will hang it out all around the outside, but he'll come back through, switch back across, have a look down the inside. He can't quite get the job done now. There's an E-Type in the way. Is he going to get the advantage of that? The Cobra's got the power, the Porsche's got the handling, but there's an E-Type in the way, making it even more difficult. So Andrew Smith's been demoted another position for the moment, but Nigel Greensall, that's the headline news of this lap. Looks like Nigel Greensall has retired the 126 E-Type from this race so soon in, not even 10 minutes in.
That's a huge disappointment for them as the cars climb up that tricky little section. Now, just looking back, these races this season, Snowy, has normally been won by a Cobra. Daytona Cobra is not here this weekend, and that's the Dutchman Olivier Hart.
Olivier Hart, yeah.
So, and he's won. I think he won at Spa, Dijon, and Ricard, but he missed the Imola race. So he was out of the championship because of that. And Maxime Guenard is already crowned champion of this 60s series. And he's had one win this season. Now Mitchell, who's in the lead, has not won one of these races this season. He's had a couple of seconds, so he'll be desperate to do that, won't he?
He will. It is looking on my time screen. It is reported that Nigel Greensall 126 has now stopped on track. We do have Aria Sota in the pits in the number 52 E-Type as well. That's been there for 2 laps already. In fact, 2 laps. It's already a lap down.
Yeah, he pulled off quite early, didn't he? We've got the beautiful Ferrari 275 GTB in this as well. We've spotted in a while.
Yeah, the bottle green one's back out again, isn't it? He's getting some miles out of that this weekend, isn't he?
It is. Yeah, it's Lars Rollner. So Mitchell is pulling out a nice little gap over Mole, and it's Swiss, Guenard and Miel, and then Steve Osborne, Andrew Smith, and then Firmenich. That's Charles Firmenich in his Cobra, and then it's Andy Newell in the E-Type, and then Guy Grant. So plenty of British representation in this. Brits running first and second, Swiss third and fourth. 2 more Brits.
Well, I may not be popular for this, but I'm going to ask Nigel Greenswell what happened and see if we get a response.
Yeah,
it may not be broadcastable, but I will
well,
try.
He'll have to get back to the
we
pits.
We can filter it, can't we?
Yeah, I'll get back to the pits first, won't he? Not sure how far he stopped away from the pits. So just looking at Mitchell's times, he's under the 2 minutes, of course. He's Jonathan Mitchell. Had a very good races at the start of the season in the new GT3 Legends category. Donington Historics, he won there in an Aston Martin, Snowy, one of the cars run by the Racers Group in America originally. And very good wins. So that is a category that's really coming on strong, of course, on Legends GT3 cars from up to, well, the cars up to 2013, I think it is. Mitchell, Mole, Guenard, Meal, Osborne, Smith. That's your top 6. 2 E-types, 2 Cobras, an E-type, and a Porsche 9046. And another mixture of Cobras and Jaguars. Mitchell, he's pulling away from Mole. He's got an 8-second lead now, and a pair of them pulling away from Guenard. Yes, they are. There's Andrew Smith, former 2.0 champion. He's raced all kinds of cars over the years, as Andrew. There's a couple of Andrew Smiths raced.
Well, at the start of this race, I counted 15 E-types in this race.
Yeah.
No wonder I got confused when you were pointing at 8, 9 and whatever.
Yeah.
How many of them? I don't imagine that many E-type lightweights have been made.
But this car, of course, is not going to... Sometimes this car has, but sometimes they race them in drop head, don't they? I think I've seen the Pearsons racing.
There's a lightweight and there's a semi-lightweight.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
one in different events at Goodwood, for instance, back in the UK. So they'll run with the semi-lightweight. It's exactly as it suggests. So it's got still got an iron block, not an alloy block, and that has all its trim, its lights, its bumpers, its hood, whatever. So it looks more like a road car.
Yeah.
Whereas your full lightweight is your full lightweight, as the name would suggest.
So there's that bronze. It's a terrific battle between these two. You know, they're trading track space all the time, aren't they? Changing positions as well. The E-types quick in some places. But in its early days, let's face it, this race has only been going for 12 minutes. So there's a long, long way to go. I'd suspect that the Cobras use up their tyres a bit more than the E-type. I'm not sure you'd know more about that, Snowy.
Yeah, I would concur with that. They do. If you, it's all about time management. If you're not careful with them, it's the way it puts it down, and they're quite short and square, a Cobra, where an E-type's quite long and pendulous, which is why you have to be a bit careful when you try and get the thing drifting, because it'll go so far and then it will swap ends. Whereas a Cobra will send you a telegram and let you know it's going to slide, and then you can catch it. So an E-type's a little bit more knife edge, and it takes a little bit more skill, the likes of Nigel Greenswell and the likes, to drive an E-type quickly on the edge.
Just noticed right at the back of the field, Tim Pappas came in and handed over to Jerome Bleekemolen, which is rather early to do that. But see if Jerome can row that Porsche 911 along. Well, we know he can do it quickly. See how he can climb up the field. I'm sure he will be doing just that. There's the E-type blasting down that long straight. I'm quite sure how long that is. It's one of the longest straights in motor racing, that isn't it? Not quite like the Ricard Mistral, but it's
303 metres.
There you are. We looked at the map and had the answer.
Okay, we're going to have a safety car, Andrew, because we've got a car off at turn 1. I believe it's one of the E-types.
Yeah.
Yep, car 24, we're being informed, which is the François Fillon and Andre Rallin driven car. So Fillon presumably in the car to start with.
Yeah, well, he's the guy that was the Prime Minister of France. And, of course, his brother is the boss of Le Mans, effectively.
ACO, yeah.
Yeah, boss of the ACO.
Pierre.
Pierre. And he's a good racer, you know. We saw him earlier in the season race an Audi R8. I mean, you know, the sports prototype Audi R8. And he was remarkably quick in it. So Mitchell and Mole will presumably close up.
So very kindly, Nigel Greensall has responded to me. Thank you, Nigel.
Oh.
It's probably not the moment you want to be doing that, but it is always appreciated from drivers if they can tell us things live.
Right.
And Nigel just said, engine stopped, trying to get it recovered to the pits.
That's fantastic, actually. They come back that quickly to you. Thanks, Nigel.
He thought it was you. No, seriously, Nigel, thank you so much. It is hugely appreciated to keep everybody informed, and obviously we hope we get that back to the pits. It's a long race, as we all know, and we can get back. So we've got on the land 26.
Oh, that E-Type so nearly hit him, didn't he? Oh my goodness me, that was. He's still going round and leaving black marks. That was
Hervé Audioni in the number 4 E-Type having to avoid a 180 degrees spun Elan 26R, and he went one side of it, around it, and did this perfect bally move all the way around it. And yeah, there's a lot of pride and time being lost, but nothing's being collected. So nice to see the number 61 car there. That's the Morgan SLR of Callum Lockie out in that car with Simon Aribigan that owns that car, 1965 SLR, so Le Mans car, absolutely beautiful. Nice to see Callum back in that again. And Callum, much like Nigel Greensall, one of the mainstays of British club racing. Now, is that one of the Cobra Daytonas diving for the pit? And can you pit under the safety car, or was he just getting out of the line of the E-Type? He was.
Yeah, Simon and Callum.
One of the Porsches is certainly diving into the pits.
It is.
That's number 154, is it?
Yeah, that's the Bleekemolen car.
Correct, yeah. So that's had a problem already. That's been in and out of the pits already, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's sharing that with Tim Pappas. Yeah, Simon and Callum have been racing that all season, and we have some very good results in that car. It's in the class, is it called GT4, I think, is it that car? No, GT2, that. Start again. It's GT3, that category, GT3. And basically they're against the Lars Rollner Ferrari. That's the main competition. And often they drag that car right up into the top 5 or 6, or Callum will. Simon does a nice, strong job in his specially bodied, aluminium bodied Morgan. I
was talking to Callum only a few weeks ago, and he was saying that I said, he said, it's very kind of you to say that I was a former British GT champion. I said, well, you were with Corus in the Marcus. And he said, yes, mate. He said, but 2000 is 25 years ago. Yeah. He said, I don't want people thinking I was British GT champion a quarter of a century ago, which I've just mentioned again, haven't I? Sorry. And then Melindy's now going to send me a message.
Yeah, but he's got a new career racing, you know, on vintage historic motorbikes.
I know he has.
And he's going really quickly.
Well, he always was certifiably insane in a very nice way.
Yeah.
And he's now just proving it by racing motorbikes as well.
Yeah. And the last minute he got an entry to Goodwood with his motorbike, but unfortunately he'd taken it to pieces because he didn't expect to get an entry. But I'm sure he'll be there next year, and I'm sure he's going to be at the front. And he's been racing at tracks in Scotland that you've never heard of, called East Fortune and places like that, with an old airfield.
He's going back to his roots in Scotland, isn't he?
Absolutely, yes. Callum, he's so enthusiastic, and everybody likes it. The track days that he and Melindy run, of course, and run at places like Spa, and they don't go to Silverstone anymore, but they race a lot of places. But we can go down to the pits now and pick up our next interview.
There's some problem with this car. It's a Porsche 911, car number 154, with Timothy Papas and Michael Jeroen Bleekemolen. Timothy, what's the problem with the car?
We're not really sure right now. We have a handling problem at the back of the car, and the car's really kind of out of control. So we're just trying to make some changes to see if we can get it to work. He started and it seemed okay for a few laps, and then it just suddenly changed for the worse.
Tomorrow we will be also at the start of the 2 Liter Cup with this car?
We hope so. Yeah. We hope so. That's the goal.
So it's a kind of training today?
Well, I mean, we wanted to actually do okay in the race, but now it's not looking so good. So we try our best.
Quelques mots en français, effectivement, la 154 qui roulera en tout LITRE Cup demain, en Coupe de Litre, était déjà partie de la partie ici en Sixties, avec un problème qui ne semble pas être résolu. Alors du coup, ils ne sont pas tout à fait certains de pouvoir encore rouler demain.
Interesting, that's not the car he normally races in the 2 litre cup. So maybe, or unless he's changed the colour scheme.
So that was Tim Pappas who's sharing with Jerome Bleekmolen in the 2 litre Porsche, as you've just said. It's currently pitted, and they're not really sure what the issue is that, so hopefully they'll get that resorted. I think we're back to full racing. We are back to green flag, are we not? Or is that a replay on watch? Are we looking at green flag? I'm just looking at the mic.
We are.
We are back to, yes.
Yeah, and Max
my time screen wasn't updating with what I can see out the window.
Yeah,
I
confusing.
was making sure, yeah.
Max Grenard had a bit of a go at Lee Mole then. He thought about trying to pass him, but and indeed, no, he's still right behind Lee Mole. Beautiful countryside here in Portugal. Lots of golf courses around here, of course, snowy. And we have seen that lovely bit of tape of the local area. Gives you an idea. Here he comes, look, here he comes. And Grenard goes into second place. So Grenard champion already in this 60s category.
Yeah, isn't that for the lead?
No, Mitchell's still in the lead. Mitchell's.
No, I think that's for the actual.
Oh, is it? Well,
that's for the lead.
Where's Mitchell gone then? We'll see in a moment.
That's what our timing screen says, unless he's...
No, that's Mitchell.
Okay, I didn't realize you got that much of a gap ahead still after the safety car. My apologies, that was completely deceiving. So sorry if I missed a bit of policy disinformation there. You were absolutely right, Andrew. I couldn't believe that Mitchell was that far up the road already after the safety car.
No, they didn't seem to close up that much.
Exactly. That's what caught me out. So you're absolutely right, Andrew. It is Jonathan Mitchell that's still in lead in the number 157 E-Type. And it is Maxime Ganat that's got into second place in the Cobra in the 51, with Lee Mole being disposed in the 180 E-Type, and Armand Miel is now in the number 3 Daytona. So it is E-Type, Cobra, E-Type, Cobra, Porsche, E-Type, Cobra. You spotting a pattern here?
We are,
Shall I
indeed,
stop now?
yeah. And I'll just correct myself a bit. Grenard is a long way in the lead of this championship, but he still needs to finish this race to do it. I mean, as long as he gets in the sort of top 10, he'll win the series. But otherwise, Mitchell still mathematically has the chance of taking it away from him. So Jonathan Mitchell it is. Former Caterham racer. Max Grenard from the watchmaking family. And then it's Lee Mole.
So, Andrew, the gap between Jonathan Mitchell and Maxime Ganat in first and second is 7.4 seconds, that's all.
Yeah.
However, second to third is 0.9, to fourth is 0.7, to fifth is 0.6, to sixth is 0.3. That's how close it is just for second place, and that looks like it's trying to change at the moment. Armand Miel having a look down the inside in the Cobra Daytona. He's got down the inside of Maxime Ganat. That's a change for position there. So we've now got Shelby Cobras in second and third. Jonathan Mitchell it is that is pulling out and eking out a consistently nice little advantage there at 8.1 seconds now. Just putting out a little bit every sector, just nice and smooth. 11 laps completed, 24 minutes elapsed of this 2-hour race, obviously giving us 1 hour 35 minutes remaining. So nothing settled yet, and I'm not sure what twilight time is with us here this year. I'm trying to think. In Barcelona last weekend for the 24-hour, it was 22.8, I think it was.
It'll be similar, won't it?
Yeah, so I think yes, I think we're going to be okay. It'll finish in like this quarter past 7. We're going to be okay.
See, yeah, well, you just missed it. But Steve Osborne really hustled his way past Andrew Smith in that battle. It's an excellent battle there for 5th and 6th.
Well, a new fastest lap in the GT3 class for Lars Rollner, who's running in 12th in the 188 numbered Ferrari 275 GTB. We said he was getting his mileage and fun out of that car, and he's just set the fastest lap, so he's not hanging around with it either. Armand Miel also just set a new fastest lap of the race for the moment with a 1:59.7, but our best is Jonathan Mitchell in GT4 class, leading with a 1:58.049, and his last lap was only 1:58.5 anyway.
Lee Mole's a financier. He runs a company that rejoices in the name of Tiger Monkey Finance.
I'm sure, as with all these people, there'll be some great reasoning as to how they've chosen the names. It won't just be abstract.
So Mitchell then with a bit of work to do now with the back markers. He's not giving him much room, is he? Oh, that's not Jonathan Torres. No, that's Evgeny Kirev. Sorry, that another very similar E-type, same colours.
Charles Firmenich.
Yeah.
In the Cobra, they're battling it out, trying to share the same piece of track at the same time.
Yeah.
Being very respectful of one another. The E-type having a little lunge. This is the 75, which is say Evgeny Kirev in the E-type, trying to dive down the inside of Charles Firmenich in the Cobra, and both. Not too much of a lunge from the E-type and not too much of a shot in the door from the Cobra. So absolutely respectful, gentleman racing. No quarter given, but no door slammed in your face here. The E-type having a look down the inside now into turn 1, just as we cut away from that into our number 52 car in the pits. The E-type, we've gone back, and the E-type gets away with it, but little lock up under braking there. I think actually number 31, Charles Firmenich there, allowed that to kind of happen. He comes back on the other side. The E-type getting very, very leery on power on the exit of the corner. This is the battle we're talking about for 7th position. It's not even for the lead. 7th position, not even a quarter distance of this race done, and they're battling, duking it out, these two. Cobra and E-type, relentless. It's the E-type advantage at the moment, but I don't think for much longer.
It's got that E-type in the beautiful Coombs grey, and then we've got that Cobra in aluminium with all the graffiti on the side of it. I had a good look at it earlier on. I'm not sure I like it very much. That's
the very definition of a first world problem when your Cobra's not quite the colour you like.
Yeah. Well, it isn't the colour, is it? Because it's in the neat aluminium, but then it's got all this funny black graffiti on the side of it.
Fabulous looking car, the low drag E-type. I've always thought it was a good shape. So meanwhile, at the front, it is Jonathan Mitchell, who has slightly extended his lead, just nice and consistent. I said he kept eking out a 10th here and a 10th there. He's now extended that to a 10.684 advantage over Maxime Guenard in the Cobra in 2nd place. Armand Miel it is in the next Cobra in 3rd place. He's only a second adrift of his counterpart in front. In fact, they're coming out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna last corner, turn 13, onto the pit straight now into our camera shot that we can see from a different view we have, but the camera shot there for you, those watching on the live stream, you can see it. And we've got an E-type coming out of the pits with it's got a black eye, has it not? This is that the 99 car?
Yes, I believe so. Is it? No, 90, isn't
90,
it?
it's a 90 car.
That's
it's got such a black eye, you can't tell. So that's a 90 car, so that's Carlos Cruz.
Yeah, a bit of damage there.
And he's 64 E-type, great year, 64.
And that car's prepared by a French outfit called Classic Garage, and they mainly do minis and Heelys and things like that. So obviously, like British cars.
Well, an E-type's just a big Healy anyway, so
yes,
it's fine.
Well,
I can imagine Healy and E-type preparers Europe over now, absolutely throwing their arms up in despair, saying, "What is he talking about?"
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Really? It's just a big Healy. People go, the phone's going to light up in a minute, Andrew, I can see.
Yeah. So Armand Miel's still hanging in there in the green one with the big number 3 on the back. And See, he's close right up now.
But look who's right in touch with him there. It's Lee Mole has just said, well, classic example of while you two are busy duking it out between you, you get on with it. And of course, that is always the danger as drivers. You're so busy fighting somebody else that you're not actually doing your best lap times. So you end up losing a bit of time. And all of a sudden, somebody else joins the party.
Yeah.
And you're like, where do they come from? And suddenly you've got not one car in your mirror, but two cars in your mirror to deal with.
So the car we're looking at, the leading car in that group there, is a Russian, Evgeny Kiriv, who's an interesting guy. Went to London School of Economics and has invested in some very interesting companies, including in the consumer world, including a zero beer that's very drinkable.
It's the way forward now, isn't it? Zero drinks.
Yeah.
So this battle into turn one once again. It is called that. I don't normally like turn numbers on circuits. This hasn't got a name. Turn 1 and 2 haven't. Turn 3 has, or I should say Curva 1 to be colloquial at Estoril. Curva 3 does have a name of Lamy, as in Pedro Lamy. But it's car 180, Lee Mole, that's getting very racy as we just approach 1/4 distance with 1 hour 30 minutes to go. Lee Mole it is, it's saying, I want a little bit of that Cobra, and not in a way of any damage at all, but it's a GT4 class car against a GT5 car. That is Lee Mole and Armand Meal. Lee Mole determined to get past this green Cobra that Andrew just described. Now, the battle is now moved down a little bit. The two Cobra Daytona coupes were battling it out between each other. That was Maxime Ganat and Armand Meal. Armand Meal has now got Lee Mole occupying his mirrors, or he's dropped off a little bit, and it's ebbed and flowed again just in that lap as I described it. So Lee Mole was then occupying the mirrors. Meal was having to deal with that and sort of fell away a little bit from Maxime Ganat. Now the power of the Cobra just seems to be a little bit more on a certain part of the circuit, allowing the Cobra to pull away from the E-Type. Slightly different layout of engines, probably very similar in terms of chassis dynamics, these three cars, or two types of cars, the Daytona Coupe and the E-Type. But of course, a big V8 in the front of the Cobras, which is exactly what it is. It's just a Cobra with a different body on it. And the E-Type, a straight 6 3.8. So they'll have about a litre capacity more, won't they? The Cobras, 4.7s over 3.8s.
Yeah, absolutely. Delivering power in a different way, aren't
Probably,
they?
probably 100 horsepower more.
Yeah.
And of course, a different torque vector as well, which will make all the difference on some of the coming out of the slower corners. Big lazier V8. I don't know what the power output of a Shelby Daytona Coupe is, but an E-Type should be around about the 400 mark.
So Mick Short now still banging in those quick lap times, still down in the 158s, and still extending that lead now to 14 seconds. But then the old mates, Maxime Godard, Armand Meal in a terrific battle for second. Lee Mole, the second E-Types running fourth. Then it's Andrew Smith. Then it's Osborne, and then it's Evgeny Kiriv, who also usually races in the 2.0 Cup. He's one of the front runners in that. Mitchell, Gwenard, Meal, Mole, Smith, that's the top five. Smith leading his class, up to 2 litre class. For those. So, So these two Cobras, both prepared by Keep Europe, running in formation there.
So our leader is through and gone, some 14 seconds out of our sight, as our second, third and fourth place cars duke it out still. The two Daytona, Shelby Daytona coupes. 51 and 3. As you said, they've got that very evocative left-hand side. They've got that rear panel, the flat cam tail like the GTO Ferraris had, the 62 onwards, thereabouts. And they've got the left-hand side of that painted white. Now, Lee Mole just sensing a little bit of a gap and having a little nibble down the inside there of the number 3 Armand Mille-driven Cobra at Daytona. Not quite getting the job done, but these three are now, I said at one point, this was a battle that ebbed and flowed with the first two battling it out, then the third man joining. Then it became the second and third of these cars, then it's flowed back again. Now, in the space of a lap, it's gone from not 2 people battling it out with somebody watching, 3 of them are all battling it out together. So it's anybody's position. The cars we're talking about, it's not our race leader. This is for second position. Maxime Guenard, Armand Mille and Lee Mole, Daytona, and E-Type, all duking it out. 0.3 and 0.5 of a second separating them.
This is a big battle here, I'd say. Starting to go through the back markers and the lower capacity cars. And just going to pass Simon Arabigan. Another interesting chap. You know, he was a senior advisor to the government, to the UK cabinet on IT matters.
Now, that's unfortunately, that's he's just not his fault. He's got the right to be on the track, as much right as we do anybody else. But that's held up Lee Mole, so that's allowed the 2 Cobras to scarper away down to the pit straight. And of course, that they'll get even more advantage now, Andrew, because they've got more power to get down the straight. So it's Lee Mole who's now got the work to do, and the point is that's gone out to over a second, allowed the Cobras to go and have their own little battle.
Have a little, if we see the back of the Morgan SLR, I think there's a big dent in it now. And was it from that incident, or was it from before, or was it from a previous race? Can't tell.
I can ask Callum if you like.
Yeah,
find out.
We find out. But there is a. I think I spotted a dent in it. Oh, the 45 has spun.
So that's Frank Loudenkloss in the 2-litre Porsche, and it's rolling backwards. He has got it restarted. That was fine. It's just finding its alt control, delete and neutral, and getting it refired. And that car is running in 20th at the moment.
When that car was built, we didn't even know what that meant.
No, exactly. Yes, a modern phrase on a period car. It's not right, is it?
Well, you think when people make the pit stops and they're timing the pit stops, you'll see you won't see an old Tag Heuer stopwatch, will you?
It's an iPhone.
It's an iPhone. Definitely.
Other brands are available.
Yeah.
But basically, you're right. It's a phone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, I can remember in the days when my father used to do timekeeping for various friends and teams, and people like Robin Hamilton, who went to Le Mans in '77. Can you imagine? He had we've still got it actually, a Les Leston clipboard.
Yes.
In a lovely box.
Yes.
With 3 Tag Heuer. Well, they were Heuer.
Heuer. They were Jackie
Heuer.
Heuer.
They were Heuer watches. Then you're absolutely right. 3 in a row.
Yeah.
With a device and a lever to one side, with a lever across the top, and you basically set one running, one stationary.
Yeah.
Read the time as the car went by. You did it, and it also clicked a lap counter as well, a manual lap counter to tell how many laps they've done. And on your clipboard below, you charted it and you lap charted. And I wasn't allowed, as a kid, I wasn't allowed to get involved in spanners and things or whatever. I got to earn my stripes and do lap charting. If I got it wrong, woe betide.
Yeah, well, they had
no supper.
They had a split second hand which you could stop, but in Formula One, because mainly the wives, people
sounds very advanced. Split second hands.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the wives used to time on the pit lane. Some teams like Matra had a professional timer. That was a job. But they then had like the likes of Helen Stewart and Graham Hill's wife Betty. They were on the pit lane.
Nina Rindt.
And they had a chart, and they were doing sums all the time. So they were writing as each car went by. They would probably time 6 or 7 different cars.
It's incredible, isn't it? Yeah.
And then they would take the time. Now, you can program your iPhone to do subtraction in minutes and seconds, but it's not doing normal subtraction. It's a long day. When I was covering Formula One in those early days, obviously the timing was also being done manually in a box. They took a long time to work out who was fastest and so on. And now we know who's fastest through every sector. Then we didn't even know he was fast at the end of the session. So you used to go and talk to Nina Rint, who's still around, by the way, and Helen Stewart and stuff, and get a consensus of who was the fastest. We'd use that to start writing the story before the official practice times came out, which would then be pinned on the wall, on a notice board outside race control.
Well, being a commentator and a former driver, little things amuse me.
Yes.
And we have said that other brands are available. If you do take an Apple iPhone, you have your stopwatch.
Yeah.
With your time there, but you can also move across the screen and have an old-fashioned stopwatch face as well.
Now, I've used that first version many times. I'd never seen that.
So I must admit, when I do historic ones, we do pits. I go to the historic. So there's a stopwatch. You can move it back, and it's just flick it across. There you go.
How did you find that? It's not a special app or anything?
No, it's standard.
Okay. So, what's happening in
How
the race?
How the nights fly by in my house, eh?
Yeah.
Funny things like that.
Yeah. So there we are. We've had some history of Formula One timing before computers, but now what's happening in a very modern race with some nice analog 50-year-old racing cars, and it's Jonathan Mitchell who is still keeping a lovely pace up. It's just banging in those laps of just under 2 minutes, 1:58s, 1:59s. And he's pulled away now some 16 seconds over the warring two mates from Switzerland, from the Richard Mille family, or Richard Mille watch family, I should say.
So we are almost 20 laps in to our race, and it seems not a moment ago that I said we were only at not even at a quarter distance, and we're an hour and 18 to go, and before we know it, it'll be just the final hour to go, which seems incredible. Such is the activity. So this E-Type with the black and dye, number 90, is back out in the race. I say black and dye, its front left headlamp is somewhat not the shape it was. The Ferrari running a bit wide there, and I have to say, repairing the bonnet on one of those is I know. I'll tell you a very quick story here. In a 60s race years ago at Brands Hatch, I was racing for the lead in an E-Type with Andrew Haddon in his Cobra, and it was pouring with rain, and I was just trying to harass Andrew, just good mates. I'm just trying to harass him and annoy him and fill his mirrors and whatever, and I couldn't get past him. So I thought, right, what I'll do is I'm going to sit so close to him through Paddock Hill that he's going to think, why is he so, almost like he can't see me in the mirrors. So I crept up behind and went through Paddock Hill, and I felt this lightest of nudge and movement.
Yes.
And I thought, oh, I haven't judged it. And I saw the back of Andrew's coat, but just twitched it, and I do not mean sideways. It was it stepped out, a centimetre or something. I thought, oh, I must have just nudged him, and that's not I got the gap wrong. Came back in, whatever, fine. We finished the race. Andrew won it, by the way. And we went up and had a beer after. It was the last race of the day, and so. And he was laughing, and I said, I'm so sorry about that. He said, no, not a problem at all. He said, had you forgotten about the quick lift jacks on the back of the Cobra? And I was like, yes, I had. You've got these solid brackets that stick out about 3 inches, and I just misjudged it and just tapped. And he said, I'm more worried about your car. The E-Type has a lovely oval intake, and of course it's a compound curve in aluminium, and it was the slightest dent, and I remember the bill, it was $5 grand. The bonnet put right, but just for a touch. So Ollie Bryant there live on screen with his BRDC badge.
Yeah, well, that's
proudly displayed, looking into the engine bay of a GT40 there, was it?
No, he's looking in the Andrew Smith Porsche.
There can't be a GT40 in this race. Think of what's he doing.
Yeah, Andrew Smith has just brought that car in, which was going so well and leading its class, but obviously a problem with the flat 6 motor there. So Ollie was going to get in that later. He was definitely on the entry list. So that's.
Well, he's doing his overalls now, wasn't he? Still, so
another disappointment. So that's motor racing. Curie, incidentally, moved up to 6th place. That's a good showing. So let's go down to the pits and hopefully find out what the problem is with the Andrew Smith Ollie Bryant Porsche.
In this race of the 60s endurance, there were Cobras, there were Jags, and we had this Porsche 904 of Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant. Andrew, it's quite a bit early to come back in the pits. What's the problem?
Yeah, no, I was going down the back straight, and I just lost the clutch completely. So I managed to get it back into gear and bring it round, but it's unfortunate we can't get going again, so that was it. But we were having a great race, a bit of sort of David versus Goliath sort of stuff, but yeah, we're looking forward to a good finish, but next time.
This circuit of Estoril is very good for this kind of car, of course.
Yeah, it is, but you've still got, you've got a very big straight here, and you do all the hard work round the back, and just to lose it on here, it can get quite frustrating sometimes. But it's a lot of fun, and brilliant circuit, brilliant way to end the season.
Sorry for this, Andrew. Quelques mots en français. Eh bien, c'est terminé malheureusement pour la Porsche 904 Carrera GTS numéro 47 d'Andrew Smith et IBERIAN. C'est un problème d'embrayage. Il a cassé de l'autre côté du circuit, net d'un coup. Dommage, bien sûr, parce qu'Estoril est un circuit particulièrement adapté à cette Porsche.
Yeah, disappointment for them there with the Porsche going so well. But then, as we heard, mechanical problems. Not the last in this race, I would suggest. But Jonathan Mitchell's car seems to be running very nicely up at the front.
I've just spotted something on one of the front of the E-types there. One of them. It's got. I couldn't work out what it was, but it's actually
lights.
It's light, night lights for it, which I didn't think we were going to get into here in this part of the world at this time. This race finishes at 7:15 time. I'm going to say local time, but it's the same as the UK at the moment anyway. I didn't think we were going to need lights, so I'll tell you what we'll do. While we're doing that, Andrew, I'll have a quick look as to when nightfall is here.
Yes.
It's a public information service.
Green Iron Meal still tied together for second place. Lee Mole right in with them still, and then quite a big gap then back to Steve Osborne, Kirov Rollner in the beautiful class-leading Ferrari, and then Grant going well in 8th place. And Phil Mulacek has brought his Cobra up into 10th place overall.
Yeah, so I was right. It's 1942 hours is the time. It was 1944 in Barcelona last week for our 24-hour race. So I thought the two wouldn't be much different. But it's so our race finishes at 1915 hours. So it's not quite. It's 27 minutes before nightfall, isn't it? But that doesn't mean to say that it won't change. And it's not. That's when it goes completely dark. So there'll be a reduction of light. So lights. As in ambient light, be better to have some lights on your car.
Lee Mole is in the pits. I'm not sure if that's a scheduled stop. Lee Mole is definitely in the pits and dropping down the order. And also in the pits is Charles Firmenich in his Cobra. 31 Cobra.
Well, that's just gone out, actually.
Yeah, he's gone out. He's under investigation for speeding in the pit lane as well.
Lars Rollner in the 275 GTB Ferrari, that's into the pit as well. So I'm guessing this is optimum pit window time. We have, 1 hour 12 remaining, so 47 minutes in, which is a bit earlier, I would have thought.
I would agree with you, Snowy. I mean, I'd try. There's all that graffiti that I was talking about.
Yeah, so number 31 car that's Charles Firmenich in the Cobra is refueling. So that's going to be that's going to suggest it's going to be a 2 pit stop strategy if you've got to refuel that car that early. It really is graffiti, isn't it? I thought it was rather like Bobby Burden-Rowe's snake eyes.
No, it's not that at all.
Yeah, which is a pattern, but it really is.
Mark Drain still there in 17th place in that Elan. I thought he might be a bit further up by now. He is coming to the pits, but I don't think he'll be putting any fuel in that Elan.
Yes, it probably doesn't consume it at the rate of a Cobra, does it?
No, what about an E-Type? I wonder if they can go the whole 2 hours. I suspect they can.
Obviously depends on the size of the tank. I'm just trying to think. Just trying to think of doing back to doing Spa 6-hour races for how long we could run. I think 2 hours is It's possible. It depends on the pace of your driver.
Yeah, and whether you got long yellow, of course.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
another-
Exactly. So safety cars and yellows obviously change that completely, and depending on the pace of the driver and how much they consume. I know roughly. I don't know what a Cobra consumption is, but an E-Type we used to work on a litre a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Was your factor, irrespective of. It was better than trying to work out a power circuit, a non-power circuit. If you worked on a litre a minute, you was there or thereabouts as a metric.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with the pit stops of the second and third Cobras, because they are effectively teammates. They're both prepared by Cure Europe, and I presume they'll stagger them. Each lap, Mitchell tends to edge away, but now I notice that Goynar has started to close up on him again, and has just reduced the gap by a little bit. It's 17.39 seconds, so it's just a decent sizable lead for Jonathan Mitchell, the man who works in the City of London. There are those lights you mentioned, so I'm not sure the left-hand one will do much good because all the bits have fallen out of it.
Yeah, it's
just a
substandard, isn't it? Yeah, it's a shell.
Yeah, it's just a shell now.
That's now actually an aerodynamic drag device now, where it's actually slowing the car down, but being on the left side, it's only on right-handers it slows it down, of course.
But that Jag's got them tucked in the radiator area, if you look.
Yeah, it's a neater solution in terms of aerodynamics, but equally, does that stop airflow into the engine? If you notice something on E-Types as well, the lightweights all run with the boot lid propped open.
Yes.
It's because of the diff temperatures.
And they've got that little
oil cooler on the back.
Yeah, they've got that
on a separate pump normally. You have to turn that on.
But then on the boot, they've got that little lip that's raised. It's got the 3 holes in it.
That's right. To keep them permanently open. The reason is the diff temperature is so high in there, but you've got inboard brakes on an E-Type. So what it does is it melts the seals and gets the pistons and the brakes out, and the brakes fail. Boils the fluid in the calipers basically. So that's why you want to get as much heat out as you can. So that's why they run. You'll see an offset on the right-hand side, usually an oil cooler rad, which you can't start from cold because the diff oil is too thick. So if you start it from cold and run it straight away, it pops the lines. So you have to wait 2 or 3 laps into the race to the temperatures of the diffs up, and then put it on. So you'll quite often see a pit board going out to a driver of an E-Type 3 or 4 laps into a race, pump on.
Yes.
And I can recall some amateur drivers or owners that forgot to do that, and then they didn't finish the race because.
Just seen that Morgan SLR. It's definitely got a dent in the back. Yeah. SLR, Sprinzel Lawrence Racing, and they did a similar body, of course, for a TR, but it was a
TR4.
Yes, but a 4 Le Mans. It looked the same, but actually, Callum was telling me it was shorter, but it was the same sort of airflow. And Sprinzel was a famous name in rallying. John Sprinzel lived out in the Bahamas or somewhere the latter part of his life, and commonly known to everyone as Jake. But he was a great character, one of the big characters of 1960s racing and rallying.
I love how it's Callum Lockyer that's told you that, who's going to be sharing this car with Simon Arobi-Gann a little bit later. But never underestimate the intel and infinitesimal knowledge that drivers retain for no apparent reason. You can ask them, what are you going to do with it all? Like, no idea.
Yeah.
But it will come out at some point.
But the funny thing is, there's 2 of these Morgan SLRs. We've had them both racing in this series, but annoyingly in different races. And the other one was driven by Nigel Greensall.
Yes.
And at Ricard, they both raced in different races, and I checked their lap times, and they were almost exactly the same.
Cream always rises to the top, isn't it? Yeah. So it looked like it's been tapped by something a bit lower, hasn't it? That Morgan SLR. Definitely got a crease on the lower rear. It's got a very crisp line around the bodywork there, and that's the little bit second hand now, shall we say, the back of that.
Now, interestingly, they're giving pit times of how long they're in the pits, and much longer than I would have expected. Limo was in the pits for 6 minutes 35 seconds. The Roller Ferrari has just gone out 6:08.
Sorry, Andrew, I was just reveling in the sound of those two Cobras coming past us there. This is 51 and 3, Maxime Ganat and Oman Meal. Just the sound of not one but two thunderous Cobras going, and they're almost low revving. You can hear just plodding through compared to something else. Lots of talk. As I always said, it was John Nicholson of Nicholson McLaren that told me years ago that horsepower sells engines and torque wins races.
Yes, yeah. Great driver as well, John Nicholson.
He got to Formula 1, didn't he?
He did, just.
Yeah.
But very good in Formula Atlantic in the Lindy car. Sort of almost one off. But a great engine builder, built all the engines, probably built the engine that won James Hunt the World Championship.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
Hunt and Fittipaldi.
Yeah.
I think that's, as I understand, I've always understood, that was why he was allowed to have the name McLaren, Nicholson McLaren, on his business, because that's what he built at the time.
Yeah, I think they may have owned a bit of the business. So. But anyway, great guy, John Nicholson. Johnny Nicholson. Mitchell then.
I mean, even 20 years ago, Andrew, when I was running in FIA GT in with Lister Storm, and John Nicholson was still building our engines.
Yeah. Into the 888 goes Chris Ward. Well, we know he's quick. So he's taking over from Steve Osborne. And we should see some excitement with Chris in the car.
Chris Ward, another man that's driving all the time and all over the place and weekend in, weekend out. And on that note, Lee Mole's car is going to be driven by Phil Keane, who I mentioned a little bit earlier, a little bit later in this race. And we're going to be getting to that point quite soon. We've seen that Chris Ward, who is again, like a Nigel Greensall, Callum Lockie, a professional, historic driver now, but very capable of driving modern cars that just make their money, or I hope they make their money in historic race driving. That's where they go and trade their business. Phil Keane, very similar, driving modern stuff. Also, he's not very old. I think he's just come to 40. I think Phil Keane has. But out there all the time, and great to see them out racing all the time.
3 times runner-up in the British GT Championship, I think, Phil Keane.
I'm sure I'd love to be reminded of that.
I know. Yeah. So interesting. So Steve Osborne climbed out of the car. He's in a funny business. He's in the salt business. Mould and salt.
There you go. Somebody's got to do it.
Fine cooking salt. Mould, obviously down in Essex there.
Handy if you've got any wounds as well.
Yep. But I always find it fascinating, different things that people do. And they're obviously very good at salt. So Mitchell.
So Chris Ward was also former chief instructor of Silverstone Race School.
He was, yeah.
So he has the advantage when we get to Silverstone Festival.
Yes.
I always say that.
Yes.
And he always looks at me in a wry way.
Yes. He's been coaching the former Force India boss, Vijay Mallya.
Yes.
This year. They're still waiting to go out the pits. I'm not sure what the window is here. It must be quite a long window, because that's why these pit stops turning out to be so long.
Well, don't forget, he may have the elite driver element, won't he, Chris Ward?
Yeah, and Chris might, yes.
I'm just going to refer back to the notes I mentioned earlier that we...
yeah. See, there's the boot propped up, a great shot of it that you were mentioning. And those, I said there was 3 holes, there's about 33 holes in the back up there.
Well, normally the side bits, so they're almost perspex, and they have the 3 holes on the sides.
Yeah. So we're waiting for, I think Mitchell must be close. I mean, we're almost halfway. I mean, you would try to hang on, wouldn't you, in case there's a full course yellow or something, and make your pit stop then. Haven't got the information of when the window closes, but it'll probably be in about 20 minutes, I should think.
Now, interesting, looking at the driver ratings and pairings and penalties that apply, or time handicaps for elite drivers, shall we say?
Yeah.
In the 60s, Chris Ward hasn't got one. Ollie Bryant has.
Yeah.
Jerome Bleetmolen has, of course. Alfie Briggs, Ramzan Orosbeav has, and Vincent Cole.
That Ramzan, not his real name.
Well, he's a gold driver, so he
will
has
be.
a 40-second.
So they've sussed out that he is really Roman Romanov.
Ollie Bryant has a 90-second to Alfie Briggs 120. Jerome Bleakmoment has 40, and Vincent Kolb has 90.
Vincent Kolb does. Do you know, Peter, I don't like it. Handicaps at all.
Pourquoi?
Because they're saying you're doing it to encourage the gentleman drivers to come in, because otherwise they wouldn't have a chance, so you penalise the really quick people. So immediately you're penalising excellence. And historic racing is so vibrant at the moment, you've got loads of cars. So, like, Ollie Bryant doesn't win a race because he's been 20 seconds longer in the pits as a handicap. It's not club racing. I mean, when I first started going club racing, you used to have handicap races, and you know, I just don't like it.
Yeah, but it's different. My father was an RAC, that showed my age, isn't it? RAC handicapper when he wasn't there, before it became...
Yeah, they had handicappers,
The handicap, and he did, but that was always on a different level of quite often some of the series he did, but say AMOC, he would, they would start, they'd start cars at different, have a staggered start.
Yeah.
So the car with the big handicap would start, say 90 seconds ahead.
The idea was...
And then it should all, in theory, cross the line at the same time.
Exactly.
So you got a race. So the spectators, the commentators, the we all got a race, rather than seeing it afterwards. It was physical, it was in front of you, it was real. Full metal racing right in front of you. I tend to agree as somebody that gets given an elite penalty for being some fat old bloke that sometimes gets out of the commentary box and races a car. And they say, oh, you were an FIA silver driver. Like, you were 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, now bronze, obviously.
I mean, the technology...
That's not the tan, by the way.
The technology is there to analyse all the times that all these people do in these races, but particularly in the series where you have main... So you could penalise them for that, you know, because you're being quick, but penalise them for something they've done maybe in a totally different category of racing. I know it's very frustrating for people like Ollie Bryant. I say, had it not been for his elite status, he would have won every round of this Porsche, the 2.0 Cup, assuming he wins tomorrow.
I think where it muddies the waters is that when drivers of Ollie's stature or Jake Hill come in, because they do modern racing as well, so they'll look at somebody like Jake Hill and say, well, you're the British Touring Car Champion. Doesn't mean to say you're going to be any good in a Cobra or whatever. He is, but that's not necessarily because he can drive a touring car well.
But it was a classic example of this at the Silverstone meeting the other day, when Jan Magnussen put a turner on pole position. Well, he was in a turner, and he never should have been up where it was. But in the race, he had to take a 40-second penalty because he was Jan Magnussen and because he'd raced in Formula One and whatever. But I mean, it was a gigantic effort, and he didn't get a reward for it because that put him back to fourth or wherever it finished. You know,
it's a bit disheartening, isn't it?
That's you know, and I know lots of people disagree with this.
So our race leader, John Mitchell, is in the pit. This is the number 157 E-Type. It's at the fastest lap of the race so far at a 1:58.049, which still stands. The closest next to that is Maxime Ganat in the Cobra, who's now the current race leader, with Armand Miel right behind him. That's because they haven't yet to pit. And they're all doing 1:58, 1:59, 1:59. So it's pretty close stuff at the front still. But Jonathan Mitchell, our race leader, that's chosen or opted to pit first. He had a 10-second advantage, I think it was, before he came into the pits.
Well, 19 was it at one stage?
Sorry, 19. My apologies. You're absolutely right. He's now locked down. Guy Grant is also pitted, as has Phil Mulicek and Egmeni Kuriv.
But Phil Mulicek is in trouble, because he has got a penalty, just seeing speeding, 90 seconds speeding in the pit lane. Phil Mulicek, well, that will drop him right back.
A minute and a half, exactly.
Yeah, that's two-thirds of a lap. So those two Cobra Daytonas are still at the front, still only a couple of seconds apart. These two guys that raced each other and known each other so long. And
So it's interesting just looking at the light, as in the sky, light, as in not I was going to say skylight. Then that'd be terrible, wouldn't it? Not the lights on the cars. And I was debating a few minutes ago with you, Andrew, that what was the need to have lights on the cars, because it's not going to go, not going to turn dark until nearly half an hour after the race end. Well, the pit straight is nice and sunny, but little bits of it there. The shadows are casting longer down the pit straight as we look at our glorious 275 GTB Ferrari that's still being driven superbly. Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that car. And I love the colour as well. But just back to the light to finish my point on that. So the shadows are lengthening. It is starting to draw. It is going to change, and there's little bit, so you can't see some of the apexes now already, which is making things a little bit different. It's
yeah, just on that Ferrari, they've switched rollers. I'm not sure if they're brothers or father and son, but I think we can go back down to the pits now. Lots of good drivers down there now.
One of our favorite cars just left the pit lane now after the pit stop. Simon Rebigan, there are some damages at the rear of this beautiful Morgan. What happened?
First corner, I was tight on the inside and an E-type, ran out of brakes, cold tyres, cold brakes, straight into my rear. It's a very thin aluminium body shell. At least we've got the winter to repair it if I can save up enough.
This car is ideal for this kind of track here?
It's lovely here. I mean, the track is lovely. The Peter Auto Series is wonderful. We have great fun. We come to race because we enjoy racing, but we do prefer to take the car away in one piece. We've had a very good run this year. Of the first 5 races, we've had 1 Class P3 and 4 P1s. So we were looking to do quite well today. We'll see where it turns out.
Simon Rebigan and Callum Lockie, unfortunate but still in the race.
So Simon Rebigan there, just having come out of his wonderful SLR. I nearly said McLaren then, that's a different car, at Morgan. And I did, when I was observing the damage on that car, I said about the unique shape of the back of the car, I did say it looked like it had been hit by something low. I didn't want to go down the road of throwing an E-Type owner, driver, under the bus, but that's what they did. The E-Type tried to throw itself under the back of the Morgan. So that means with Simon out of the car, that obviously Callum Lockie, proprietor of one of the finest race schools in track day schools in the country, in the UK, with his lovely wife Melindy, will be at the wheel of that car now.
Now that's something we were discussing a few weeks ago about race schools. Back in the day, you used to be proper race schools that trained you to race. These days, it all seems to be just experience days, doesn't it?
Well, very much so what we call red letter days back in the UK. That's an experience, but it was. I mean, I used to work at Thruxton, and that was the Ian Taylor Motor Racing School, and it was a week-long residential course, as was Jim Russell in the day, because it was a different thing, and there wasn't an appetite then for the experience, the taster experience that we have now.
Plus now, of course, you've got all this electronic equipment that tells you what's happening in the car, and you've got more individual driver coaches, haven't you? But you don't have that. You know, go to Jim Russell, get a few races. I mean, the whole aspect of it has changed.
It has, and it's become much more money orientated. You say driver coaches earning good money on days if they're doing a good job, and you've only got to see it in Ferrari Challenge. UK or across the world. Each country's got its own TNT Corsa facility for Ferrari, and they have driver coaches. You go and buy your 488 Challenge car, and
it comes with a coach.
And it comes with a coach, exactly so.
So, just looking to see how many people haven't
well, it's only Armand Meals is not pitted at the moment.
Because Gwenard's come in now. Guy Grant's come in, and Didier Robert was moved up the grid because of all the pit stops. He's come in, so I think it's everybody now, isn't it? Yeah, I think everybody's made the pits. Not everybody's gone back into the race, though.
Yeah, we still haven't got our race leader in, which is Armand Meal. He's still out on track, as I can see it. He hasn't pitted yet, and he does as we speak. There you go. Well, my screen updates that he has anyway.
Yes.
So that puts somebody you mentioned a little bit earlier into P3 now, Mark Hales.
So he's just got into that car, hasn't he?
Yes.
From the owned by Guy Grant, is it? check that out. But yeah, Mark's been racing a long time, hasn't he, over the years? And
yeah, it's car number 147. So that's now. It's actually 9th overall now because we settled down a few cars and come past the pits. But
Mark was raced a lot in touring cars very successfully, didn't he? In British touring or British Saloon Car Championship, I suppose it was. I think Mark must be sort of close into his 70s now. He's been around for a long time. Great journalist as well, and ultimate man to do track tests, I think. He did that marvellous book with Nick, having driven all Nick Mason's car. You've seen that? Was it called Seeing Red or something? I mean, it had a CD that went with it that had all this.
that dates it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that had all the car noises. So, Mitchell is back on track and running, and I'm assuming, and you should never really assume, because he's the mother of all mess-ups, that the two Cobras will come behind him by, we still assume, about 15, 18 seconds. They haven't come back out yet, as Mitchell continues this absolutely marvellous run for him. Led from the beginning. You see just his red helmet. And just absolutely the dream race for him, as I said. He hasn't won one of these 60s races this season. He's had a couple of seconds. So we just keep. He's a pretty cool guy, actually, is Jonathan Mitchell. Now, looking at some of the lap times, and do you know who's going quickly out there? Chris Ward.
Now, rather bizarrely, you had a slight air of hint of surprise in your voice there.
No, no,
Andrew, I'm teasing.
yeah.
I'm teasing. Tongue very firmly in cheek, but yeah, Chris Ward going quickly. There's a surprise.
Yeah,
eh?
he's the quickest
Hold
guy.
the front page.
Yeah, he's the quickest guy out there at the moment. Chris. He's just down to 2 minutes and a fraction. Now, have the two Cobras are still sitting there in the pits, and I would think that Vansa will probably find one of them to talk to. Although, of course, with them, they're not changing drivers, are they? Neil, and they're going all the distance, as is Mitchell, of course. And I see that actually in the Porsche, the 75 car, I think it's on the E-Type, is now Ramzan Orzbaev, who I saw at Le Mans in the marshalling area, wearing the race suit of somebody else, who he probably is. Mitchell beautifully threading his way through the traffic in this glorious Coventry built E-Type, or designed in Coventry anyway. This one was probably, as you said, Peter, designed it, built in Shropshire. I'll be interested to see the pit times of those two.
He's diving straight into the pits.
Who was that?
D-Type you were just talking about.
Oh, yeah,
just dive straight in.
Yeah.
Darted across to the right. So we're just waiting for our cars to come past the pits and sort of re-hit their transponders. We were talking about this a few minutes ago of timing being done in the pits years ago with people lap charting and timing multiple cars, etc., etc.
But why is Mitchell going in the pits? It's his second pit stop. Mitchell had been in the pits and out, so he got a problem. Just saying how well the car was going. Meals in. Grenard is just leaving the pits, I think.
Yep. Pit out. Yep.
And his pit stop was 6 minutes 37 seconds, which, see, Guy Grant, his pit stop was 5:41. Get this right, you can make up quite a bit of time.
So Chris Ward just set a new personal fastest lap for him, just over half a second over 2 minutes, if that makes sense. So not quite under the best lap of the race. It's a second away from the best lap of the race, almost identical actually. So 1:59.5, and he was a 2:05. So he's got to find another second yet to get the fastest lap of the race. That was of course by Armand Meal, who is in the pit in the number 3 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe.
I suggest that Mitchell's got a problem, and I expect Vincent is probably already ferreting around because he's really good at that, and maybe we'll be able to go down the pits and find out what has happened to Jonathan Mitchell. But you wouldn't make a second pit stop like that unless you had a problem. Absolutely not.
So new fastest lap for Andreas. Now Jonathan Mitchell's just gone out of the pit, so they're obviously whatever, they've sorted it out, whatever it was, but it lost them a whole load of time.
Yeah, 1:53 it lost them, because we're just seeing it on the timing screen.
Call it a lap, can't you? Basically,
call it a lap. Yes. Could have lost him the race. That I wonder what it was about. Maybe Vincent could ask the team. They all speak English.
So the two Cobras side by side now. The number 3 Armand Meal just coming out of the pits, almost re-engaging with battle with the number 51 of Maxime Ganau. So they literally timed it to perfection, and that's exactly, they pitted at different times, so that's why they were on track before. Separated and came out and then literally rejoined again. So those two, battle is resumed in the favour at the moment of Maxime Ganau, is in the leading one, and it's Armand Meal in just behind, just tucking in the number 3 distinct green similar Cobra.
Quite a few different people over the years have built these chassis. Shelby did build some continuity cars, and but I've seen cars where the chassis has been built in Czech Republic, strangely enough.
Labour costs.
Yeah, labour costs, and a lot of skill always in the automotive industry in Czech, Skoda of course, and so on.
So the number 90 E-Type with the one we mentioned with the black eye, which is now got Francisco Cruz at the wheel. That's just separated the gap between these two Cobras. So Maxime Ganau will need to deal with him. Follow it the other way around, my apologies. Armand Meal will need to deal with him very shortly. Maxime Ganau has already got past.
Wonder if Mitchell had a puncture.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking spinners and knock-on wheels, knock-off wheels. So that's, how long was it? 1:53 you said in the pit. So 1:53 to change wheel. You've got to get a jack under it, do it. It's a centre lock. Hammer it. It's probably a very good call, Andrew. It might well be a puncture.
Yeah.
Galling, if so.
Dropped him to 6th. So now everyone has made their pit stop. They're all back running at full speed again. So we can now see exactly what the situation is. Maxime Ganau is leading by just that fraction from the car that seems to be attached to him by a piece of elastic, Armand Meal, and then Liam Moley's 3rd, and then Chris Ward has brought the Osborne car now up into 4th place. And then we got, man, we haven't really given a mention to Benjamin Monet in his Cobra, and he's 5th. And Mitchell, I say, is down in 6th place. So Mitchell is right behind Monet, so he'll nip past him in short order. But what about Chris Ward? Chris Ward is quite a long way back from Lee Mole. But Lee's been doing an outstanding, unruffled job, hasn't he?
So it was Nigel Greensall that sadly never did rejoin the race. I'm just being told that we've got a yellow flag. I'm not quite sure where. Yellow flag shown.
Turn 2. Oh, no, sorry, turn 7. Sector 2, turn 7.
Thank you, Andrew. Yep, just be confirmed immediately after, and it's now clear again. So that wasn't worth mentioning, was it?
Just trying to check how Callum Lockie's getting on against that Ferrari. Obviously a lot less horsepower. So the leaders have done 35 laps. And other people have done 33, 34. Andy Newell has had a couple of wave fingers for track limits as well. So he needs to watch out or he's going to get us. Oh, Andy Newell's got a drive-through penalty for track abuse.
And, well, yeah, track limits. And so number 3, our second place man, Armand Neal, has also got first infringement for track limits at turn 4. So this is exactly what Ollie Bryant was saying to us a little bit earlier, wasn't he? Or saying to me on message privately, that all the various things and bits of data and stuff and intel, which is very much appreciated from all drivers. Ollie, in particularly, very detailed. Thank you very much, Ollie. Was saying that the officials are really watching track limits this race, or this weekend, sorry, this historics event. And thus it is proving to be, and right up at the front there already. So Chris Ward has just set a new personal best of a 2-minute 0.1. It was a 0.4. It needs to go, sorry, it was a 0.5. It needs to go a second quicker to get the fastest lap. He's taken 4 tenths off already. So Chris Ward doing what he always does. Understanding, learning, watching, chipping away, and just finding a bit of time and finding a bit of time. And it's one of the skills of a driver of his caliber. And we've mentioned many others in this race where you think you've got a bit of pace, but you sit there, you analyse it whilst driving the car, so I think I could do that better. And sometimes it might be just change of gear is second or third, which is right. And I always say, do I change down for this corner? Like, if in doubt, don't. If you're thinking about it, don't. You know, it's you know, a Copse Corner at Silverstone, the old Copse Corner on the end of pit straight in one of these cars. Quite often you'd have drivers, gentleman drivers, changing down to third to turn through the corner. Like, no, it's fourth gear. Leave it through, because you're going to need fourth at about the apex and the rest of the corner anyway. So it's an unnecessary gear change, and you lose a bit of time, sort of a tenth or two with every gear change. And of course, these are manual gear changes. You can miss it. It puts more wear and tear on the gearbox and the transmission. So the less gear changes you can do, the better. Certainly in a 2-hour race like this, because we're talking cars. They might be newly built, but they're old regs and patterns. We're talking some of these cars are 70-year-old designs. They're 60-year-old cars, but you know, almost immediately post-war designs, which is quite incredible when you think about it.
Earlier on, we mentioned young teenager Alfie Briggs, and I hadn't noticed, but he is in this race also in a Lotus Elan 26R, the 79 car. I remember who was driving that initially. Not a British driver, I don't think, but anyway, Alfie's rowing that along pretty well, and he's now leading GT2.
So Chris Ward is, if I'm correct, he's second in class to Lee Mole, is he not? And fourth overall.
Well, they got this. They've got the GT5 class and the GT4 class, and they're on cubic capacity. So of course the Cobras, thereby in a different class to the E-types. Must be over 4 litres. Must be the limit, I suppose.
I think it would be.
So just scrutiny time. So Meal did briefly go down into the under 2-minute mark, as did Guenard. So I suppose they're burning off fuel as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they'll be getting lighter, but equally the conflict of that is that your tyres are getting more worn, as are your brakes. And so we just got a little update as to why the number 157, which is the Jonathan Mitchell car, came into the pits again. He missed the fuel bay on the first run. So that's why. That answer. You said a puncture, but that's why it took 1 minute 53 to fuel the car. It doesn't go very far without petrol.
No. Well, that is a bit of a schoolboy error, isn't it? There may have been a reason somebody might have been in the way or something, but they're not doing like Creventic, are they? And going off into the separate fuel tank area. No. They're doing it straight from the pit. So, I think there might be a bit of a debrief on that afterwards. And I don't think Jonathan's going to be able to get it back into the top 3, is he? He's got... He's got Monet in front of him. He should be able to pick him off. But then he's got Chris Ward, Lee Moore, as we said, doing an excellent job of all that experience of Lee's in all kinds of different cars. And Gaynard just starting to pull away from his old mate Armour Meal now. So the gap has just opened up to 3 seconds, Snowy.
Yeah, I'm just looking up some of the class structure to see if we can find out how this actually works, which I thought would be helpful. So Jonathan Mitchell is back into the pits in the E-Type, so it's missed one. No, that's
yeah.
Yes, 157. Yes.
Yeah, there he comes.
Yes, it is. I got the right car. I've got the wrong car.
Right,
yeah, so that's.
Let's see what happens here. Just trying to look at the body language of the team.
Well, something's obviously awry. There's missing the fuel bit in the first one. I'm not sure they actually missed the fuel, or whether it didn't take it on board or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's as you say, schoolboy error. It's most unlikely. It can happen.
It's a good team as well.
Exactly. It's most unlikely for them to have actually missed the fuel. It may not have taken it on board, or the meter didn't read, or something properly. But that's what our pit reporter is heading down there.
Certainly
at the
is.
moment, so we will come back to that in a few minutes. I'm sure he'll let us know when he's ready and open his mic and find out what's going on with Jonathan Mitchell, the 157 entry, who has dropped right down the order into the pits for the 3rd time now. Still got the consolation prize of the fastest lap of the race so far, with just coming up to just over 30 minutes of this 2-hour race, 60s endurance race to go.
Yeah, 3/4 of the way through. Reynard and Emile, still those 2 Cobras. We keep Europe team. And Limo doing, this is one of the best drives I've seen Limo. Usually, he's not the very fastest of those E-types. He's there, but I think it's a fine drive from him. He's lapping in the 201s. Chris. Don't know what happened to Chris Ward. His last lap was he was 13 or 14 seconds down. Wonder if he had a spin or something. So Chris Ward is now a minute behind Lee Moore. And Jonathan Mitchell, of course, drops down the order, down to 10th now. In the pits for the 3rd time. And I reckon Bonson might have made it all the way down to his pit. I'm sure we'll be hearing from him pretty soon.
I think the danger is here it could be a 3rd and final time into the pits.
Oh, I think there's no question about that. I think it's over. Alfie Briggs just moved up to 10th overall in that Elan. Okay, we can go down to Volta. He's going to reveal all.
Back in the pits, we have some information about the Jag number 157, the Jag of Jonathan Mitchell. He was in the lead of the race. He's not in the lead anymore. 3 times in the pits because of a suspension problem, suspected suspension problem on the car. Doesn't understand why, but it's quite difficult to drive. Quelques informations concernant la 157 de Jonathan Mitchell, la Jaguar E-Type. Elle était en tête de la course. Elle est rentrée à 3 reprises dans la pit lane. On vient d'avoir l'info du team. C'est un problème de suspension. Le comportement de la voiture est bizarroïde. Et le pilote hésite à attaquer. Franchement, il n'y aura pas de victoire pour Jonathan Mitchell aujourd'hui.
Well, I can assure you that an E-Type is difficult to drive at the best of times on crossbars. With broken suspension, it's probably well nigh impossible. So Jonathan Mitchell being in the pits is probably the best place to be.
Probably a broken shock absorber, maybe, something like that.
They're not shock absorbers, they have shock absorbers on road cars. It's a damper on a racing car.
Okay, sorry.
I'm being mischievous.
Yes.
But, yeah. So that's a great shame to see that car. He was out 3 times into the pits and now out of the race.
And another Brit's in the pits now is Chris Ward. What's happened to him?
Well, that was the car that you said it dropped a lap.
Yeah.
Well, that was the car that you said it dropped a lap.
Yeah.
Well, that was the car that you said it dropped a lap. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So we don't know why that's one of the pits. I'm sure Vincent's going to keep very busy in this last sector, the last quarter of the race, the final 30 minutes, which we are just going to be with in a matter of seconds. We will be into the final 30 minutes or quarter of this 2-hour 60s endurance race. At the moment, it's looking a little bit like a Shelby Cobra day, but you never know. 3.6 or 3.7 seconds separating our two Cobras from first and second. Lee Mole it is in the E-Type that's in third place. It's Benjamin Monet in another Cobra in fourth place. Andreas Rollner in the Ferrari 275 GTB in fifth overall, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And leading in the GT3 class, it's GT5 first and second, GT4 for Lee Mole in third place. And Ramzan Oraspiev in the E-Type in sixth place. Mark Hales, as I speak, has just been promoted to seventh place in the number 147 E-Type because he's just gone past the pits, where Chris Ward is stationary in the 888 E-Type as well. So we don't know why that one's out. We will find out soon enough, I am quite sure, from methods fair or foul.
We assume that Jonathan Mitchell has retired, which means that Maxime Guénard adds another championship to his list, so he becomes the champion now, because now he definitely cannot be beaten by Mitchell. So what a great season he's had. And on Monday he'll be back planning the next advertising campaign or something for Richard Mille watches.
The day job.
Just
surely their strapline, if they're going racing and making watches, surely it's got to be time flies.
Well, it isn't, and they do have a strap line.
Sorry, that's really cheesy. I'll get my coat.
Yeah, they do. They do have a strap line as well, and they do a lot of advertising. I just can't remember what the strap line is. It's like Formula One engineering or something like that. But just ponder this for a moment. Oh, that's Chris Ward, and. What are they?
Brake pads. They're changing pads now.
Changing pads.
I was going to say a little bit earlier, but E-Type pads are incredibly small. Chris Ward saying it's a very small square area. It's nothing to them at all. You tend to run. There's a make called Endless, and I remember endlessly, no pun intended, having to bed pads in, and you have to take them through 3 heat cycles, and you have to get them up to 200 degrees, take them out and let them cool completely, and that can be an hour, and do another set, then take them up to 400 degrees, let them cool, then take them to 600 degrees. Otherwise, the description was, when mechanics to me was, that the pad material is like ice cream, it just drops off the backing. And you can't just go out, you need to drive it to understand how to get those temperatures in. So it's harder braking each time, a bit of time, when you go around to Brands to India or somewhere and bed them all in, or Mallory Park, heaven's sake. Great car, tiny little circuit in Leicestershire in the UK, mile and a half long, little oval, really for motorbikes and stuff, and you're suddenly driving a GT40 round or something, you're thinking, this is bonkers.
Snowy, I've seen a Formula One race
at
Mallory Park with Jack Brabham, John Surtees and Jim Clark in it.
As it should be. As it should be, absolutely.
But so, no, Superlin's where I
bring it back to Walton Park. I say.
Well, there I said good Formula One races there. No, I grew up at Mallory Park. All my early club racing reporting was from there. Great little track. And now we can go to Volsar. He's got the latest update.
There was another jag in the high sphere of the classification, the 888 of Steve Osborne and Chris Ward. Steve, the car is back on the track. What's the problem?
We've got a problem with the brakes. Chris has gone out. We've had suffered with brake heating all weekend, obviously, but now we're just changing the brake pads. So hopefully we're going to get back out there.
Is this circuit difficult for the brakes for this jag?
The E-Type suffer with brakes, full stop. But yeah, this long straight down here, coming into that first turn 1, yeah, it does heat the brakes a hell of a lot, yeah.
Thank you very much, sorry for this, Steve. Voilà, les problèmes pour la 888 de retour au stand ici. Eh bien, ce sont des problèmes de frein, figurez-vous. Et comme le disait Steve Osborne, avec cette immense ligne droite et ce très gros freinage pour le premier droite ici à Estoril, les Jaguar E-Type souffrent beaucoup au niveau du frein. On est en train de remplacer les plaquettes tout simplement sur cette voiture, et elle espère pouvoir repartir.
great to have somebody in the pits that really knows to ask the right questions and get the right answers as well, isn't he?
And bilingual, which helps. So
yeah,
both languages really helpful for us.
Yeah,
great work in the pits.
And we need this always to give you the overall picture of what's happened. The real story of the race is about why people broke down, why they went into the pits early, all these stories. We're getting it all.
It's the colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
The absolute colour of the race.
Yeah.
So our Cobra is heading on majestically at the moment with 25 minutes remaining. Maps mean that now it is in the lead in the GT5 class. Cobra. I did try and look on the Peter Auto website and try and find how the categories worked, but there's no obvious listing mid-commentary, so that's my bedtime reading.
I think that it's mainly just on cubic capacity.
I'm sure you're right. I'm curious. I'm a bookworm. I want to go and find out what's going on and why. And then lovely shot in the autumn sunset there, as it were, of the number 3 car, second place, Armand Mille in that Cobra. 4.4 seconds it is off the race leader, the similar car, and we've just got a yellow flag zone at turn 4, which is the Curva VIP. It's a long flowing hairpin back. We've seen a few spins there a little bit earlier on, so I'm not sure who is off there. It's still there. And safety cars deployed, so with 25 minutes to go. Safety car now. Is that a Cobra in the gravel? It's is it a Cobra or not? I can't tell from that distance.
It's not the one with the graffiti on, is it?
Could well be. It's certainly silver. It looks potentially like a Cobra. That's in at a very odd angle, as if something's lost and caught it and turned itself round. So hopefully our TV director will give us a replay of that, and we can explain to you all listening exactly what's happened as to why we've suddenly got the safety car. But with 1 hour 36 minutes elapsed and 23 minutes remaining, it's late race drama here in the Estoril Classic 60s endurance race, with a safety car set out for our car that's gone into the gravel at turn 4.
Nice shots here of the Elan of Alfie Briggs. And he's down in the 202s, he's really making this Elan fly. As I said at the beginning, Elan can sometimes get into the top 5 or 6 of these races with lots of Cobras and E-types in.
They're blinding around the Spa 6 hour last weekend. They're really quick around there, little 26R.
At Silverstone Festival, I was running one for Giles Dawson, the boss of ATL Fuel Cells. And we actually finished 4th overall, Snowy, in that. 4th overall, and right in amongst the big beasts. So we were pretty pleased with that.
Well, you can see I was completely out of kilter with my predictions on light, wasn't I? So here we go. We're going to get a replay. It is the Cobra.
Yeah, it is.
And it's just swapped ends. It's just done a full 360. That's why it's into the gravel at a very odd angle, because it's not quite done its 360. It's gone around about 270 degrees and parked itself into the gravel. That's he's definitely on holiday, because he's on the beach. 100%, is he not?
You used that line before. And of course, reminding everybody, the TV cameras are lighting everything up. The technology is so good. It's quite a bit darker than it looks in this shot.
I just thought I was going to say, because my predictions of why do we need lights and whatever so-and-so was completely out of kilter, because I've just looked out the window and seen that you're absolutely right, as ever, the camera's lighting it. So for those of us that are here, you can see, well, why is he talking about not having lights on? Who'd want to race in this? But it's one of my favourite. I've always loved night racing. I love the 24-hour races in the day when I did those. And there's only one thing that makes it even slightly better: rain.
Ooh.
Night and rain.
Ooh.
Oh yes, bring it on. Sorts it out. Such fun.
What we've had here, which we haven't had all season, is incredible rate of attrition. Almost half the field is retired. I know these are old race cars, but normally you get a few, but you don't get this sort of rate of attrition.
So our positions as we trundle around behind the safety car, whilst the Cobra is dug out of the gravel and returned. Obviously that will leave some on the track. Chris Ward in the E-Type rejoins the race. This is the 888 entry. So it's got its new brake pads. So actually we'll play into the hands for Chris Ward. He can get those pads bedded in if they're not already a bedded in set. he can go and bed those in behind the safety car, but that's annoying. So no signs of the E-Type, the Cobra being recovered yet. I can see an incident vehicle in the background being deployed with its lights flashing, and it's going to come through the gap exactly to speak now. So we need a 4x4 to get across the gravel, squeeze it out through the gap there and pull it in. Now they're going to have to drag that. It's going to be a live snatch or straight tow on that, so it's going to be another few minutes yet. So we are 20 minutes remaining, Andrew. So I'm going to predict this could take another 5 minutes to get sorted. So we could have a 15-minute dash to the end. Now that's going to be interesting on who's got what fuel, who's got what brakes, who's got what tyres.
Absolutely.
It's going to suddenly become not a 2-hour race, but a 15-minute sprint thereabouts. 15, 17 minutes, I predict.
The dash for cash.
Indeed.
I doubt there's much cash other than spending it. But great drive actually by the Rollners. See, I'm not sure if they're father and son or two brothers, or it could be cousins or anything. But you know, up to 4th place in that Ferrari is a terrific effort.
So where's our 3rd place car, Lee Mole, the 180? Because we've got the 2 Cobras. Then immediately behind is the Ferrari you've just mentioned, 3rd physically on track, but 4th on the time screen, and it's nowhere to be seen, that E-Type. It's 180.
On my timing screen, it's showing as only as 5.7 seconds behind Neil.
Yeah, but looking out the window and just seeing it, it's not there, is it? Or am I going completely mad, Andrew? It is a possibility.
But it's dark. It doesn't look dark, is it?
So I'm just wondering how much longer our safety car is going to be out. We are down to 19 minutes, only just been a minute. So yes, there's no E-Type. So there's a safety car, 2 Cobras, and that Ferrari you mentioned that's in 4th place, we thought. Andreas Rollner, and then 188 GTB Ferrari. That is in 3rd position on the track. So where's Lee Mole in the 180 E-Type, who in theory should be able to pass these other cars and take his correct position? Is that not it at the back?
No, it's not that.
That's Chris Ward. That's Chris Ward in the 888 car.
Yeah, the one behind the
bronze or copper coloured car.
Yeah. And that other Cobra, the Benjamin Monet car that was going quite well up inside the top 10, that has stopped. Well, that is the car that's, of course, that is the graffiti car. That is the one that is in the kitty litter there. But he was having a good run until then. So the 2 Cobras circulating. I think Lee Mole must be there, you know. It's still showing on the timing screen.
So safety car lights are still on. I'm still intrigued by this. Exactly, it's showing it on the timing screen, but it's not physically there. Doesn't matter how much I refresh the timing screen, I am doing that, and it's not physically there. It's I can't see which E-Type that was. It's gone through. No. There's 3 of them 4 of them in a row.
I think he's in
5.
I think he's in that gaggle.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right, Andrew. You usually are when all's said and done. But on that basis, you have the right to pass because your position is there. But you're always wary of doing that and incurring the wrath of the headmaster and having a chat with the clerk of the course. Minus tea and biscuits, if you know what I mean.
And for him, it doesn't really matter because he's firmly in 3rd place. If he's got a worry in his head that he can't do it, you wouldn't do it, would you? Because
there's so little of the race to go. Exactly. Why would you jeopardise it?
And
exactly.
Nothing at stake, you see, because he's going to stay there. And he's a lap ahead of the Ferrari that's 4th. And then...
So are we back to green, Ray? I think the safety car light's gone out. Look like it's picked up the pace. It doesn't... I haven't seen a race admin saying to there it is. There's the 180 car, which is officially in 4th position, but not on track. No, the safety car lights are on. It was just the camera fall short. It looked like they picked up a bit of pace there. The safety car lights are still on, so they're not going to come in this lap, I would have said. Let's just have a look at those lights with great view behind as the car disappears out of our view. Comes back to another camera shot. Cobra, Ferrari, Elan. Just think about that. And then another Cobra, and I'm talking Daytona replicas here.
And then in 5th place, Roman Rusinov, racing under another name.
Now the leader, the race leader, Maxime Gonau, is slowing the pack right down in anticipation.
Oh.
So we've got number 27 is another E-Type that's now just rolled to a halt on track. That is Didier Robin in a standard fixed head E-Type. So we must be going back to green for...
Yeah, they've speeded up now, haven't they? Look.
Yeah. And my timing screen is still saying it's under a safety car. It's still saying yellow, flashing at the top of the screen. And now it goes green. A bit late now, but it has gone to the race leaders knew that. So first and second, the two Cobras diving down there. The E-Type trying to dive down the inside. The Ferrari keeping well out of the way there. So our number 56 Daytona Cobra, 160, they're told 180, there it is. Now we must have a yellow flag surely for this E-Type that's stationary, number 27. Maxime Robin in stationary on the track and not literally just not going anywhere, but right in the way.
He's lost the motor as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
That's the problem. I think a good effort by Steve Osborne and the boys to get that E-Type, change the brakes and get it back on track again. They didn't need to do that, did they? I mean, no chance of a result now. But they just like going racing.
Yeah, but if it's not going to stop at all, then it's not a lot of fun. And Chris Ward is somebody that will know that intuitively and just understand the feel of that car, and he knows them well. He's got a long pedal going to the floor.
Well,
it's not very reassuring when you're doing 160, 165 mile an hour down the pit straight at Estoril.
That's the mole car. They're just overtaking the White Cobra. And in fact, it's allowed him to close up on those two Cobras, you know. There they are. Where's Lee?
No, the Ferrari's still there. The E-Type's now right behind it. So it's still third on our screen, but the E-Type is, which is correct because it's a lap ahead.
Yes.
So, but just physically on the track, he's still got to get past the Ferrari.
Well, I think he'll do that on the next lap, won't he? Pretty smartly.
Yeah, Andreas Rollner's Ferrari's got to get past that, and Andreas Rollner will know that it's a far quicker car. He won't make it difficult. There's no point. But it is allowing the two Daytonas coupes of Maxime Gonau and Amin Neal to just scarper away.
I'm intrigued by the dynamics of these two guys because, you know, their fathers started this big watch company together. They must have known each other for 15 or 20 years. They often raced close together. And I wonder psychologically whether they play games with each other. So Neal has never been in front of Guedar, has he, in this race?
It's a question for Vincent in the pits, isn't it? I'm not sure we get a straight answer, but it's an interesting consideration as to what they might.
And on occasion they race together as well. So they're mates, and grown up together in racing, in the company business. I'm just wondering if Neal has got anything in the back of his mind where he might be able to get past his mate.
Well, there comes a point, as we just said, didn't we, a few minutes ago, about how far into the race you are. We have, right now, we have 12 minutes remaining, so virtually thereabouts. Yes, 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So there comes a point where, what's the risk-reward ratio? Do you dive down the inside for a bit of ego, or we're not suggesting these two have, or for whatever reason, whatever motivation you have to go for it, would you want to? But drivers want to win. They don't want to settle for second, but they're not in the same team, are they, as such?
I mean, I have interviewed them at some of the races earlier in the year, but I don't know the actual dynamics between them. You know, are they like brothers? How competitive are they against each other? Because effectively they are a bit like brothers, aren't they? They're both in the same team. The two cars are exactly the same. Fathers have always been mates. It's interesting.
Two cars are never the same. Doesn't matter what they're never the same.
Tell McLaren that.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Don't get me started on that. But 12 minutes to go.
Well, yeah. Well, that's
fabulous sight of those two cars now. So you're saying, looking outside, even with the television making it lighter, it's still pretty dark out there. No wonder the headlights ablaze. At an easy, quick glance, you wouldn't tell what the cars were until that part of the circuit. The pit straight, we can't even tell. So it's the two Cobras, 49 laps completed, and it is 1.8 seconds separating them after 1 hour 50 minutes of racing. Two Cobra Daytona coupes at the front, and a Jaguar E-Type of Lee Mole in a gallant third place. Currently we have Andreas Rollner in a fabulous Ferrari 275 GTB from 1965, which looks much more like a road car compared to the three cars in front of it. The pure race cars. It looks like you can just go to the shops in it and go out to dinner and park it up somewhere. Absolutely glorious. Fifth place is Ramazan. Oh, that's just changed. He just dropped order. Andy Newell's just taken that in the E-Type Coupe. That's our number 22. They're saying coupe, what I'd call fixed head. So you've got your lightweights, we've got a hard top, you've got your fixed head coupe, and you've got your low drags. Lightweight, semi-lightweight. How many variations of an E-Type would you like?
I had a lot. And then remember, we used to have ones with bigger engines in, didn't we?
Yeah, it's an E-Type.
The V12. They never raced the V12, did they?
Well, they did, certainly in America.
Yeah.
Bob Tulius did in America, Group 44, of course.
Yeah. And that Mullichek white Cobra. See, Vincent, no, it must be Vincent, he's not French. He's up to 8th place in that. I think there's two brothers, Vincent.
Vincent,
yeah. The other, and Mark, I think is the engine builder, and then this is his brother. Lovely lines, that Cobra. That Daytona just works, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's the old adage, if it looks right, it probably is.
Yeah, because they take on Ferrari, didn't they, and win the World Sports Car Championship.
Well, they won the GT category, didn't they?
Yeah.
That was all, again, the follow-on from Ford versus Ferrari in the GT40
it was,
program. And it was, I think it was Carroll Shelby basically said to some of these engineers or mechanics, didn't he, in those days, that yes, you can build one, but you do it in your own time.
Yeah.
And it's, there's a defunct old chassis out of the back kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm sure he used a slightly more laconic Texan term than that, but basically you can use that pile of scrap out at the back and turn it into something you want, and they built that and went to win the GT category.
Yeah.
In 1960.
Yeah, obviously after that we had the big Ferrari Ford GT40 battle, didn't we, which was a film was based on. And I loved it. I thought that film was brilliantly done.
But didn't they then go on to winning it again to prove the point over Ferrari? I'm sure there was something about. I'm going to very quick look. With a matter of minutes to go, I'm going to look that up.
So these two Cobras have never been more than 2 seconds apart the whole way through the 2 hours, and Neil's still hanging on. We don't know if he's got something there that he can challenge Grenard. I suspect not. Lee Mole having a fine drive in 3rd place, and then Andy Newell now up into 4th.
Well, there's a little known fact for you. So the Carroll Shelby won the International Championship for GT manufacturers in the 1965 season in the Shelby Cobra Daytona, thus becoming the first American constructor to win a title. In 2014, 11 years ago, the first Cobra Daytona Coupe became the first vehicle recorded under a US federal program for documenting historically important national treasures.
Wow.
How about that? There you go.
The Trump will probably stop that.
Andrew?
Well, it stopped a lot of things. We started.
I'm going to stop you right now because we've got 6 minutes of this race to go, and let's not go down that rabbit hole with so little time left. So we have 51, one of the Cobras leading, a similar Cobra number 3. Sorry, Andrew, did I cut across? Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say Callum Lockie's dragged that Morgan out into 11th place.
Okay.
He's gone past a couple of people.
Including Vincent Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris Ward obviously has dropped down. He's in 14th at the moment and more laps down. But great run from Callum Lockie. Still, the old boy still got it.
Yeah.
And we're going to pay for that comment, I know.
Well, how long's Callum been racing professionally? 30 years, could it
It's
be?
got to be. It's got. Well, if you won the
Well,
British
yeah.
GT Championship 25 years ago in 2000, he's been running since before 1995, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I would say nearer 40 years.
Well, it's
probably.
fantastic to keep a career like
Yeah.
that going and run an associated business alongside it as well. Yeah. Well done, Callum. There's Alfie Briggs in the Eland.
In 10th position, so just got inside the top 10. It's Callum Lockie that's right behind him, isn't it? And they are 6.5 seconds apart, Alfie Briggs and Callum Lockie. In the Lotus Elan 26R, which is the lightweight racing version of the Elan Sprint.
They're lapping at similar times. That Alfie Briggs made that Elan go quite a bit quicker than he's going now. So I suspect he knows where Callum is. There's Callum. So you've got the E-Type between them. And
Chris Ward valiantly trying
Yeah.
to recover something from some amount of victory from the jaws of defeat there in the 888 numbered E-Type. Is it bronze or copper coloured, would you say?
I call it bronze.
So I was going to call it copper, so we'll,
All right.
we'll there. Was it fools never differ and all that?
Well, yeah, absolutely right. It is really quite dark now. The weather's stayed nice. It hasn't been too hot. Been Grenard, Meal, Mole, and suddenly Grenard's pulled out quite a bit. That is now 4 seconds ahead of Meal. So I think any possible chance of Armand Meal suddenly making a surprise move on Maxime is gone. Why did Meal lose that time? Just looking at the sectors here. Yeah, mainly in sector 1 actually. Oh, there you go. I don't think there's much tyre left on that Cobra now. Squirreling around. Heading towards another championship. Maxime Grenard. So I feel sorry for Jonathan Mitchell. Obviously drove a great race early on to lead the Cobras, but now in the long list of retirement, sadly.
Well, E-Types have been strong in this race. There's just coming up to, what have we got remaining? Just under 3 minutes remaining. E-Types, I thought E-Types would have, I thought it would be their day, if I was honest. Not just because there's enough of them, but I just thought they just had that slight edge over endurance this distance of a 2-hour distance. It hasn't quite worked out to be the way. We were not done yet. We've got 2.5 minutes to go, but it is Maxime Grenard in the number 51 Cobra. And Callum Lockie in the gravel, reverse swapped ends there, 61. The Morgan SLR, he was going so well, running up to, where was he? 11th, wasn't he?
Callum.
And just dropped it with a matter of minutes to go. It's not been that Morgan SLR's day, has it? So that might well introduce a safety car, which will take us to the end of this race. I cannot imagine that not happening. And I wonder if it's a bit of mist and stuff coming across the circuit. It's suddenly got a bit damp.
It has.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
Not like Callum to make a mistake.
No, I think it's been caught out on a bit of damp, just a bit of drizzle just coming in.
Well, it's never over, is it? Until the fat lady sings, as they say. I'm not sure who the fat lady was, but Grenard and Meal still. So the gap was 2 seconds for best part of 2 hours, and then Grenard just pulling away another couple of seconds. Now the gap is just 4 seconds. don't think there's any precipitation, is there? Oh, maybe there
I
is.
don't. I think there are almost at certain parts. We can't see it from where we are. I'm looking at wipers on cars, and they're not going at the moment. But it's. I think that's at the end. That's the end of the lap, isn't it? Turn 13, Parabolica, Ayrton Senna.
Yeah.
That is where Callum's gone off. So I think he's got caught out on track surface there, if I'm honest. Because you say it's not like him to make a mistake. I'm not just blindly defending him, but I think he's been caught out with something there.
So, final lap of this 60s endurance race. It has been quite an endurance, hasn't it, with quite a lot of cars retiring. And well, look at that camera shot.
That was the one I was noticing a few minutes ago. That it looks like pure rain at that point, but I couldn't see wipers.
No, I think you're right, Snowy. I think wipers would be going if it was raining, but I think the mists rolled down or rolled in for the sea, I suppose. So here is Guenard just reeling off those final few corners here. Driven beautifully. Oh, I thought he kicked up a little bit of water there, but maybe not. Maybe it was an optical illusion. So well done to Keep Europe and that French team from just a few miles south of Paris, the workshops. And the grunt of the V8 motor powering this Cobra on to another victory, to another championship for Maxi Guenard. Checkered flag will be waiting, and Meals just really tapped off now. He's dropped to 6 seconds behind. Just wants to make sure he gets home second. And there we go. Checkered flag to Max Guenard, 60s endurance champion. Yet another win from him. I wish I knew how many races he'd won in this series over the last 8 or 9 years that he's been doing it, but a lot. And probably more to come tomorrow, I suspect, where we will have a pretty early start, won't we, Snowy? I think we're going to have that 2.0 Cup, I think, starts at just after 9 o'clock. So no lying in bed for us tomorrow morning.
Indeed, and we're going to have Vincent do some driver interviews in the pit lane before we before we wrap up on our first day of the Estoril Classic weekend. Obviously, the cars need to complete that lap, so we're up to, would you believe, 8th place across the line already. It doesn't take that long at all.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Rollner Ferrari, of course, won its class.
Lotus coming down the pit straight there with no
lights at all
whatsoever. And that could possibly bring a penalty. Because you have to display lights.
Well, in theory, he's won that class from Kolb.
It's Alfie Briggs.
Yeah. On the Texan run Cobra, that finishes 3rd, 10th overall, but 3rd in that over 4 litre category. So they'll be pleased. Good run for them. That's a great season, the Americans. We've done all these races with 2 or 3 different cars and thoroughly enjoyed themselves. And I find the racing so much more competitive here than over in the States, of course.
So you were saying a few minutes ago, Andrew, how the camera lightens images, and very different to looking out of our window to looking onto the screens. We've got different screens. You've got a darker screen, you've got contrast turned down, that's all. But it is the pit straight, looking back, that shot we've had all race long from the pit straight back up then to the last corner. It is now really that dark, and so me talking about lights not being required that much was completely wrong. It's good to show I know nothing.
Well, we weren't quite sure of when it got dark, were we? Clouds moving quickly across the sky, and hopefully our winner will be into the victory circle. victory area anyway in the next minute or so, and I'd be interested to hear what he has to say. Obviously the interview will be largely in French, but I'm sure that Vincent will give us a little bit of an update.
So I think we might be going to very shortly to a highlights of the race. We've got that put together. I'm not sure whether they're going to be highlights or interviews first. We're going to have both, not necessarily in that order, but we are going to have both.
Well, there are plenty of highlights.
That could be a separate show on its own, couldn't it?
It could be, and
that in itself is a skill, compiling a highlights package during the race. Obviously, you put bits together, but you know, bits even there right at the end. Callum Lockie, unfortunately, just being a little bit of a highlight for us at the end there, popping the Simon Arbigan's Morgan SLR into the gravel there. I will message him and just see what happened there.
Yeah, and the lows as well. People like Nigel Green still having that early problem with the E-type, but he would have been right up there in the sharp end.
In again.
Well, there's the 180. There's Lee with his fluorescent crash helmet, and it just bumps into the little sign which says 3 on it. Well, that E-type doesn't look as if it's been in a race, does it? Look, it's absolutely still
The
immaculate.
E-type's nowhere near the sign. It was a photographer tripping over it that did it.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. There he is.
Resplendent in his Jaguar branded overalls.
Yeah, he's had that.
Absolutely on message.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
He's going back into the cockpit. Not for some data or something? I'm not sure.
No, probably leaning to turn the diff pump off.
Oh, right.
Which is a regular thing. You leave it running and it flattens the battery because it's on a separate switch.
Yeah.
God, I'm boring, aren't I?
No, it's all great insight, isn't it? You know, I would never know. Yeah. Well, he's telling that photographer everything that happened.
Needs to be telling our interview.
Third place in this race. After this race, Limol, congratulations with the Jag. Third place. Satisfied or not?
I don't know whether I can sweat. I'm absolutely exhausted because it's the first time I've actually done 2 hours. Yeah. So normally I have Phil Keane, but he's doing other things in the UK this weekend. So yeah, it was just me. So it was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. I love the circuit. It's great fun. It was a challenge trying to. It was a shame with the safety cars because I think we kind of got a bit of a gap, and then on the restart I got mullered really, and we were quicker I think over a lap than the Cobras, but you know I couldn't get past them. They were just too quick.
So many Jags at the start of this race, if we compare with the Cobras, but I want 2 for the Cobra. I want 2 for the Cobra at the finish.
They're so difficult to overtake. So once they get past us, it's very difficult to overtake them. Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, but that was good.
A little bit rest now. Thank you very much. Limol, troisième de cette épreuve, bien évidemment, qui disait ça a été dur contre les Cobras. Il y avait beaucoup de Jaguars sur la grille de départ ici. Malheureusement pour elle, les Cobras ont pris l'avantage. Et comme le disait Limol, c'est très compliqué de dépasser ici, de reprendre l'avantage. Pas évident du tout. On attend l'arrivée des 2 premiers de cette course, à savoir Maxime Guéna et Armand Mille.
Well, some great racing today. For me, certainly the highlight was the Formula One race. It's a terrific drive there with the Japanese driver really keeping Nick Padmore on his toes. And lots of wonderful action. We're going to be back tomorrow early at 9 o'clock. And those Formula One cars, they'll be racing at 2 o'clock. Peter Snowdon, your thoughts on a very busy day here at Estoril?
Well, just fantastic racing from beginning to end, wasn't it? We've had grids, slightly thinner grids than I expected, but made up for it in the quality of the racing. Just goes to prove it's not always quantity. Quality is best. And what a race to finish on. The 2 hour 60s endurance, drama right down to the last literally 15 minutes.
Absolutely. So that's about it here from Estoril in Portugal. As I say, we'll be back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. For Peter Snowdon, I'm Andrew Marriott. See you tomorrow.
In the beginning, there were only roads, people, machines, and the desire to go faster. These roads, these people, these machines are still here to share this passion, to echo through time, and to live on in the hands of those who still believe. Nothing has changed, and whatever happens, we will always keep classic motorsport alive. In 2026, all the legends unite under one name. Time is a curve. We take it flat out.